In the year 2028, the apocalypse arrived and took over the Earth. At this moment, our protagonist was already out of ammunition. He was literally the last human being alive on Earth. Recalling the good times, he says goodbye while looking at a photograph. A monstrous hand appears, but he barely reacts as the creature lets out a piercing scream. He keeps looking at his photo expressionlessly until he grabs a rifle and slashes the monster. On top of a car, the protagonist shouts that he will kill many of these monsters, which number in the thousands. Everything is dark, and the man wonders internally if he is alive or dead while someone seems to be calling him. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself in a classroom where everyone is staring at him harshly. He quickly gets up anxious. While the teacher reprimands him for sleeping in class, the students laugh at him, and he tries to comprehend the whole situation. The teacher tells him to sit down, but he is too confused by the situation and remains motionless. He then decides to go to the bathroom to splash some water on his face and realizes he has returned to his school days before the outbreak. Looking in the mirror, he notices that his scars are gone and that he seems weaker. He sees an infected in the mirror's reflection and immediately punches it. Realizing he was careless, he grabs a piece of glass as a weapon and turns to attack the enemy. Before he can strike, he realizes it's just a classmate and stops immediately. His eyes widen, and he is startled to realize that Gao Fei is in front of him. Gao asks the protagonist what got into him to act that way while examining the injury on his hand. At first, he didn't remember Gao because the memories were painful. But while bandaging his hands, he remembers that Gao died when the virus spread. Gao reminds the protagonist that it's Valentine's Day and asks if he has confessed to the girl he likes. After 10 years, he remembers this and gets irritated. Even though he had the courage to confess to the popular girl, he was ridiculed by her, who tore up his letter. However, Zuo doesn't remember this day because of that, but because the outbreak began that afternoon. Around noon, he and Gao are sitting on the stairs when Duan, the pink-haired girl, appears. Duan and her friends look disdainfully at Zuo, holding the letter he wrote for her. Zuo snatches the letter from the girl's hand, saying that it's disgusting that she came after him just to say this. He questions what he saw in her 10 years ago and says that her behavior condemned many people during the apocalypse, and one of the people condemned because of this was his best friend, Gao. On February 14, 2018, a meteor entered the Earth's atmosphere, breaking into several pieces that helped spread the virus on Earth. At first, everyone who was infected just fell unconscious. Those who resisted the virus found themselves facing 70% of the world's population turned into zombies. The survivors created weapons to fight the infected, but they were evolving and increasing in number. Meanwhile, at school, there's still 1 hour left for everything to happen, and Gao asks Zuo if he is writing a book. Gao asks what's going on with him, confessing to the idol and talking about the apocalypse. Zuo changes the subject and asks him to buy food. He asks Gao to buy canned food and other things, telling him he wants to simulate an apocalyptic scenario for his book. Finally, he asks Gao to call his parents, asking them to buy medicine and meet at the abandoned boarding school. The protagonist's parents died a long time ago in a car accident, and he hopes Gao calls his. Running quickly, he reaches the abandoned boarding school, where many manage to survive for a long time. This place is useful because it has many materials for survival, and he also manages to find a crowbar. Already inside the boarding school, he prepares the crowbar and comments that the infected were slow at the beginning, so this place is a great shelter. He begins training and says he must do everything better this time, including getting close to Duan Churu again. The school's students go to the abandoned boarding school to confront Zuo. The sports club representative starts fighting with the protagonist for making the idol look bad. This bully rolls up his sleeves and gets ready to beat up the boy. He easily stops the bully with a stick pressed against his head. In a dark tone, Zuo says that one more step, and he will kill the guy. Filled with fear, he kneels and doesn't try to react. Zuo yells for everyone, especially the pink-haired girl, to get out of his sight. Outraged, the bully and his friends say that sooner or later they'll get rid of Zuo. The idol decides to confront the sports representative, asking if he wasn't supposed to be good at fighting. He says the boy's face was terrifying, and he felt like he was going to die, so he decided not to do anything. Suddenly, what appeared to be shooting stars streak across the sky during the day. Meanwhile, in Japan, these meteors begin to appear as well. The same is true for New York, where Times Square is hit. The same thing happens in Rio de Janeiro, and people film it, believing it's shooting stars. However, the boy is the only one who knows what's really happening while people think it's a gift from God. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and they think it's an earthquake. But the protagonist knows the apocalypse has begun, and people are falling unconscious at this moment. At 2 p.m., hell began on Earth. A red-haired girl calls out for Xian, asking if she withdrew with the army. The red-haired girl's eyes roll back, and black liquid pours from them and her mouth. Zuo starts calling out for her but realizes it's just a hallucination. Gao panics when he realizes an entire day has passed and they'd been asleep. Tianchen tells him not to worry about it. The friend asks if he's okay, as he's been acting strange since the day before. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes, and the friend asks what it is. Zuo says it has started. At the moment he says this, an infected person appears, entering through the door. Gao believes it's just a teacher at work. He starts to approach the man with small talk. But before he could get closer, Zuo quickly acts. He strikes the man on the head with a piece of wood, and the man collapses. His friend watches in shock, thinking it was an innocent person. He starts yelling at Zuo, who quickly cuts him off and explains the first rule of survival: never hesitate in front of a zombie. With his back to his friend, Zuo asks him to grab his backpack, and says that Gao is about to see that the world has changed forever. Gao wonders if he's dreaming as he looks outside. They both see several infected wandering the area. Some of these zombies are behaving aggressively until one of them seems to notice their presence. Quickly, the protagonist fends off the approaching zombie. While his friend is in a state of shock, Zuo tells him to stay alert and dodge to avoid danger. He turns, leaving several incapacitated zombies behind. At that moment, the pink-haired girl and a friend of hers are desperately fleeing from the zombies. The bald guy hits a zombie with his baseball bat, telling Churu to run. Gao comments that the girl's friends were in trouble, and the protagonist says they should focus on their own safety right now. Suddenly, the hero pushes a zombie away to protect Duan. With his back to her, Zuo throws the zombie off to the side, and the girl, crying, calls out his name. He tells Gao to stay close and not worry too much about the undead. Duan Churu laments when she sees one of her friend's headless bodies after it became infected. She then stands up and decides to go after them. At the school, zombies surround a room that is locked. Inside, the group of youngsters is seeking shelter. Zuo tells his friend to catch his breath, while he realizes that his stamina is terrible compared to 10 years in the future. Duan begins to cry, and the protagonist tells her to shut up. The idol's friend points his finger at the boy and threatens him. However, Zuo notices his bleeding wrist and asks if he is hurt. The bald guy says he's bleeding a bit because of Deming. At this point, the hero explains that the first infected came from the meteorite, and the next ones came from the bites. He says the virus is known as Ebola. He explains that the virus only affects humans and is spread by water, air, and direct contact, with direct contact being the worst form of infection. In other words, being bitten by them means the person will turn. The idol's friend gets irritated and accuses the protagonist of watching too many horror movies and hallucinating. Quickly, he retorts, saying the bald guy will turn in 10 minutes. Holding the baseball bat, he asks if he wants him to put him out of his misery. However, the man doesn't like that and tells him to back off. In a calm voice, Zuo says he's already turned because he isn't even feeling pain. At this moment, the guy looks at his hands holding the bat and notices bulging veins on his arm, and his eyes widen. He tells the pink-haired girl that he'll be fine, but she tells him to stay away. Gao realizes that she betrayed him very quickly, even though he sacrificed himself to protect her. Suddenly, they hear a crash and realize the principal has crashed his car while fleeing, and several infected surround him. In a somber and impassive tone, the protagonist offers to kill him to solve his problem more effectively. However, the boy panics and tries to believe that Zuo is lying. Zuo calls Gao to leave the place. Quickly, Duan grabs his arm and asks to go with them. She lets go of her infected friend's arm, telling him not to touch her, but he just wanted to talk to her. With tears in his eyes and a melancholic expression, he starts to open up to her. But suddenly, a box cutter slashes his face horizontally. It was Duan who cut him, saying he should die alone and shouldn't have interfered with her escape. He raises his arm toward her but quickly gives up. Meanwhile, they run, and the protagonist advises them that zombies not yet evolved can be killed with blows to the head and spine. After his best friend hesitates a lot, he finally gathers strength within himself to attack a zombie. He hits it in the face with his axe and kills it easily. Seeing the blood dripping from the axe blade, he lets out a sigh of relief and feels good about what he did. The girl asks the two to wait for her, as she was so worried she couldn't catch up with him. Zuo extends the blood-stained crowbar in front of the girl's face, and asks why she followed them again. Without directly answering the question, she only begs them to take her along. Gao asks Zuo to take her too. Zuo says he is indifferent. After all, they don't have time to deal with her right now. The only condition the protagonist places is that she follows his orders. Otherwise, she'll be in big trouble. Outside, several zombies still surround the area. Gao considers jumping over the wall, but his friend says it's too risky, and the plan is to turn on the loudspeakers to attract the zombies. And he comments that this will be their time to escape. His friend asks what will happen to him then, but Zuo tells him not to worry, and he runs towards the room. Meanwhile, Gao asks the girl if she's okay, and she hesitantly says yes. Duan starts flirting with Gao in a strange way, thanking him for helping her earlier. Gao gets embarrassed by Duan's behavior, throwing herself at him. With her breasts pressing against his body, she begins to say that Zuo is very harsh, and Gao is the opposite of him. Internally, the girl plans a way to manipulate him, saying that because he is a virgin, it's easier. The boy laughs and agrees that he's a nice guy, but quickly takes a stern stance and asks her to stop talking about his friend. Meanwhile, the zombies are feeding on a teenager's body until 2 soda cans catch their attention. Attracted by the cans, the zombies move toward them. Zuo, who set the trap, says it's still easy to deal with zombies in the initial stage. Arriving at the broadcasting room, he wonders which button starts the transmission. Behind the protagonist, an infected person appears. Focused on the screens in the broadcasting room, he seems unaware of anything. The infected charges at him, but the protagonist grabs it by the neck with both hands. Straining to hold the zombie, he imagines it might be a semi-evolved one. Being pushed against the table, he knows he can't let himself be bitten, as he has no resistance to the virus. His eyes widen as he struggles to contain the monster. Beside him, he notices 2 sharp metal knitting needles. He begins to stretch his arm to reach the tool. While the infected is about to bite the hero's neck, he quickly strikes with the metal needles. He thrusts the tool with all his might into the infected's head. Within seconds, the zombie is dead and falls to the ground. He sighs in relief, grateful to be alive, seeing he came very close to death. Looking at the monster's body on the ground, he comments that he's surprised to see a zombie in the broadcasting room. He continues to laugh with relief, thankful that the infected was only semi-evolved. Looking at a framed photo in the hand of a pink-haired girl resembling the zombie, he imagines it could be her. He concludes that she was the school announcer and was knitting for her boyfriend, which explains the 2 metal needles. Suddenly, over the school loudspeakers, an announcement begins to play, saying that the exercises are starting. Zuo, speaking on the loudspeakers to attract the zombies, says the first exercise will be stretching and starts counting. Outside, Gao and Duan realize the plan worked, but they see the gate is locked. Gao strikes the gate's lock with his axe, breaking it easily, then pushes the gate open to create a path. The blonde boy asks Duan to watch the gate, but she nervously asks what she'll do if the monsters come back. Out of nowhere, the school bus appears, and the driver tells them both to get on. Duan urges the boy to get on the school bus, but he decides to wait for his friend. The girl bites her lip and seems displeased with his response. The bus driver asks Gao to get on. When the boy says he's waiting for Zuo, the driver says he saw him kill someone, and Duan says they should close the gate immediately. Another passenger agrees with the girl and says they should close the gate, while the driver continues pressuring Gao to get on. The girl keeps manipulating Gao to leave without his friend. However, he realizes this and says she's a dirty person who stabs everyone in the back. Angrily, the boy opposes them and says he will kill anyone who tries to close the gate. Duan's expression completely changes, and she becomes irritated. The passengers are in complete shock at the scene. Other passengers also look perplexed and wonder who the man is and what he is doing. Even with the driver saying there will be consequences and they should go to the city now, Gao remains unmoved and continues to be firm. The boy screams shrilly and exclaims that he got what he wanted as the bus departs. Meanwhile, behind him, a cadaverous hand approaches him. Suddenly, this hand grabs his jacket from behind and pulls him. He widens his eyes and is completely stunned. At this moment, he realizes it's a zombie trying to attack and bite him. The infected knocks Gao to the ground and climbs on top of him to try to bite him. Quickly, he puts the axe in the zombie's mouth to prevent it from biting him. Exerting force against the zombie's head, he uses both hands on the axe to avoid being bitten. Internally, he tells himself he won't be able to hold on much longer against the creature. He says he doesn't want to die like this, without a girlfriend. Suddenly, the zombie's head goes flying, disconnecting from its torso. Gao sighs in relief. In front of him stands Zuo, holding the crowbar he used to kill the zombie attacking Gao. With a calm expression on his face, Zuo extends his hand towards Gao and says he almost didn't make it in time. Walking through the forest, Zuo comments to his friend that not getting on the bus wasn't a mistake. If there had been an infected on board, it would have been worse. And going to the city is also a death sentence, according to Zuo. Gao comments that he's angry with Duan, and our protagonist says they should find shelter to rest. Talking to himself, our hero is thankful that Afei didn't get on the bus. The last time it all happened, a student hid his injuries and began to transform during the trip, where everyone panicked and had to flee from the vehicle. However, the loud sound of the crash attracted a horde of zombies who pursued the students. When Gao and Zuo were fleeing desperately and seeking shelter, the pink-haired girl did not let them in. At this moment, Afei gives up and comments that it's impossible for the girl to open the door. Completely overwhelmed with tears, the protagonist's friend tells him to run without him since he is injured. The protagonist, in that distant past, was weak and left his friend behind, fleeing alone. Now, in the present, his companion asks where his mind is wandering, offers him food, and says he knows a shelter. The protagonist accepts the food and believes that God has given him a second chance to fix his past mistakes. In front of a garage, the protagonist asks if his friend is talking about this place. He replies yes because this garage belongs to one of his relatives, and by chance, they left the key with him. As our hero opens the garage door, he tells them both to be careful. When Gao is passing through the door, Zuo tells him to close it well and check the place from the inside. Asking about the next plans, Gao says he wants to see his family, but the protagonist says he's looking for someone first. His friend, with a silly smile, asks if it's a girl or a potential girlfriend. The protagonist, with an ironic smile, says that Afei is very optimistic. The moon lights up the night in the streets of Japan at this moment. Outside Afei's family garage, several zombies bang on the door, trying to get in. Zuo calms his friend, who has a worried expression on his face, saying it's impossible for the zombies to break in. The protagonist teaches his friend that they were infected with the same virus as these monsters, but they underwent mutations. Most people mutated suddenly, causing their bodies to collapse. However, a small number of people managed to resist the mutation and even control it. Through this control, they can enhance their bodies and even develop some resistance to the virus. Gao asks our protagonist how he knows all this. Zuo tells his friend not to worry about it, and says he will teach him a breathing technique to increase his evolution speed. He begins to meditate, and calmly tells Gao to focus on every part of his body and if he feels any pain, to fight against it. He also mentions that the virus will accumulate in one part of the body, and that will be the path of evolution. Just like before, Zuo's palms evolved. People like him are known as palm-line evolutionaries. This is the universal form of evolution, meaning his abilities have increased, making him average in all aspects. Last time, he had to go through a lot to learn this breathing method that led him to evolution. This time, however, he has an absolute advantage. This advantage is having experienced the entire last decade before everyone else. The landscape is of a chaotic and destroyed city. A boy in a blue striped jacket runs, holding the hand of a red-haired girl. The girl stumbles and falls, crying. The boy asks if she's okay, and the girl says she twisted her ankle. Suddenly, he looks back and sees a horde of zombies coming to get them. In a heroic act, he lifts her and carries her on his back. The girl tells Tianchen not to worry about her and to run away alone, but he refuses and says he will make sure she lives. He starts running desperately with her on his back. But up ahead, he realizes the bridge is broken. The zombies are quickly running after the two of them. He comments that there won't be any other way. The girl tells him again to let her go and run alone, but he refuses again. Gaining momentum, he tells her to hold on, and decides to jump from one side of the bridge to the other. With enough momentum, he jumps from one side of the bridge to the other, successfully landing safely with the girl on his back. Or so he thought. In reality, the girl slips and starts to fall off the bridge. He tries to grab her hand to keep her from falling. Both with outstretched hands try to hold on, but there's no time. Tianchen falls off the bridge, and Zuo can't save her. Sweating with fear, he wakes up from a nightmare, screaming Tianchen's name. While his friend seems to be having a rather exciting erotic dream, the day begins to brighten outside. Tianchen prepares a motorcycle to go after the person he mentioned earlier. Before he goes, his friend calls out to him. Smiling positively, he asks his friend to bring the girl back as soon as possible. Sarcastically, Tianchen says he would do that even if he hadn't asked. In an ordinary Japanese neighborhood, the protagonist apparently doesn't see any zombies. He gets on the motorcycle and makes the final adjustments to ride through the city after the girl. The protagonist asks his friend to be careful and not let anyone in. He retorts, saying he's not a child. Before he could finish talking, Zuo speeds up the motorcycle, and his friend tells him to come back soon. Focused, he grips the motorcycle handle and accelerates. In an instant, he speeds up and quickly heads off on his way. Gao orders his friend to return safely. As he rides through the streets on the motorcycle, he reflects that he didn't tell Afei the truth, and the girl was indeed his girlfriend in his previous life. Her name is Tianchen, the most important person in his life. But at this moment, the two of them are still complete strangers who have never met. He stops at a 24-hour convenience store. He says he doesn't remember these streets from 10 years ago. A can falls to the ground, surprising our protagonist. Two zombies come at him voraciously. Our hero grips the axe tightly in his hand and maintains a neutral expression on his face. In an aggressive and brutal impulse, the protagonist delivers an extremely swift and powerful blow to the zombies. In an instant, he has already taken care of the zombie threat, but a piercing scream emerges from afar. Gao wonders if it was humans who made that scream. Inside a car surrounded by zombies, we see two frightened sisters, with the older one trying to calm the younger one. The zombies are trying at all costs to break into the car. The window suddenly breaks, and the sister can't contain her fear of imminent death that takes over her body. One of the zombies gets into the car in the passenger seat. Tianchen appears and grabs the zombie by the pants, throwing it far away. The zombie crashes against the wall, breaking it. The difference in the protagonist's strength after meditating is noticeable. The older sister and the younger sister are shocked but relieved by the hero's presence. The other zombies look at him in astonishment. He delivers a powerful kick to the creatures' heads. His kick sends the monsters flying away. The little girl looks in awe at her savior. He moves extremely quickly behind another zombie and grabs its torso, executing a suplex that slams its head into the ground. The girl thinks everything her hero is doing is amazing. After these moves, he realizes that his strength and reaction time have truly increased, making him one of the strongest in the world. 2 more zombies charge at him, and he doesn't back down at all, quite the opposite. Within moments, the problem is already solved. The 2 zombies are already defeated by now. He seems a bit tired, and there's blood on his face, while the girl's sister thanks him. Tianchen tells her they should go to a safe place and recommends they go to the 24-hour convenience store. The sister asks what he will do, and the protagonist tells her he'll go later. They head toward the store until the little girl comments that her teddy bear is missing. While the protagonist is pouring gasoline on the car, he notices that the lines on his hands, indicating his new abilities, are showing. With a sort of sixth sense, the protagonist feels that there are still zombies nearby. The younger sister asks the older one if the boy will be okay and says she wants to leave the store to make sure, but she concludes that she should take her sister with her and grabs her hand. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies charges at the protagonist, who coldly assesses the situation. With a lit cigarette in his mouth, he throws it toward the gasoline he poured on the car. In an instant, the car ignites, and a massive explosion causes the flames to consume the zombies. While this happens, the hero stands with his back turned, a cold expression on his face. The older sister is holding a cleaver in her hands as she witnesses the car explosion. In the reflection of her eyes, we see a kind of doubt and despair regarding the protagonist. He questions her about why they aren't waiting inside the store. Back at the convenience store, the boy asks the little girl if the other is her mother, and she says she's her sister. In his hands, he shows a teddy bear, saying he found it inside the car. The girl thanks our hero a lot, who is happy with her gesture. While he drinks water, the girl asks if he found her sister attractive, and he says yes. Bluntly, she asks why he doesn't become her brother-in-law and start dating her sister. He gets irritated and says kids shouldn't say things like that. The older sister says she doesn't like the idea of taking food like this since it's stealing, but the protagonist says that if she doesn't do it, others will. She comments that she was a teacher at a girls' school until yesterday, and in the blink of an eye, the whole society collapsed. The protagonist is surprised and asks enthusiastically if the school was Xingxing, and the woman says yes. Holding her shoulders, he asks if she knows Surua Xian. She first asks him to let go, and he apologizes. But she comments that yes, she is Xian's teacher and asks if the boy knows her. With a more downcast tone, he says they are friends, but internally he knows they haven't met to that extent yet. The older sister says that Xian is smart, and nothing should have happened to her, and that she might still be at the school. Realizing the danger the protagonist is facing for Xian, she asks if they are friends or dating. Suddenly, she gives him a kiss on the cheek, which leaves him embarrassed. He is confused, and she says it is a thank you kiss since they are parting ways now. The younger sister, crying, asks if they can follow the boy since he is nice and will protect them. The older sister says not to bother the man since he has his own matters to resolve and that one day they will meet again. The boy gently places his hand on the girl's head and asks if her sister knows how to drive, and she nods. He tells them to hurry as they are about to leave. Now outside, the 3 are on Tianchen's motorcycle while he drives. The woman comments on how scary it is to see the world in ruins like this. To try to calm them down, the protagonist says they should think of it as a horror movie virus. He quickly parks and says they have arrived at their destination. He stops in front of a car and says that breaking into this type of car is his specialty. The older sister scolds him, calling him a student, and saying that this is illegal. She also says they should go to a police station to look for Xian, but he doesn't seem to like the idea. He points to a police officer turned into a zombie and asks if that's the officer they should be asking for help. The teacher is shocked. The protagonist asks her name. Facing the zombie police officer, she responds that her name is Luo. Stepping forward, he strikes the police officer in the face with the crowbar, killing him. The protagonist says the world has changed into something beyond her imagination. Luo is terrified while the little girl is impressed, and Zuo's expression seems more violent. As he searches the corpse, the protagonist comments that the police officer had good equipment but no weapon. Dressed in the police uniform, he remarks that regular infected shouldn't be able to bite through these clothes. Handing a weapon to the teacher, he tells her that public order is gone, and she should focus on protecting herself. He says he has done everything he can for them and that he modified the car. He tells them to go find Gao, saying they came because of Zuo Tianchen. The teacher concludes his name is Zuo, and he agrees. The sister says her full name and that of her younger sister, which is Luo Xiaoshui, and asks the hero to be careful. As the teacher accelerates the car, our protagonist speeds up his motorcycle. She orders the boy to return safely, and he says he will. The teacher drives calmly until her sister says she might miss her chance when he finds his girlfriend. The older sister, in a more melancholic tone, says she knows but there's nothing she can do. The younger sister says that adults are strange. There is an enormous and unusual traffic jam throughout the city. The protagonist realizes that not even his motorcycle will get through this traffic. He gets off the motorcycle and decides to walk, but something ahead catches his attention. Noticing a police car in the middle of the line of cars, he imagines there might be a weapon inside the vehicle. Looking through the window, he sees a dead police officer with his head on the steering wheel, and looking at the seat, he notices a simple gun lying around. Suddenly, a zombie slams its hands on the glass and makes a noise. In the blink of an eye, someone flies out of the car. The glass shatters right in front of Zuo. An extremely strong man in a suit seems to have thrown the zombie away, commenting to himself that there are cars all around and it's not possible to move away from the infected. The zombie lets out a huge scream when a shard of glass hits its forehead. The protagonist looks stunned and quickly smashes its head against the nearby car. But the moment the infected's head is smashed against the car alarm goes off, as do all the others. We see the protagonist using a combat knife to stab another zombie. Crouched in front of the newly dead body, he says it won't be possible to fight a horde in the middle of this sea of cars. He knows he will need the police officer's weapon. Meanwhile, at the school, the dark corridor leads to a specific room, the first grade class 4 room. Inside the room are 3 high school girls. A red-haired girl with yellow eyes is in a catatonic state, hugging her knees. Another girl comments that she sees someone on the street. They comment that he killed several monsters but set off the car alarms, and now a horde is after him. On top of the police car, he counts the bullets and realizes that 35 won't be enough. He jumps from car to escape the zombies, but he is slowly being surrounded. One of the girls asks why he's on top of the bus instead of running, and her friend says it's to avoid being surrounded. But a daring zombie climbs onto the bus and comes face to face with the irritated protagonist. In a swift move, he strikes with his crowbar and throws it far away. He comments that unless it's absolutely necessary, he won't use the pistol. With that, he continues attacking other zombies with his crowbar, crushing their skulls and sending them to hell. He shouts for the zombies to come at him, saying he will kill them all. The girls discuss whether they should ask him for help because they don't know his intentions or if he will survive this situation. In total frenzy, the protagonist attacks the zombies madly, killing them all, determinedly affirming to himself that he won't die there. The sun sets in the background. Hundreds of infected bodies are lying on the ground. Zuo leans on his axe as dusk arrives, along with the last zombie. He feels his strength fading and realizes he needs to rest, but the zombie charges straight at him. The creature gains momentum and leaps toward the protagonist. Quickly, he puts the bar of his crowbar into the zombie's mouth, making it bite down on the metal. The protagonist pushes the crowbar against the zombie. He gets irritated with the zombie, calling it weak, saying it hasn't even evolved to the second stage. And he delivers a powerful blow to the monster's head to kill it instantly. The infected flies off the bus. A huge bang is heard. A shot from a pistol explodes the head of another infected. Tired, the protagonist finishes off the zombie with a shot to its head. Completely exhausted, the hero falls to the ground and tries to use this moment to test his resistance to the virus. The black-haired girl tells Big Sister Xiao that the boy killed all the zombies. She is surprised and asks about his current condition. The girl replies that he seems to be resting while the other asks if there's any chance he might save them. Meanwhile, in his deep, personal meditation, he realizes it is time to organize and modify the cells of the Ebola virus and gather them in their place of origin. After the first stage, the gathered spots will form a pattern that will increase his physical abilities. He activates the 10,000 abilities system. He imagines he should now be able to kill non-evolved infected much more easily since he has twice the strength of a normal human. Even without testing his other abilities yet, he assumes they must be strengthened. But most importantly, his recovery and immunity. Now he can sense objects within a radius of 5 meters, and if he activates his perception mode, it goes up to 20, but it restricts his movements. However, the spiritual system is much more powerful. Before, Xianxian could see an entire kilometer. He wonders if Xianxian is at the school. Looking toward the school, he says he is going to meet her. The sky is illuminated by the moon on this dark night. As he focuses on his senses, Zuo detects 2 nearby vital signs that he believes are infected. Knowing his range isn't that great, he assumes there must be more of them, so he throws a can to distract them. The 2 zombies are attracted by the sound and run toward the can. He spots about 5 zombies on top of a wall. He notices that they are 5 non-developed types, and with his current abilities, he thinks it will be easy to handle them. It is a perfect moment for him to test his abilities after his evolution. He jumps down from the wall he was perched on toward the group of infected. As he lands, he brings 2 zombies to the ground, crushing their heads. He feels that his coordination and reflexes have increased threefold. The other zombies rush toward him while he still holds the 2 bodies in his hands. He realizes that difficult moves seen in movies, he can now easily perform in real life. Executing a precise cut, he eliminates 3 heads at once in a single strike. In his current state, first-stage zombies are no longer a threat to him. Inside the classroom, the girls' resources are running low, and they fear dying of hunger. They discuss whether they should go out at night through the corridors to look for food. The red-haired girl with yellow eyes decides to grab the flashlight. The 3 of them head out together into the corridor in the middle of the night. With their flashlights pointed ahead, they sneak through the corridors. They decide to split up to search for supplies. The girl with yellow eyes starts searching through her classmates' backpacks to find something. Under a desk, she finds a bottle of water. She celebrates her discovery. Suddenly, one of the girls is startled and can't hold back a scream. Tianchen, entering the school, realizes there are people there because of the scream. The pink-haired girl becomes worried and asks the hamster to let her go because she is concerned about her friends. Outside the classroom, one of her friends runs frantically while an infected student chases her. The girl runs desperately, and the yellow-eyed girl shouts for Shaoling. But it is no use. In the blink of an eye, Shaoling is bitten on the neck by an infected student. Behind her is another dead friend, and in front of her, Shaoling is being eaten alive by a zombie. The zombie devours the girl's neck. The other girl agonizes on the ground as her life fades before the eyes of her surviving friend. The infected notices the presence of the only living girl. Quickly, the girl starts to run frantically, but the infected one chases her. Inside the school, Zuo realizes that the noise he made earlier attracted many infected, which he did not expect. He draws both pistols, finally ready to use them, as he doesn't want to get hurt. He quickly starts shooting at the zombies. As the gun cools down, the protagonist notices the infected are evolving, and he wonders if it's supposed to be this fast. Reloading the magazine, he notices he only has 25 bullets left, and knows he needs to conserve them. In the dark corridor, lit only by the moon, we see several zombies lying on the ground. Looking to the side, he sees zombies trying to attack a window. To check if there are any survivors inside the room, he decides to use his detection ability. The surroundings are safe, but inside the room, he senses the presence of a girl. He grips his weapon tightly. The girl, crying and hugging her knees, begs the zombies not to come in. Suddenly, she notices the noise has stopped. Relieved, she wonders if the infected have gone away. Someone knocks on the door, and the girl is startled, falling back. But since it's a human voice, she calms down. She opens the door with a smile, coming face to face with Tianchen, who has a serious expression. She quickly asks if he has any food because she is very hungry. The protagonist gives her food and water for her pet. While the girl devours Zuo's food, he asks if she knows Xian, and she says everyone knows her since she is the queen of the school. She asks if he is looking for her, and he nods. She comments that many people fled earlier, and others hid, and if she's at the school, she's definitely hiding. The protagonist is surprised by the girl's necklace and asks her where she got it. She exclaims for him to let go since the item is hers, and she asks what he is trying to do. Our hero asks the girl if her father is Luo Rehang. The girl asks if he knows her father, and the protagonist says they are friends. He puts his hand on her shoulder and says he will take her to see her father. She lets go of his hand and says she has no desire to see her father. However, she says she will follow him since he has food. With a lit cigarette and a half smile, he says that's good, too. They then shake hands, sealing a deal between them. We see a ruined, seemingly deserted place from the protagonist's past. Zuo and Luo, the girl's father, walk together searching for resources, but they seem unsuccessful in their quest. Suddenly, our hero senses something strange. He tells Uncle Luo that something is wrong, and the man says he noticed it too. A green creature with an erratic and sinister form emerges from the shadows. Several green roots form its bizarre body, and its eyes glow red. The protagonist comments that it's the claw type. Internally, he considers that the 2 of them alone won't be enough. Luo tells him not to panic and asks him to cover him while he deals with the creature. They comment that they need to finish this quickly. In the blink of an eye, the creature flies at Uncle Luo, who is already wielding his 2 machetes. He quickly delivers several powerful slashes to the creature. It screams in pain but retaliates, throwing the man away. As Luo is thrown, he breaks through the walls he passes. He calls out for Tianchen, who understands the message and starts shooting at the monster. The monster looks at the hero with a hateful expression as his ammunition runs out. Suddenly, the monster charges at him with full force, and our survivor looks completely desperate. Before it can strike, Luo cuts off one of the creature's arms with his machete. Pivoting his foot back and gaining momentum, he prepares to deliver another blow. He slices the creature into several pieces, finishing it off. The two sigh in relief because this time it was really close, and Zuo, surprised, asks how Luo suddenly got so fast. He opens his shirt and shows his body, revealing his well-defined physique and showing that he has evolved. Tianchen says he expected nothing less from number 1, and a modest Luo says he should train in the breathing techniques he developed. In the middle of a military fort, they start talking. Luo seems distracted, looking at something, and his friend notices and asks what it is. He looks at a pendant he gave his daughter for her birthday, a pendant both of them have. Surprised, the protagonist questions him about having a daughter and never mentioning it before. The man says her name is Luo Lan Sha, and because he is a soldier, he doesn't spend much time with her. Zuo asks where she is, and crying, the girl's father says she must be 18 now, if she is still alive. As he says this, more tears stream down his face while the cigarette remains lit in his mouth. With his hand on his face and in a regretful tone, the father says that when the virus spread, he was on a mission and could have been with her at the time, and that if he had been with her, he would have ensured her safety. With a reassuring smile, the protagonist says that the daughter of someone as strong as him must be strong too. In the present, in the classroom, the girl begins to meditate and use the breathing technique. Following the boy's instructions, she continues practicing meditation, and he says they will leave the next day. He notices she is successfully gathering the virus cells, even though it isn't much. It will be enough. He lights another cigarette and goes to the window to smoke. Before being reborn, Uncle Luo, the mentor and friend of our protagonist, went through a lot to master these exercises, and Zuo was his only apprentice. Now, after reincarnating, Zuo is teaching these techniques to his daughter, making him wonder if it could be fate. At the top of the school, inside the emergency stairs, we see bloodstains on the door. The blood-soaked stairs lead down to a specific place, a semi-open door. Inside the room, an infected person on the floor seems to be emanating a different energy. Its cells are evolving. They appear to be multiplying and enhancing, evolving to the next stage. Suddenly, what was once a common infected seems to have become a much worse threat. Back in the classroom, the protagonist talks to his friend's daughter. He asks her if she knows how to use a gun, and she says her father probably taught her. The protagonist advises her to keep the gun's safety off, as any situation could be dangerous. When the boy says she understood everything quickly, she responds it's because she's seen many people die. He advises her to practice in silence, and the girl, questioning if he killed all the zombies with his technique, says she wants to be stronger than him. He replies that she must practice if she wants to achieve such a feat and asks her where the generator is. The girl explains that the generator is in the basement behind the storage room, and it's very dark there. Using his perception ability, he doesn't detect any zombies nearby. Wanting to ensure there's no one else left in the school, he thinks about making an announcement over the loudspeaker. Even though he thinks finding the generator room is important, he feels something is off. He remembers the rope he found in the police car and considering it's the 3rd floor, it should be enough. With that, he hangs the rope and starts descending, knowing he can't waste time on zombies. Climbing down the rope, he quickly reaches the storage room. The feeling of insecurity permeating the environment was coming from this place. Because of this feeling, he wonders if the infected have already mutated. With his weapon in hand, he knows he must go in no matter what and activates his perception ability. Even with his 6th sense, he doesn't feel the presence of any infected. Calmly, he opens a door, cautiously pointing his weapon at any possible threat in front of him. He notices that the basement is quite large, and his detection might have failed, so he must be careful. 2 bright red eyes seem to be watching the protagonist. Behind him, the creature appears ready to attack. Finally, he finds the generator room and slowly opens the door. He immediately encounters an infected woman who gets up aggressively within seconds. In less than a second, he fires the gun, hitting the zombie in the head. However, unexpectedly, an evolved infected appears behind him, attempting to land an attack. Before being hit, he manages to notice the blow, and realizes it's a 2nd stage infected. The monstrous creature delivers a massive punch to the ground, causing enormous damage, but our hero manages to dodge it. He starts running extremely fast, irritated by the zombie's accelerated evolutionary rate. With his vast knowledge of the infected, he knows that from the 2nd stage, their bones become fortified, especially the skull. He knows that having a heavy weapon would make things easier. Quickly, he strikes the zombie with his axe, and realizes it had no effect, so he must escape as quickly as possible. The monster knocks down a door, while the protagonist runs up the stairs in a strategic retreat. The creature continues screaming at him. He taunts the creature, asking if it really thinks it can kill him after following him to the surface. In an open area, the protagonist has the advantage of fighting the creature without haste. He swings the crowbar at the zombie's jaw, causing it to spin and fall down the stairs. Falling down several flights of stairs, the zombie seems to suffer significant damage. However, it quickly gets up as if nothing had happened, letting out a thunderous roar of rage that the whole school can hear. Luo Lansha is startled when she hears the roar. The zombies seem attracted by the sound and start running through the corridors. They seem hypnotized, heading towards the sound. They begin to move through the courtyard towards the storage room. Realizing that the zombie isn't stopping its scream, the protagonist concludes it must be calling other infected. He leaps while striking the evolved infected to stop it from continuing to call other zombies. The move works, and this time the zombie appears to be hurt. Immediately, the protagonist steps on it and prepares for another series of attacks. Consumed by anger and euphoria, he delivers multiple blows with his weapon. Gritting his teeth and overwhelmed by rage, the protagonist yells at it to die already. But he notices more infected coming up the stairs. The evolved infected quickly gets back up. Realizing there are too many infected around, our hero thinks of climbing the stairs to gain an advantage. He quickly dodges another punch from the buff zombie, and decides to retreat at lightning speed. The buff zombie starts chasing him, along with 4 others it summoned. Using his ability, he detects the presence of the 4 zombies. He realizes this zombie hasn't fully evolved because second stage ones can summon 10 at a time. Gaining momentum from the wall and planning an attack, the protagonist intends to end this quickly. The zombies look at him. Firing consecutive shots from his weapon, the protagonist hits the buff zombie. He quickly switches weapons, grabbing his crowbar and striking the first stage zombies. They all seem hurt, but the evolved buff one appears to be getting more irritated. With a bullet lodged in its forehead, it looks deeply annoyed. Our protagonist knows that the pistol bullets won't kill the zombie but will slow it down. And with this delay, he creates an opening to attack with his crowbar. They lock eyes at the moment of the strike. Thus, the protagonist manages to knock down and kill the buff zombie with his attack. The scariest thing about these second stage zombies is that they can call for backup and make stealth attacks. With the zombie dead, the protagonist decides to go back and turn on the electricity. Looking down, he sees that the zombie attracted all the zombies to the first floor of the school. Back in the school corridors, he finds an infirmary. Entering, he grabs a medical emergency kit, taking medicinal alcohol, among other things. Opening the window, he starts throwing the alcohol. The zombies are startled by the bottles of alcohol being thrown. Some even hit a few infected on the head. Finally, he lights a bottle with a lighter and throws it out the window. All the gathered zombies are set on fire by the Molotov cocktail. Lua watches the flames from the top floor. Seeing how strong the flames were, she is impressed. At that same moment, the lights come back on in the school, and the girl notices this. Our protagonist begins to test the school's loudspeakers. The girl says she understands now. When he calls for Xian, he realizes he said her name affectionately, and corrects himself, calling for Surua Xian. He announces he is there to save her, and that if she is still in the building, she should meet him at the gate the next day. He says that even if she finds it strange since they don't know each other, he asks for her trust. He hopes to find Xian at the school the next day. Night falls at the school. Our hero returns to the classroom with Luo, who says she heard the announcement and understands their situation. Luo believes that Zuo had a love at first sight for Xian, fell madly in love with her, and is some kind of stalker. He interrupts her with a pat, saying she's making all this up. Finally, he asks her to rest since they'll be leaving early the next day. The day dawns, and Luo Lansha has just woken up from a restless night's sleep. Zuo is already up and says they are leaving, and Luo tells him that Xian is at the gate. Impulsively, he runs toward the outside of the school, passing by several of the zombie bodies he killed the previous day. With his back turned, he sees the most important person in his life, Xian. Internally, he is happy to see her again. He gets excited and shouts Xian's name, but when she turns around, it's a completely different person. Our protagonist is confused and stunned, not understanding. Regaining his senses, he asks the two if they have seen Surua Xian, and they say no. The two completely unknown girls start flirting with the protagonist, telling him to stay with them. Sharply, he tells them to get out of his sight immediately. They are scared by the way he speaks, and even Luo's hamster tells them to scram. Luo asks her hamster to stop. The protagonist angrily asks the strange girl if she was bitten. He starts cursing at her for being bitten and not saying anything. Pointing the gun at her face, he concludes that she must have been bitten about 20 minutes ago and will transform in an hour. The strange girl says it was just a scratch and that nothing will happen, but her friend gets irritated and pushes her. The other friend claims she wasn't scratched and asks to be taken along. Her best friend grabs her arm, saying she gave her water, and the other says she doesn't want to die. Begging to be taken along, the betraying friend claims she'll do anything and calls her friend a monster. Suddenly, in an instant, the almost transformed strange girl bites her friend on the shoulder. The three of them look at each other in absolute shock at what just happened. The friend tells her to let go of her shoulder because it hurts a lot. Saying she's a monster, she declares she'll take her friend with her, and they will both transform. Our survivor says she's almost transformed, which means the other one is also infected. She falls to her knees, saying to herself that this is impossible, and she doesn't want to die. Meanwhile, her friend laughs maniacally after committing such an evil act. Seeing this situation, the protagonist appears indifferent and says that Xian isn't at the school. While the girl cries, he and Luo leave through the front gate of the school. Shocked, the protagonist says his motorcycle is gone, which means they will have to walk. Looking at the hamster, he asks if its name is Shangbiao and says it will be very useful because it's special. Saying he feels something coming from inside Shangbiao, it seems like it has evolved somehow. He comments that the only research on the apocalypse is based on the experiences that happened to them. Luo asks how he knows so much if the incident happened only 4 days ago. Our protagonist replies that he went back in time and that the hamster might have powers they don't know about. Suddenly, Zuo hears gunshots in the distance, and Luo responds that there is a police station nearby. She says they should check out the police station, and Luo replies that they will be safe with the police. He nods and laughs sarcastically. Approaching the police station, they see a shootout where officers are shooting at zombies surrounding the place. Many zombies are shot in the head and fall dead instantly. The officers fire bursts from their guns, spitting bullets at high speed. Taking cover behind the police cars, they shoot the infected, and Luo watches the scene in shock while Zuo seems indifferent. One officer talks to Mr. Lin, saying they won't last much longer since they're running out of bullets. Mr. Lin asks them to hold on a bit longer, as they've only had time to evacuate half the citizens. Following the order, the officer tells them to form a defensive line. Luo, disappointed on the ground, says she thought this place was safe, and the protagonist responds that there are no safe places anymore. Putting out his cigarette, he seems to make a decision, and Luo asks where they are going. Activating his detection ability, he sees 4 zombies in the area. He tells her to wait there and not let her guard down. Entering the building, he encounters only 3 of the 4 zombies he detected. They notice the protagonist and charge at him. Quickly, he sweeps their legs, and as he knocks the zombie to the ground, he also tears its head off. Luo's hamster starts growling as the buff zombie tries to hit the protagonist. In response, he swings his crowbar into its face. As he prepares to strike the buff zombie, he notices something. Behind Luo Lansha, the 4th zombie appears, ready to bite her, but the protagonist manages to warn her in time. In shock, Luo turns to the zombie, trembling with fear. As she reaches out her hand for Luo, the zombie prevents Zuo from helping her. Irritated by this, the protagonist slaps the zombie in the face. A slap that breaks the creature's jaw, and then he crushes its head. Twisting its head back and breaking it with a superhuman strength, he yells at the girl to shoot the zombie behind her as quickly as possible. The girl, trembling, aims at it, telling it to back off. The moment the zombie growls and charges at her, the girl fires without hesitation. The powerful shot blows off half the zombie's face. It immediately falls lifeless to the ground. With the gun barrel still hot and smoking, the girl breathes a sigh of relief. At that moment, while she is in a state of shock, the protagonist extends his hand to her with a light, friendly smile. She apologizes for getting distracted, and he just advises her always to be aware of her surroundings. He congratulates her for killing her first infected. He says they can see the fight through the window, and the girl asks why they don't help in the battle. He replies that this kind of shooting attracts zombies from kilometers away, making it very dangerous. Zuo says it would be suicide since it's 10 police officers against 10,000 undead. Luo tells them to get out of there, but our most beloved survivor says to wait. Smoking on the balcony and watching the police, he says they will take their weapons when they leave. Outside, the shootout continues fiercely. The officer tells Oldlin they can't hold on much longer and must retreat. Shouting, Oldlin tells all units to prepare to retreat and return to the original formation. Luo, who is watching the scene, informs the protagonist that they are retreating. Saying he searched everywhere, he shows that he only found a knife and a few other things. Luo asks if they can try using the car key to find the corresponding vehicle and use it. The protagonist hands her a knife to use as a backup since they are running out of ammunition. Suddenly, without any apparent cause or intention, she strikes with the knife at Zuo, who just catches it between his fingers. The girl retorts that she was following his advice to gain experience through tough fights, and she doesn't want to be a burden. She also questions why they haven't encountered any evolved infected, and he responds that only 1 in 100 evolves. Explaining to her, he says that the second stage improves speed and strength, but they are still within human capacity. The problem is that they gain the ability to make surprise attacks and summon other infected. He comments that heavy weapons are quite effective against them, and the next stages won't appear for a long time. Asked about the time it takes for them to evolve, the protagonist responds that the second stage takes between a week and a month. Noting through the window that the infected are following the police as they retreat, he sees this as their chance. With the moon lighting their path, they both descend the building and head to the street. Using the car remote, They find the corresponding vehicle. They gather the supplies and use the car to get to the police station. The protagonist tells Luo to stay close to him since there still might be zombies around. He also asks her to leave her pet in the car and take everything out of her backpack. Binoculars observe the two entering the building. The guy using the binoculars tells his boss that the police and zombies have disappeared. His boss tells him to give more information. He comments that a couple entered, and the girl is quite pretty. Finally, they say the two have already entered the building. The boss, with an intimidating expression, asks if he's messing with him. He orders his other two henchmen to go get more weapons at the police station. He also plans to kidnap the girl. On the cold, dark night, they walk down the street. 3 henchmen and their boss, all with a thuggish posture. Entering the police station, several mutilated bodies are scattered around. Blood is spread across the room and the furniture. The protagonist concludes that the police cleaned up the area and says to check the storage room, and Luo suggests they split up. Going to the second floor, he tells the girl to be careful, and she nods. Climbing the stairs and using his detection ability, he doesn't see any infected. Trying the doorknob, he finds the door locked and quickly decides to kick it down and break it open. With the door wide open and on the floor, he finds the storage room. He can't contain a reaction of surprise at the environment he finds. Happy, he says he hit the jackpot. Opening a black box, he finds 2 simple pistols. Holding 2 other larger guns, he wonders if this is all the police equipment. He realizes they didn't have time to check this batch, so if he keeps looking, he will surely find many weapons. Some time passes, and Luo finds bulletproof vests, batons, helmets, but no weapons. She seems bothered by the lack of equipment there. Hearing the sound of a can being kicked, she thinks it's Tianchen. But she comes across 4 thugs armed with melee weapons. The boss tells his 2 brothers to search the upper floor while he and his other henchmen will check this floor. Quickly noticing the presence of strangers, Luo arms herself with the pistol. Aware that it could be a dangerous situation, she decides to hide. The moonlight illuminates the storage room, giving a clear view of the furniture. A noise indicates someone is opening the door. A crack opens, and yellow eyes observe through it. Luo sees one of the henchmen talking to his boss about the storage room. The boss scolds him and hits him to make him stay quiet so that the two don't notice their presence. The girl realizes at that moment that the men know they are in the building. As the 2 men decide to check the direction where she is hiding, the girl keeps her weapon pointed. They pass by closely and don't see anything useful in the surroundings. Just as they start to leave and decide to check another place, the girl lowers her weapon. But suddenly, the door swings open, and a man in a yellow jacket appears. Luo continues to point her gun at him, trembling. Despite facing death, he gives a sly smile. Putting everything in his backpack, Zuo notices it is full and decides it's time to return to Luo. As he takes a step, he senses something strange in the air. Quickly, he takes cover behind the wall to hide. Beside him, 2 people walk down the corridor. The guy in the hat asks if the protagonist will give them trouble, but his friend says their boss is a martial arts champion. Wisely, the guy in the red hat asks what if the protagonist has a weapon, and his friend says they have 4 people. The strongest man says he will take the protagonist by surprise by sneaking through the shadows. But before he can do anything, our hero appears behind the thug, ready to strike. With a single blow, the tall, dark-skinned man is already on the ground, unconscious. Our protagonist imagines there must be more of them, as they mentioned a boss. At that moment, a kind of sixth sense makes him feel that Luo might be in danger. Meanwhile, Luo Lansha points her gun, trembling, at the man. Aiming with a tense yet angry expression, the man responds with a sarcastic smile. The 2 thugs raise their hands in surrender. Asking her to lower the gun, the man remains calm, smiling slightly. With a furrowed brow and clenched teeth, Luo Lansha doesn't seem to yield to their demands. In a calm tone, the man says he isn't ill-intentioned and just wants to talk. Still unyielding, she says they have nothing to talk about and that they should leave. Trying to calm her, the man says life isn't as easy as it used to be, and they can help each other and explore together. The 2 of them smile at each other with a malicious tone. Luo tells them not to come any closer, or she will shoot. Boldly, she pulls the trigger forcefully. The 2 are startled by this action, but nothing happens. The gun doesn't fire. The boss grabs her by the arm and says he will teach her something. That before shooting, she should take off the safety first. He gets close to her face and asks what she thinks about going out with him. Putting her hand on his, the boss starts to get excited, getting closer to him and speaking in a neutral tone. Suddenly, her expression changes, and she knees the boss in the groin with all her strength. His whole face contorts with pain, and he is paralyzed by it. Falling to his knees, his henchman asks if his boss is okay. At that moment, she sees an opening to escape and starts running. She begins to run for her life down the corridors of the building, but the henchman's hand reaches her, pulling the girl by the collar and holding her in his arms. She tries to break free and screams because of it. Irritated, the criminal points a gun at her head. In a vile and malicious tone, he says if she moves, he will shoot. Suddenly, something seems to distract the bandit. A noise coming from the dark corridor ahead makes the bandit question what is happening. Unexpectedly, the hamster Shangbiao appears with its bright eyes and an expression never seen before on its face. Sighing in relief, the bandit realizes it's just a hamster. But quickly, the hamster starts climbing up the bandit's leg, crawling inside his pants and biting his leg. As he writhes in pain, Luo Lansha approaches and bites the criminal too. The bandit starts shaking all over, and Luo sees an opening to escape. Irritated with the hamster that won't stop biting him, he grabs it and tries to kill it. But Shangbiao bites his hand before he can crush it. Falling to the ground, the hamster runs back to its owner. Luo Lansha picks it up. Completely enraged, he says he was forced to do this after what just happened, and immediately starts shooting at the girl and the hamster. The girl starts running, and none of the shots hit her. She jumps with all her might into the corridor where she will be safe and protected, managing to land on the stairs without a scratch from the bullets. A bit hurt from the fall, she notices a hand reaching out to her. Tianchen appears to help Luo Lansha, so it tells her to be quiet and make less noise while taking cover. The criminal starts shouting for the girl to come out of hiding and show herself. His boss appears, calling for the fourth brother. He asks if his boss is okay, and the boss replies that he is, but he almost got screwed because of the girl. Talking, he says that now both of them know they are here because of the gunshots. The thug comments that the girl couldn't have gone far, and his boss says the shots were loud, so the brothers must have heard. Luo Lansha asks what they should do, and Zwa first asks if her leg is okay and tells her not to panic. She says it's nothing serious, just a little sore. Our hero says he will carry her, and the girl reacts with embarrassment and shyness. The protagonist quickly says there is no time to be embarrassed. With the girl in his arms, our survivor starts running extremely fast, commenting that the gunshots will attract the infected. The girl remains embarrassed. As they are almost there, they suddenly run into two of the brothers from the group of criminals. The two point their weapons at the protagonist, smiling maliciously. Turning his head back, he notices the other two brothers also pointing their weapons. On a flight of stairs, the protagonist and Luo Lansha realize they are cornered with no way out and no options. The guy in the red hat mentions that there are still weapons in the storage room that will be left for them. Instigating the protagonist to put Luo down, the boss says they don't stand a chance against 4 people. Internally, the hero thinks he should have finished off the other 2 brothers when he had the chance. Gritting his teeth while the girl starts crying, the protagonist knows he has no other option. Suddenly, the boss is in shock. Red lines start to appear on the protagonist's bracelet, resembling flames. His arm glows red as he takes on a stern, unyielding pose. His expression changes, becoming serious and unwavering, bordering on hatred. One of the brothers shouts for the second brother to be careful. Suddenly, the protagonist jumps over one of them, preparing to strike. The second brother watches this happen, stunned. Our protagonist widens his eyes as he sees him firing a bullet from his weapon. With superhuman agility, the protagonist dodges the shot with ease. With his mouth open and eyes wide in disbelief, the second brother can't believe what he just saw. And before he can do anything, he receives a powerful punch right in the middle of his face. A punch that makes the second brother spin and fly. Such is the magnitude of the force. In the blink of an eye, the thug hits the wall, already dead. His eyes roll back, blood trickling from his head and mouth, indicating he is dead. Seeing the scene, the other brother in the red hat looks shocked. Shouting and cursing the protagonist, he draws his pistol and aims at his back. In an instant, the protagonist swings a massive kick to the thug's face. He spins as he takes the kick and spits a lot of blood from his mouth. Below the stairs, the thugs shout for the third brother, who falls down the flight of stairs. Meanwhile, the protagonist calls the girl to leave. Their boss asks if the third brother is okay while the one in the blue jacket keeps shooting. The shots hit the wall next to Luo Lansha, who is startled by the burst. They continue hitting the wall, and none hit the protagonist or his friend. One of the brothers comments that they have disappeared, and the boss tells him to go after them. Looking through the window, they see there's a full trash can down below. He asks her to jump into the trash can and then hide in the car because the place is no longer safe. She hesitates about jumping out the window, but the protagonist encourages and urges her. Still unsure about jumping, Zuo urges her on, saying the attackers have arrived. With the window open, the protagonist gives her a push so she will go. The girl lands safely but irritated in the trash can on the ground floor of the building. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 brothers approach, armed and furious with our hero. Drawing 2 swords from his back, our protagonist knows he can't maintain the virus's stimulation much longer. Gaining extreme speed, the protagonist charges at the remaining ones with his weapons in hand. Reacting extremely quickly to Tianchen's movement, the thugs start shooting in desperation. With superhuman agility, The protagonist dodges all the shots without apparent effort. The boss looks terrified at the human being in front of him, who more closely resembles a monster. At the moment he tries to shoot Zuo, he hits him instead. Seeing his arm fly through the air, the boss panics and screams in pure agony. As the boss is in absolute shock, Zuo takes advantage of it and delivers an extremely powerful kick to his face. The kick sends him flying, possibly breaking some bones. While their boss is sent flying, the other two brothers watch the entire scene in terror. One of them remains paralyzed, while the other starts running toward the protagonist. But Zuo appears in front of both of them in an instant. They look in shock at the monster in front of them. In the blink of an eye, severed fingers fly through the air. They scream in agony from the sharp pain they are feeling as our hero sheathes his swords. Quickly, he grabs both by the neck. Lifting them and choking them, he says he doesn't like killing humans. With a wicked expression on his face, Zuo Tianchen says they asked for this. We see a parallel of this scene in an artistic oriental style. While the protagonist continues to hold the two in the air, we see the streets outside. Many footsteps approaching indicate a horde of zombies coming. When the protagonist senses this, he drops the two. Saying he doesn't want to dirty his hands, the protagonist lets nature take care of the two who survived. Noticing that the shots were too high, he knows the location will no longer be safe. He feels that the zombies are already outside. Covering his face, he jumps out of the window and lands on the ground like a superhero. He falls right in front of the zombies. Drawing his sword from his back, he estimates he can hold on for just one more minute. Quickly, he begins to strike with his sword, killing the zombies with ease and focus. He alternates between striking with punches and kicks as well. He defeats a few more infected with ease and a calm expression on his face. Feeling exhaustion set in, he realizes the recoil came too quickly due to the excessive use of his skills. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he can't contain the sweat and heavy, panting breaths. However, in front of him, there is still a horde of hungry and voracious zombies. He tells himself that misfortune always comes in doubles. A bright light comes toward the zombies, which annoys them. Shielding his face from the light, the protagonist feels confused. He notices a huge car with its headlights on, aimed at the zombies. The car speeds up suddenly and runs over the zombies. Inside the car, the protagonist sees Luo Lansha driving and saying that this time she didn't mess up, and he congratulates her. He asks her if she knows how to drive, and the girl says she had practiced before. They decide to leave before the zombies surround them. Accelerating the car, which spews sparks and smoke, they drive away. As the two survivors watch through the window, they see the car leaving. The brother in the blue jacket informs the third brother that they have escaped. The third brother, who is missing fingers, decides he will seek revenge. In shock, the brother tries to say more but seems too scared to do so. Still frozen with fear, he tries to mention the dead, but his speech fails. Finally, he manages to say that they are surrounded by zombies and sees through the window a horde surrounding the police station. On a distant road with mountains and vegetation around, we see the car where the protagonist and Luo are. At dawn, the girl wakes up and quickly calls for her brother Tianchen. Hearing her brother counting the repetitions of his exercises, she is shocked. Tianchen is doing his morning exercises, easily completing 1,000 push-ups. Upon reaching 1,000, he says he's finished and turns to listen to what Luo has to say. Showing his impressive physique, he says he found it harder compared to before since he sweated a lot. The girl says that he is still just a human, and he calmly responds that it was only 1,000 push-ups, and that if he hadn't used the virus too much, he could have done another 1,000. Luo asks about his recovery, and he says it is almost complete since there is no danger around, so he can rest. Lighting his cigarette, he says there's a gas station nearby and that they should go there. With an excited expression, Luo tells him to buckle up. Slamming the accelerator, she makes the car zoom down the road with incredible speed, arriving quickly at the gas station. With his crowbar in hand, he says that someone is nearby and tells the girl to stay behind him. He notices that the door is blocked with 2 iron bars, which means there must be someone alive inside. He asks the girl to hold his pistol and they enter the gas station. Activating his detection ability, he senses someone there but can't determine if they are alive or not. Luo asks if it's a zombie, and Zuo says it doesn't matter since he will deal with it either way. Bashing his crowbar against the glass door, he shatters it easily, breaking it entirely and allowing them to enter, but he is startled to see something on the floor. A middle-aged man lying bloodied makes him question if a mutation is occurring. The man with bloodied holes in his face opens his half-closed eyes and looks toward the protagonist. This makes our hero astonished. Reaching out toward Tianchen, the man asks to be saved, and at that moment, the protagonist realizes he is alive. Luo asks how the man can be alive in these conditions, and Zuo says he doesn't know either. Asking the man if he is injured, he only responds with something about his right hand. Tearing the sleeve of his shirt, he sees an intense mutation happening before his eyes and is impressed that the man is alive. Our protagonist's eyes widen as he looks closer at the mutation. He notices something inside the arm that is a black and red color. Drawing his knife, he tells the man to hang on. Suddenly, he thrusts the knife into the man's arm, and Luo feels disgusted seeing the scene. Our hero says he was right as he expected. He removes a piece of the meteorite from inside the man's arm, a rare and shining kind of stone. Luo Lansha is extremely confused by the fact that the piece of meteorite is in the man's arm. Our protagonist asks if the girl remembers the meteor shower, and she says yes, since the apocalypse started soon after. This rock gave rise to the Ebola virus, according to Tianchen. He says they are alive because they have some immunity to the virus, and just can't touch it directly. He adds that this piece of meteorite will be useful and they can use it later. She asks about the man, and the protagonist says he is already dead and there is nothing they can do. And it was a miracle he lasted this long. But suddenly his hand falls to the side. Quickly, the protagonist moves aside and tells the girl to stay away from him. Suddenly, the man's body, which was supposed to be dead, opens its eyes with a sinister expression, and starts to rise in a sudden and cadaverous manner. The girl starts running to save her life. The zombie of the man lunges at the protagonist with its black and red arm, originating from the meteorite that was in him. The protagonist quickly counters, using his arm to push it away, placing the gun between the zombie's teeth and apologizing before shooting. The girl comes back and calls for Tianchen, who says he's fine. Looking at his hand calmly, he says he never thought he'd be this lucky. He remembers that in his past life, the piece of the meteorite could be sold for a high value to the public, and he decides to keep it for now. Then they decide to fill up the car's tank. After filling the tank, the girl asks the protagonist about the meteorite's function and if it's dangerous to keep the item with him. He responds by saying that the man who taught him the breathing technique was the first to fuse with a piece of the meteorite. In shock, questioning the fact that he fused with the meteorite, she asks if he ended up like that man. He explains that for the power of the fused meteorite to work, a person needs to evolve 3 more times and reach their limit to handle and use it. The girl asks if anyone has already fused with the meteorite, and he says no. She then questions how he knows this, and he reaffirms that he came back from the future, and the girl just agrees, saying it makes sense. Thinking to himself, the protagonist remembers that he had never found a piece of the meteorite before and now managed to find one quickly and easily. Looking at the sky, he tells himself that this time he will climb to the top, aiming for a better future. We see their car parked in front of the Yojia garage. Awaiting anxiously, Gao warmly welcomes the protagonist. The two look at each other happily at the reunion, while Luo and her hamster observe the scene. Noticing the girl there, Gao is intrigued by her presence, and she shows no reaction. He bluntly asks Luo if this is his girl, and he quickly replies no. Ironizing the protagonist, he says that the protagonist has quite a heavy taste. Irritated, Gao asks where he got this kid from, and Luo Lansha responds that they are like siblings and steps on the rude kid's foot. Complaining of pain, Gao starts to whine, and Tianchen says he warned him about her. He asks his friend if anyone came by in the past 2 days, and he says no, as he was ordered not to let anyone in. Thinking to himself, Zuo Tianchen realizes that the 2 sisters didn't come to the Yojia garage. Gao Aofei asks who didn't come in these 2 days, but the protagonist quickly changes the subject. Soon he says he will introduce the two, introducing Luo Lansha as the daughter of his benefactor, and Gao Fei as his adopted brother. The girl doesn't seem to like Gao much due to his unpleasant comments earlier. Asking the protagonist if he found his wife, he says no, as the city is in chaos, and suggests they go to the Ji municipality. Gao thanks Zuo with a friendly and warm expression, but Zuo says Gao should prepare mentally for the trip. Changing his expression to a more melancholic one, he shows he is already expecting the worst. The 3 sleep in separate sleeping bags in the Yojia garage. Luo Lansha is in a deep sleep with her hamster Shangbiao. Gao Aofei is also sleeping soundly in the bed next to her. However, the protagonist is awake with another focus. He starts practicing the breathing technique to control the Ebola virus and stimulate it. He knows that stimulating the virus at this stage will result in an evolution, but the adverse effects will be quite severe. The weakness and injuries are nothing. The important part is that they will strengthen the Ebola virus in his body. He also knows that if his immune system doesn't keep up with the virus, he could turn into an infected immediately. Breathing heavily, he starts trying to calm down. Looking at his hands, he realizes he managed to control it before the 3rd stage and should use it less. Taking 200 grams of the meteorite from his backpack, he says this is his greatest achievement this time. He recalls that previously the only brave person who did this was Xian with 100 grams of the meteorite. Suddenly, the protagonist is startled to see that his friend Gao is having a very lively dream next to him. His nose starts to bleed when he thinks of something exciting. The protagonist even smiles, seeing how carefree his friend is. Soon, he lies back down next to his friends and closes his eyes. He finally decides that it's time to rest. The night falls outside, and the moon continues to shine on the city streets as they sleep. Soon it is dawn, and we see the outside of the Yojia garage. Before everyone wakes up, Zuo is already in full swing with his intense morning exercise routine. With great effort, clenched teeth, and veins bulging on his body, he reaches 3,000 push-ups. Satisfied, he realizes he has finally recovered from his exhaustion. Meanwhile, Luo gradually wakes up. Noticing the girl is awake, he asks her to get up since they are about to leave and need to set out early. Showing her his arsenal, the protagonist says he will give her some items before they leave. He tells his friends he has 5 weapons. Each one should take one and leave a spare in the car. Irritated, the girl looks at the protagonist and says she wants another weapon. She argues that she doesn't have enough strength to aim and that one weapon won't be sufficient. Still disgruntled, Luo Lansha sighs and accepts her situation. Turning to Gao, the protagonist asks him to put on the combat gear. Holding the gear in his hands, Gao says it looks too ugly, and the protagonist argues that it will save his life. Gao eventually accepts the gear, and the protagonist offers a knife to each of his friends, asking them to keep it with them at all times. They both complete the protagonist's statement by saying that the knives could save their lives in critical situations. Zuo, with a serious expression, says it's good they know that. Then he abruptly places a map on the table. Through the map, Gao explains that the journey to G municipality will take about 12 hours, and Luo grumbles that they won't arrive tonight. The protagonist adds that the fastest route is through the city center, and that they should go around it. Luo Lansha questions him about this, saying that they might find resources in the center. Coldly, our hero responds that the meteorite's infection rate is 80% among 12 million people, meaning they will encounter hordes of zombies. 9,600,000 zombies in the city center is a playground for them and a hell for surviving humans. He comments that they can go around the outskirts, which will increase the journey and consequently the travel time, but it will be safer and they will climb a mountain. Gao makes a relevant comment about the fuel supply and that it will run out. The protagonist notes that they have 100 liters of gasoline and that their car uses that type of fuel. But he adds that they should look for gas stations along the way. If they don't find any, they will have to walk the rest of the way. He says he won't drive more than 8 hours a day as they need enough time to train and rest. This way, they will arrive in 2 days. He quickly stands up and aggressively exclaims that they must do one thing first. The two friends look at Zuo Tianchen in shock while he keeps his eyes closed and head bowed. He yells that they will do 500 push-ups and 200 jumping jacks, and they exclaim that they can't refuse the order. Outside, we see Zuo filling the car's tank with a gallon of gasoline. As he fills the tank, the two are exhausted and lying on the ground, sweating and panting. Gao dramatically says he is going to die, and Luo Lansha agrees with him. Our protagonist comments that they trained using the virus and are already tired. Annoyed by the comment, Gao starts whining and asks if he is even human after doing 500 push-ups. Whispering in Gao's ear, Luo says that yesterday he did 1,000 push-ups and today 3,000. Our hero says that besides the progression, it increases his endurance, and by evolving twice, he can easily surpass the record of 3,877 push-ups. Soon, they stop stalling and get into the car. We then see the car speeding down the road with a chain of mountains in the background. While the two friends are asleep, the protagonist remains focused and concentrated, driving at high speed. Zuo is in the driver's seat, Luo in the front passenger seat, and Gao lying in the back seat. Suddenly, Gao Fei wakes up, feeling a bit disoriented. He asks Tianchen if he wants to switch places so he can rest, and Tianchen asks if he knows how to drive. Gao says his father taught him. Gao Fei claims he is a great driver, as good as the protagonist, and warns him not to joke around, as it's dangerous. Zuo just tells him not to drive off the railing, and his friend nods in agreement. As soon as the protagonist lies down in the back seat, he falls asleep and starts snoring. Gao accelerates even more, causing the car to emit sparks due to the sudden acceleration. Luo is startled awake. Zuo wakes up on the floor, having fallen from his position. He wonders if Gao is really a good driver. Irritated at having been woken from her comfortable sleep, Luo Lansha asks what is happening. Gao, looking dejected, says the road is blocked, and Luo retorts that it's no reason to brake abruptly. Our protagonist gives Gao Fei a severe and intense look. He exclaims for Gao Fei to be quick, but Gao doesn't understand what he's saying. Suddenly, they see a zombie trying to open the car door on Luo's side, and a horde of zombies is approaching to surround the car. Gao doesn't know how to react and starts crying and sobbing. Luo also reacts poorly and starts crying with a look of desperation on her face. Luo exclaims, asking why there are so many of them, and Zuo tells his friend to floor it and accelerate immediately. He obeys and slams the accelerator. Grinding his teeth with a frown and sweating profusely, he focuses on escaping the situation. The large car they are in speeds up, emitting sparks and smoke due to the friction and sudden acceleration. The two friends in the car are pushed down by the speed and gravity. Desperate, Gao asks his friend what to do with the railing in front of them. Our protagonist responds that there is nothing else to do but drive over the railing. Being huge, the car easily destroys the railing and passes over it as if it were paper. Sliding slightly, the car makes a turn, and we see the zombies trying to chase them. With his head out of the sunroof, Zuo notices the zombies closing in and shouts for Gao to go faster as they are getting close. Focused but scared, Gao sweats with the stressful situation. He comments that it's hard to go faster on this terrain, as it's uneven and full of rocks on the road. Our survivor reaches into the trunk to get the weapons and tells them to prepare for a fight. The sunroof of the car begins to open. Our protagonist climbs out through the sunroof while the zombies chase them, running extremely fast. With 2 pistols in hand, he starts shooting without hesitation, gritting his teeth and with a furious expression, shouting for them to die. Some zombies still chase the car even as the protagonist fires his 2 pistols. Luo Lansha also draws her single pistol and, with difficulty, aims before shooting. Incredibly, she manages to hit an infected right in the head, killing him instantly. One of the zombies falls, and the others keep running. Others fall too, but the ones still on their feet remain ravenous and fierce. Gao shouts to Tianchen that there is a sewer very close to them, and the protagonist wonders why everything is going wrong. Desperate, Gao asks his friend what they should do now. Zuo, also shouting in desperation, tells him to drive over it and floor it. Gao says he's crazy and that if they fall, it will be the end, and our protagonist responds that there's no other choice. They must risk everything. Trying to keep calm despite his desperation and sweating coldly, Gao says that if they don't make it, they will die. He shifts gears and floors the accelerator. Meanwhile, our hero continues shooting at the zombies from the car's sunroof. Luo Lansha closes her eyes, and Gao stares straight ahead, resolutely. The car continues to accelerate as Zuo Tianchen is on the roof shooting at the zombie horde. The car reaches maximum speed. They are face to face with the massive open sewer. Our protagonist looks ahead, anxious and scared. Shocked by what might happen next, Gao closes one eye and grits his teeth. Quickly, the car flies into the air, lifting several meters off the ground and soaring over the sewer. It manages to land safely on the other side without falling into the sewer. The impact of the car landing forces their bodies down with force. On the other side of the sewer, the car skids around a curve, and Gao begins to brake. Outside the car, the protagonist closes his eyes and tries to breathe, saying that they came very close. Then, looking ahead, he seems to notice something. In front of them, they see an ordinary town full of charming, simple houses. Gao comments that they are safe for now but needs to repair the car, and Zuo says they'll have to spend the night there. He asks his friend to lock the car when he's done, as they are going to check the village ahead. The 3 of them begin to walk together across the large lawn that precedes the village. The sky, with mixed colors of purple and orange, indicates that dusk has arrived and night is also approaching. Zuo Tianchen looks around, feeling somewhat confused. He comments that something seems off, and Luo asks him what's wrong. He says it's too quiet, with no sounds of zombies nearby. The 3 enter the village together armed. They look around, checking every corner of the village as our survivor reloads his weapon. Suddenly, someone appears out of nowhere. Without a second thought, Zuo Tianchen aims his weapon at the person. Both Luo and Gao are startled by the situation. The man, holding what looks like a stick wrapped in bandages, begs him not to shoot. A simple bald man with a friendly face and plain clothes appears, saying he is indeed human. Gao and Luo sigh in relief after the scare. Still aiming his weapon at the man, our hero tells him to drop the stick. Immediately, the man complies and lets go of the stick. As the protagonist thoroughly searches the man, he says he has no ill intentions and soon tells him to be quiet. Gao asks Tianchen to stop, saying the man seems nice, and suggests not jumping to conclusions. The man, with his hand on his head, timidly offers a friendly, pleasant smile. Our hero asks where the other residents are, and the man replies that some have died and others have left. He adds that he must be the only one left in the village. After all, the adults went to work and the children went to school, leaving only the elderly. He says his name is Dingping and claims to own a shop, never expecting something like this to happen in the world. Gao quickly asks if they can sleep at his place, and the man doesn't hesitate to say yes, as it's been a long time since he's seen another human. With a brusque tone, the protagonist tells him not to worry about his friends, and since the village is empty, they should go to another house so as not to disturb the man. Luo corrects Tianchen, saying the man is being kind and he shouldn't disrespect him. Gao tells Zuo that he is too sensitive and that the man has no bad intentions, but the protagonist says it's better to be safe. They tell him that Tianchen is overthinking and it's good to have another person with them. He reluctantly agrees, saying they will continue to be careful. Gao, hugging his friend, apologizes to the man, saying his friend is a bit shy. The man, somewhat shy and awkward, asks them to follow him and shows them to his house. When they arrive at the man's home, he prepares a complete and delicious meal for the adventurers. Modestly, the man says the place is small and hopes he hasn't disappointed them. He tells them not to be shy and to eat as much as they want, and the young people are extremely happy with the warm food. Our protagonist eats slowly and deliberately, and the man notices this and tells him not to be shy. Offering a drink, Zuo says the man is being very polite and that their meeting might be considered fate. Thinking about what the man said about fate, he starts to wonder. He questions if he still has the fate of meeting Xianxian again. The man gets up and says they should drink together since fate brought them together. They toast with sake and shout, "Cheers!" Gao, completely drunk, is being carried by the man while singing a song, and Zuo is being carried by Luo, talking nonsense. The two fall completely intoxicated onto the man's bed while Zuo starts daydreaming about Xianxian. Luo wonders why he drank so much if he knew he couldn't handle it, and why he is talking about Xian again. Dingping, a bit agitated, says there are no other beds in the house and that they'll have to make do with what's available. Luo thanks him, saying it's sufficient. With a somewhat forced smile, the man asks Luo why she isn't dizzy, given that she drank quite a lot. Luo responds that she can't handle alcoholic drinks and poured the liquid into another glass. With a curious expression, the man says he understands. He tells them to rest and promises not to disturb them further. Luo thanks him for everything he has done today. Suddenly, while walking through the house, Dingping ends up in a room with stone walls. He continues walking through a dark, gloomy, and unfamiliar corridor. With a completely different, cold, and distant expression, he reaches a door, places his hand on the doorknob, and opens it. Upon opening, he finds a room resembling a butcher's kitchen, with meat and other items scattered around. There are food remnants stuck to the tools. The floor is dirty with debris scattered about. He walks through the room where various knives and other instruments are spread out. Putting on his gloves, which are also dirty, he comments that he would have preferred to have resolved everything while they were sleeping, but the girl stopped him. Picking up a type of sedative, the man realizes that Zuo is very strong and has weapons with him, and the sedative didn't work. Opening a refrigerator, he remarks that he needs to get food for Ayu, as she must be hungry. He holds a still dirty weapon, planning to eliminate all the young people. Meanwhile, Gao Fei sleeps soundly, enjoying a well-deserved rest after all the hardships. Luo can't sleep due to Gao's loud and annoying snoring. Gradually, she tries to keep her eyes closed, but the irritation is too much for her to manage. Frustrated, Luo Lansha gives Gao Fei a gentle push on the head and asks him to let her sleep a bit longer. Despite this, he doesn't wake up as he is dreaming as usual. She gives up and decides to go get a drink. She exits in her slippers, trying not to make much noise in the house. Confused, she searches for the kitchen to get a glass of water and ends up in Dingping's living room. As she walks, she starts to notice something strange. She sees an odd door at the end of the corridor with a stone wall. She approaches and slowly opens the door with her fingertips. Her eyes widen in shock upon seeing what is happening inside that room. She sees things scattered on the floor and the table in front of her, as well as knives and other instruments. Sensing a foul smell, she covers her nose and realizes the place resembles a slaughterhouse. Noticing a two-door refrigerator, she curiously heads toward it. Opening the doors with both hands, the light from inside the refrigerator starts to reveal what it contains. Seeing what's inside, Luo is completely shocked and frightened. A strange object falls right in front of her. Instantly realizing what it is, she quickly closes the refrigerator. In shock and nauseated, she wonders if she ate something strange at dinner. In a different and now threatening tone, Dingping tells her not to worry. Luo turns, frightened, towards the voice of the man, who, from the shadows, says that they were fed with pork meat. Holding a knife, he comments that he was considering whether to let the young people go or not. But with a sinister expression on his face, he says he has already made his decision. Internally, Luo remembers she left her weapon in her backpack, which frightens her. Quickly, Luo grabs one of the knives from the table and holds it to protect herself. With a large cleaver in her hands, Luo Lansha screams in fury for him not to come closer. In the tense environment, the two face each other. Dingping asks the girl if she really thinks she can fight him, and she yells that they both have weapons and the outcome is still uncertain. Internally, she thinks her breathing exercises were useful. Before, she couldn't even hold the cleaver for long. She knows the man also has a weapon and isn't as strong as Tianchen, so she needs to be smarter. Quickly, she throws the knife with all her strength towards the man. Startled, he widens his eyes in surprise, but he manages to dodge easily and avoid being hit. The knife embeds itself in the stone wall. With a surprised and playful tone, he says that was close. Preparing for another attack, Luo asks where Dingping is looking. Quickly, she hits him with a strong blow that makes him double over in pain. He falls to the ground, clutching himself in pain after the hit. He turns completely purple, sweating coldly, and with an expression of acute pain etched on his face. He quickly falls to the ground with his hands between his legs. As he cries out in pain, she runs through the door and escapes. She rushes up the stairs towards the bedroom. However, before she reaches the top, she remembers that Gao and Tianchen are sleeping in the room above. She needs to throw the killer off her trail. A noise behind Luo indicates that the man is already on his feet and approaching her. With a frightening and bloody expression on his face, Dingping brandishes his blood-stained knife and says she won't escape. Defiantly, Luo gives him the finger to insult him, which deeply enrages and unsettles him. Taking advantage of his disorientation, she runs up the staircase, and Dingping orders her to come back. When she reaches the top of the stairs, she notices a sort of basement in front of her. With a furrowed brow and still somewhat desperate, she feels relieved that Dingping hasn't caught up with her yet. Without thinking much, she decides to go down into the basement. Upon descending, she encounters a window lit only by moonlight. Seated with her back to her, and completely tied up, is a girl with her hair tied up, seemingly injured. The girl, facing away from Luo, is trembling and terrified by her situation. Luo approaches and asks if there is anyone in the room, which is covered in blood with remains on the floor. Noticing the woman is tied up, Luo becomes worried and rushes to her, asking if she's okay and saying she's not with the man. When she looks at the woman, she realizes it is an infected, cadaveric, and putrid woman who grunts at her. Luo Lansha is startled and falls backward, thinking the woman is a doll. As she falls to the floor, she notices a partially eaten human hand lying next to her. Quickly, she throws the dead human hand away while the zombie woman continues to scream at her. Luo realizes that Dingping is confining a zombie in the basement of his house. As she says this, she hears footsteps behind her and sees the killer Dingping running towards her. She whispers to herself that he's in the room. Desperate, he opens the basement doors and tells the nosy girl to get out. Assuming she's in there, he enters the basement and looks around, trying to find the girl who might be hiding there. While she is hidden behind a cabinet, he continues searching for her and starts to think she might not be there. Looking at the infected woman, he asks what's wrong and calls her dear. He refers to her as Ayu, the woman he brings food from his refrigerator to every night. Placing his hands over hers and kissing her stomach, he says that she is suffering. The girl watching this finds it disgusting that he treats a zombie like his wife. Apologizing to the infected woman, he says he had no choice but to lock her in the basement and tells her not to worry. With his hand gently placed on her face, he says he will keep his love company. However, upon looking at the floor, he notices footprint marks and realizes he's not alone. Still hiding behind the pillar, Luo remains silent as he asks if she's still around, suggesting he knows of her presence. Emerging from her hiding spot, the girl calls him disturbed for keeping someone locked in the basement. Shouting at her, Dingping says she is his wife and that there is nothing wrong with a man taking care of his wife. He exclaims in an excited and agitated manner that no matter what happens, she will always be his dear. Luo tries to bring Dingping back to reality by explaining that his wife is no longer the same, but he denies it, insisting that she is alive. Turning to his wife, he says that she can still move and react. Moreover, he feeds her every day. Embracing Ayu, Dingping insists that she is still his wife. With the knife pointed at Luo, he remarks that his wife hasn't had fresh food in days. Standing before her with a knife in hand and a terrifying expression, he says he will feed her. When Luo Lansha hears this, she is horrified and feels an oppressive pressure in the air as if her body is being forced to retreat. He stops in front of her with a disturbing smile on his face while she backs away. They continue to stare at each other until Luo tries to kick him again. However, he easily sidesteps. Quickly, he grabs her leg firmly. The girl begs him to let her go, and he asks if she still wants to escape. But he says he will turn her into dumplings to feed his wife. He then makes a move to attack with the knife, aiming to wound her leg. Luo's eyes widen at what is about to happen. But suddenly, a loud noise echoes through the room, and a bullet is fired, hitting the man's knife. The bullet lodges in the knife as Dingping stands in shock, and Luo breathes a sigh of relief. Looking in the direction of the shot, they see Tianchen, the brother, with a gun in hand and a tired expression. Internally, he thinks to himself that he missed the shot. Perhaps he hasn't rested enough. Dingping quickly makes Luo a hostage, pressing the knife to her neck and demanding that Zuo lower the weapon or he will hurt her. The killer realizes that Tianchen came through the basement window behind him, something he hadn't anticipated. Aiming his gun, Tianchen orders him to release the girl, but Dingping retorts that it is Tianchen who should lower his weapon. Upon hearing the word hostage, Tianchen points his gun at Dingping's wife's head and says that he also has a hostage. Immediately, Dingping panics, screams his wife's name, and tightens his grip on Luo's neck, demanding that Tianchen lower his gun. Still aiming the gun at Ayu, Tianchen demands that Dingping release the girl, but he refuses to comply. Coldly, Tianchen says that he will shoot the woman. Ayu grunts and moves in the chair, trying to free herself. Desperate, Dingping begs Tianchen not to do it, saying he cannot live without her. Tianchen proposes a trade, release Luo, and he will not harm Ayu. Crying intensely, Dingping agrees and asks to make the exchange quickly. Meanwhile, Dingping's wife continues to move in the chair. Looking at the man with doubt, the atmosphere is filled with tension. Zuo takes a few steps closer to the group. Dingping's expression is one of pure desperation, with tears streaming down his face. He seems reluctant but agrees to release Luo in exchange for his wife. Before the exchange can be made, the straps holding Ayu break, and she frees herself from the chair. Using her strength, she stands up, finally liberated. The three look at her, immediately shocked and frightened by what they have just seen. Ayu, Dingping's wife, is standing right behind Zuo Tianchen. The man calls out to his beloved. Taking advantage of the moment, Luo Lansha bites the aggressor's arm and breaks free. She manages to escape his grasp and runs away. Quickly, Zuo Tianchen, with a serious look, aims his gun at Dingping's wife. He aims with precision, ready to fire. Running towards Zuo, Dingping begs him not to shoot. At the last moment, Dingping positions himself in front of his wife, taking the bullet in his chest. Zuo and Luo look at each other, surprised by Dingping's unexpected action. Dingping falls backward to the ground from the impact of the shot. He lies on the ground, struggling to breathe while holding his chest. With difficulty, he tries to get up and asks his wife if she is okay. The two exchange glances for a moment as a light illuminates the scene. Ayu looks at Dingping with a look that seems almost familiar, as if remembering the past. For a moment, Dingping feels hope that his wife might get better. He recalls the day it all happened. His wife, already infected, had asked him to end her suffering, but he refused. He promised to care for her forever while she feared becoming something she didn't want to be. He embraced her, assuring her that everything would be okay. They embraced, and he promised to always be by her side. Back in the present, Dingping's hopeful look turns to despair. Ayu, now uncontrollable, attacks him. Luo and Tianchen watch the scene in silence, stunned. Dingping falls to the ground as Ayu, now out of control, turns on him. As she acts unconsciously, Dingping maintains an expression of sadness and horror on his face. They watch all this unfold before them. Then Tianchen pulls out his pistol and aims at the zombie woman feeding on her husband's body. Without hesitation, he fires, killing her. Noting Luo Lanch's sad expression, the protagonist says that bodies don't feel anything and she shouldn't think too much about it. Moving forward, Zuo tells the girl to follow him since she is standing in shock. With a cold, distant look on her face, she follows him quickly after he orders her to. Before that, however, she quickly turns her face toward the dead couple, and when she realizes that the man is truly dead, she turns back. Ascending to the top of the stairs, the two walk together. Luo asks her friend Tianchen why the world suddenly became like this, and she says that if it weren't for the apocalypse, Dingping would have been someone with a wonderful wife and a beautiful family. Nodding, the protagonist says that if it weren't for the apocalypse, they wouldn't be here now but rather at school. Lighting a cigarette and casting a resigned and sad look, he says they must accept the fact that the apocalypse exists. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he says this is the only truth that remains. He advises her to do whatever she can to survive. Back at the car, outside on the grass, Tianchen continues smoking his cigarette. Gao asks Luo Lansha to hand him a wrench. The girl asks him if he will really be able to fix the car, and he says he's been working on cars since he was 10 years old. He then passes the wrench to Gao Fei, who is underneath the car working on it. Gao takes advantage of the situation to look up under Luo's skirt. The girl is shocked by the perverted act and hits him, telling him to close his eyes. Gao says he didn't want to see Luo's bored, and she gets annoyed by his comment, with Swa smiling and smoking his cigarette at their argument. Looking at his hand, Swa says he hasn't made any progress since reaching the first stage, and that everything has been very secure. Soon Gao says he has finished the job, and Swa is amazed at his speed. He says yes, and that with the right tools, he could even dismantle a tank. Swa tells them to hurry up since they have wasted a lot of time. The day dawns beautiful, with bright sunshine and mild weather. However, numerous zombies surround a gas station. Gao asks the protagonist about the gas station, and Swa, looking through a kind of binoculars, says there are some infected there. His friend asks if they should find another place, and the protagonist says no. Gao is frustrated with his friend's response, who gives him an ironic and sarcastic smile. Gao, irritated, asks his friend why he's staring at him, and the friend says there's no reason, he just had a good idea. Suddenly, Gao Fei pulls out 2 knives and gets into a combat stance. Gao asks if Swa is really going to force him to kill all the zombies, and the protagonist says he needs to go through tough battles to evolve. However, when the girl tells him to swallow his tears, Swa points at her and says she has to come with him, which surprises her. With a nonchalant expression, Swa asks if he wasted his time teaching them to fight and says they are just zombies. Pointing at the zombies, Luo asks how that amount can be considered small in Swa's eyes. The protagonist responds that they are small fish and he could handle them even before evolving. When Luo tries to justify herself, the survivor interrupts her and tells her to act quickly. Pointing his weapon to the sky, he tells them to remember to survive. Suddenly, the protagonist fires into the sky to make noise and attract the zombies. The two watch the scene in shock as smoke billows from the gun. The zombies in the area all look toward the noise of the shot, thirsty for blood. We see another scene inside a large, 2-story house, apparently rustic. Inside, an infected with spikes on its back crawls on the floor. The spikes on its back seem to be growing in size. Its eyes fill with rage, and veins bulge in its eyeballs. Meanwhile, at the gas station, zombie hands are flying. The two fight fiercely for their survival. On top of a car, Gao slashes the zombies while Luo shoots at them, and they wonder how many are left. One of the zombies comes running up behind Gao, but the boy notices it, turning quickly towards the startled zombie. Before he could be hurt, he uses both of his knives to fend off the zombie and prevent being bitten. Asking his friend Luo for help, she says she's coming to assist. Suddenly, a shot is fired right into the zombie's head, killing it easily. Looking up surprised, Gao sees his friend Zuo with his gun in hand, casually drinking juice. Soon his friend asks what he's looking at and tells him not to mess around in a fight as it could be deadly. Other zombies fall dead during the combat. Meanwhile, Gao Fei continues to cut down the creatures with his 2 sharp knives. Luo continues to shoot with her gun, her sharp aim exploding the heads of more zombies. She looks on with a focused expression as she shoots the undead. Other zombie heads fly through the air. As evening begins to fall, the two collapse onto the ground from exhaustion after spending the entire day fighting zombies. Our protagonist descends from where he was perched to the ground. He coldly tells them that it's not time to rest, and that they should practice the breathing exercise he instructed. The two say that this is inhumane, and that he is crazy. He says that if they are complaining about this, he will soon increase the training, and the two are outraged. Zuo Tianchen gives them a deadly stare, as if it were a laser beam. Soon, the two obey and begin practicing the breathing exercises he recommended. The marks of the Ebola virus start appearing on Luo Lanche's body. Zuo casts a serious and attentive look at her as he watches her use the technique. Meditating and using the breathing technique, Luo says she needs to do it like her uncle and reach the speed class. The protagonist shifts his focus now to Gao Fei. Looking at him, he says he's close to seeing his friend Gao Fei's progress. He thinks that Gao could be in another place but soon dismisses that idea, saying it's impossible. Suddenly, we see the mansion in the background where a mutation was occurring. It seems like our protagonist feels a strange sensation coming from that place. Drawing his weapons and holding them, he says it's better to be safe than sorry. With his cigarette still lit in his mouth and his weapons in hand, he says he will check out the place where the strange sensation came from. Approaching the large house and its staircase leading to the second floor, he seems to smell blood coming from the location. Entering the house with his weapon in hand, he approaches a dark area with a body on the floor. Passing by the corpses without even looking at them, our protagonist maintains a closed and resolute expression on his face. He moves through corridors, constantly checking his surroundings. Sensing something, his sixth sense seems to notice something approaching behind him. Quickly, he looks back with suspicion and insecurity. At that moment, his eyes widen in shock at what he sees in his field of vision. Suddenly, he is thrown out of the window abruptly and unexpectedly, even blocking the blow with his weapons. Groaning and spitting blood, we see that the protagonist felt pain despite the blow. As he approaches the ground at high speed, he fails to land properly and rolls across the ground. Fallen on the ground, he groans and continues to spit blood from the fall and the impact. But he quickly regains his strength and stands up again. With a pained and irritated expression and a malicious look, he asks who did this to him. His previously indifferent and apathetic look quickly transforms into a genuine expression of despair and fear. Seeing before his eyes an infected with wide red eyes and an apparently rigid armor, which he calls a stalker, he knows that this type of infected likes to fight alone but possesses very good skills. Its sharp and bared teeth prevent the full release of air from its mouth, which escapes between its teeth. Our survivor looks back at the evolved infected with an inflexible expression in his gaze. The stalker charges at him like a monster at high speed with a massive punch. Our hero is startled by its speed and ferocity, but manages to dodge by jumping over the infected with an acrobatic maneuver. Firmly planting his feet on a tree trunk, he uses it to prepare a powerful strike. Launching himself off the tree like a torpedo, he flies toward the monstrous infected, swinging his arm back to gain strength and speed for his attack. Charged with his machete, he surprises the stalker by attacking its back, managing to slice off the spikes protruding from its spine in a horizontal cut. Annoyed by the pain, the monstrous zombie shows no reaction beyond widening its eyes, but it makes no sound, quickly turning with a fast and powerful punch that seems to catch the protagonist off guard. He even widens his eyes upon seeing the stalker preparing the punch. Receiving the massive punch right in the middle of his stomach, our protagonist seems to feel immense pain, and his weapon breaks. From a distance, our survivor flies horizontally a few meters above the ground. He ends up ricocheting off the ground like a stone in a pond, with each impact sending rocks flying. Fallen face down and staring straight ahead, he notices the stalker coming toward him with its vibrant red eyes. With blood in his mouth and eyes revealing his fear, he thinks to himself that he doesn't compare to this infected. The enormous, armored infected being looks down with disdain at our protagonist, who rises after the fall. Suddenly, the monster prepares another massive, destructive punch just like the first one. Ketchup spreads, and the protagonist looks frightened. However, it was not our hero who was hit, but the wanderer, who opens his mouth in a sign of pain. The monster roars loudly in a tone of sharp pain and suffering as the protagonist stares at it in shock, not understanding what happened. In the distance, he notices someone emerging from the mist and guesses who this person might be. Gao Fei, with a silly expression, appears from behind the mist. Zuo is shocked to discover that it was Gao who fired the shot with his two guns. He probably thought it was someone else. Asking his brother Tianchen to dodge, he begins to fire numerous shots from his two guns continuously and frantically. While the protagonist dodges, the wanderer takes several shots right to the face. Zuo is astonished to realize that Gao Fei is hitting all his shots right in the monster's face, even from a distance. More bullets are fired from Gao's guns and hit the monster's face, causing it to stagger backward. Running away from the monster, Zuo Tianchen says that the wanderer's weak spot is in the temples. Gao shouts at Zuo to help him find an opening, and soon his friend throws a rock at the infected being's temple. After being struck, the wanderer seems to get even more irritated. The gigantic creature lunges at Zuo with another powerful punch capable of killing him. However, before being hit again, Zuo manages to dodge and jump over the creature, which slams the ground with its attack. On top of the creature, he prepares a kick, but the wanderer dodges and grabs his foot tightly, which shocks Zuo. Smartly, the monster, holding his leg, gets ready for another punch that will be harder to avoid. However, the protagonist manages to duck and avoid the blow that would have hit him square in the face. Soon, the infected being begins to spin, aiming to slam Zuo's body against the ground. At that moment, he shouts for Gao Fei to be quick. His friend looks focused and serious with his weapon in hand, as the wanderer lifts Zuo Tianchen by the leg and throws him forcefully toward the ground. Just seconds before Zuo hits the ground, he spots an opening. Gao, with the eyes of a true hunter, sees the opening he needed, clearly identifying the target area, the wanderer's temple, his weak spot. With a gaze akin to a predator hunting in the jungle, the gap becomes fully apparent to him. Screaming to himself that now is the moment, he begins firing with both guns in a frenzied yet calculated manner. One of the bullets hits the target and starts to crack its armor. It continues penetrating the armor and destroying it from the outside. Before he could complete the strike on Zuo Tianchen, the monster is injured, so falls to the ground unharmed, and next to him, the monstrous armored infected also falls, though still alive. Surprised that his shot actually hit the infected and brought it down, Gao celebrates. The monster is severely injured on the ground but still alive. Getting up from the ground, Zuo Tianchen says that the infected is extremely resilient, holding his two hands tightly and pressing them against the skull of the walker. Zuo firmly plants his feet on the ground and starts pulling the head upward. Straining and grunting, we see the difficulty he's facing due to the infected's resilience. But with considerable effort and force, our protagonist finally manages to finish the job. The object flies away, landing on the grass behind Zuo. Zuo asks his friend Gao Fei if he has evolved, and Gao says he thinks so. He comments that his shots were very precise and asks if it's his ability after evolving. Serious, Gao Fei picks up a stone from the ground and tells him to look at a leaf ahead of them. From a distance, they see a leaf slowly falling from a large, beautiful tree. Throwing his arm back, Gao Fei prepares a powerful and precise throw with a very small stone. He hurls it with all his strength toward the leaf on the tree. The stone hits the leaf, which then bounces back against the tree. Zuo Tianchen is very surprised but does not show any exaggerated reaction as Gao begins to boast. Finally, Zuo pats his head and says he deserves congratulations. With his eyes wide open, Gao observes something in the distance. Zuo asks if he can see something at an apparently absurd distance. Gao begins to read 3 numbers from kilometers away from where they are written. The exact 3 numbers Gao read are engraved on a tree, and he says this distance is nothing to him. Gao explains that after the evolution, everything appears slower and clearer to his eyes. Saying that his evolution is extremely rare, Zuo suggests it must be something related to Gao Fei's nervous system. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, Zuo tells him to rest while he searches for a sniper for him. With a proud smile and clenched fists in a victorious tone, Gao feels that he can finally help his friend and be useful. Giving Zuo a pat on the back, he says that they are friends and what he is saying is nonsense. Forcing his lip down, he forces a smile and extends his hand for a fist bump, saying he will go wherever his friend goes. The two exchange looks in a genuine, sincere smile of friendship, brotherhood, and loyalty. As evening arrives, they give each other a fist bump and call each other partner, symbolizing their friendship and eternal bond. Meanwhile, Luo closes her eyes tightly to focus on meditation and breathing techniques. Sitting on the ground with her legs crossed and dead zombies around her, she continues using the technique to enhance the Ebola virus. Her eyes suddenly open with a brilliant purple hue, without pupils or irises. She can't hold back some groans of pain, and her head falls back due to the discomfort. With her eyes still completely white, she screams piercingly, and Zuo, startled, starts running in her direction. Gao asks what is happening to her, and Zuo replies that her body has taken a severe impact and can't handle it. Asking Zuo what they should do, the protagonist says there is no other tool but the one he will use, raising the palm of his completely open hand. Without hesitation, he gives the girl a hard slap on the face, which seems to wake her from the trance, surprised and irritated. Waking from the trance and a possible transformation that was about to happen, she becomes angry and starts shouting at Gao Fei. Asking why he hit her, he says it wasn't him. She asks who else it could be, and Gao says it was Tianchen. But she doesn't believe that Brother Zuo would do this to her. Smoking his cigarette, Zuo says she was on the verge of transforming, and if it hadn't been for his slap, she might have suffered a mutation. She stops hitting Gao and says that because of Tianchen, she will let him off this time. Our survivor says they will sleep at the gas station that night and leave the next morning. We see young Gao Fei putting his hands on a girl's chest. However, a boy who bullies him pushed him onto the girl. He didn't do it on purpose. Young Gao, completely embarrassed, says it was accidental, and the principal decides to call his parents. The girl's mother starts scolding Gao's mother, saying he is a pervert, and the two begin to argue. Still angry, she says her son was bullied by Gao and insists that they deserve to die, even as he says it was unintentional. Gao Fei's mother begins to take the boy away, while the girl's mother, still angry, shouts for them to come back. They ignore her and continue heading home. His mother looks gently into his eyes and says she believes what the boy is saying. She says that as his mother, she knows he is a very fair and truthful child. She squats down and places her hands on Gao Fei's shoulders, who grits his teeth, trying not to cry. Finally, she says they will go home, and she will cook whatever he wants for dinner. Gao Fei, with a melancholic and nostalgic look, remembers those great memories with his mother. Noticing that Fei's mind is drifting to distant places, Zuo asks him what he is thinking about. He quickly says it's nothing and that he is thinking about the past. Arriving in G City, where Gao himself grew up, he tells Zuo to turn onto a street ahead. Finally, the three friends park and get out of the car, stopping in front of a large, multi-story residential building. Zuo advises them to be cautious, as there are certainly zombies in the area, and Luo tells her hamster to stay in the car. Our protagonist also tells Gao that no matter what happens, he must always follow his instructions. Pressing his lips down, struggling not to cry, Gao wonders how his parents are doing. His friend tells him to stop thinking about it for now and says they will find out when they get inside the building. He instructs them both to remain silent to avoid attracting the infected in the area. Various infected are lying around the path. Others are also piled up in the building's corridors. As they enter through the front door, the trio sees many more bodies scattered on the floor. Gao asks what is happening, and Zuo explains that someone must have been there before them, as the injuries are recent. Fei is shocked by this information and starts running quickly down the corridor with his pistol in hand. His two friends shout for him not to run off alone. Quickly, the two friends, startled by Gao's impulsive behavior, chase after him through the building and up a flight of stairs. Zuo shouts again for his friend to stop running ahead alone and notices a dark corridor. Luo Lansha asks Zuo Tianchen where Gao is, and our protagonist comments that he must be on the same floor. They hear a loud, piercing scream coming from a door further down the corridor and quickly head towards the sound. At that moment, shots start firing frantically from Gao Fei. He is horrified as he fires these shots in a frenzy. The two arrive behind him and see him shooting in another room. Zuo Tianchen sees this scene and cannot contain his shock and sadness, calling out his friend's name. Unable to hold himself upright, Gao collapses to his knees abruptly upon seeing what has just happened. He cannot prevent a genuine expression of shock, his mouth open and eyes wide and empty. His expression of shock becomes more severe as he looks at the scene before him, the emptiness in his chest growing. He turns his eyes and head downward, trying to deny what he is seeing. Zuo runs toward his friend, who is on the floor with his hands on his head, asking if he is alright. He quickly notices the open door and looks towards it, experiencing the same shock as his friend. He sees a corpse in a troubling situation. The body is hanging with various marks, making everything even more unsettling. Gao Fei cannot hold back the tears streaming down his face as he calls for his mother, his voice choked with sobs. In a complete breakdown of sadness and denial, he screams loudly and desperately for his mother. Luo Lansha and Zuo Tianchen are also shocked to see the scene and Gao's reaction to finding his mother now deceased. On his knees with his shoulders hunched and tears continuously streaming, Gao cries like a child, overwhelmed with deep sorrow. Zuo, analyzing the scene coldly, comments that someone did this deliberately to have her eaten alive by zombies. The tears continue to flow, reflecting the deep sadness the young man feels at this moment. Zuo lets out a sad, sympathetic sigh, feeling compassion for his friend Gao Fei's situation. Consumed by anger and also empathetic toward her friend, Luo asks what kind of monster would be capable of such an act. Gao Fei slowly gets up with his head lowered while Luo, still on her knees, tries to comfort him. She tries to call out to Gao gently, but he does not seem to hear her. Still in tears, he stands up and stands beside his best friend, Zuo Tianchen. Entering the room, he comes face to face with his mother's body. Reaching out his hand towards her, Gao cannot control his trembling and calls out to her. The hair of his mother covers her eyes, but something bizarre is visible hidden behind the hair. At that moment, she wakes up and tries to bite Gao while making extremely loud and shrill noises, but Zuo saves him by pushing him back. As his friend saves him from being bitten by his own mother, Gao Fei watches the scene and cries even more. At this moment, realizing his mother has turned into an infected and is screaming like a ferocious, irrational monster, tears continue to flow down his face as the empty expression in his eyes takes over completely. In denial, Gao Fei keeps trying to tell himself that this isn't really happening. He clenches his fists, holding back many emotions, including, undoubtedly, anger. His expression and gaze change, and Gao seems consumed by hatred, his teeth gritted and his eyes narrowed. Gao starts running wildly and impulsively while his two friends tell him to stop running and stay with them. Zuo fires his weapon, shooting at the ceiling. The shot was fired at the ceiling just to jolt Gao awake with the loud noise while Luo holds him still. Zuo asks Gao, who is facing away from him, where he is going, and Gao responds that he is going after the person who did this. With his eyes fully consumed by rage, veins bulging, and a fixed stare, he says he will eliminate everyone responsible. Zuo asks Gao rational questions to bring him back to reality, asking if he knows who did this or why it was done, trying to bring his friend back to reality. He acknowledges that he understands Gao is not okay, but that revenge will not solve anything. After saying what Gao Fei needed to hear at that moment, Zuo turns to leave the place. While closing the bathroom door where his mother was, Zuo says they have something important to do now. After his statement, he closes the door, leaving behind a great deal of pain. Saying they need to give her peace, our protagonist aims his weapon at the room. Luo Lanxia looks down with a sad expression, trying to avoid the scene, while Gao Fei grits his teeth, trying to control his emotions. Suddenly, a loud bang from the gunshot echoes throughout the area. Dusk falls outside the residential building where Gao Fei lived with his family in Ji. Kneeling in front of an improvised grave for his mother, marked by a board on a large stone, is Gao Fei. He cannot stop the tears streaming down his face for even a single second. Zuo calmly mentions to his friend Gao that they might have forgotten something crucial. When Zuo says that Gao's father might still be alive, Gao Fei is completely shocked, and a spark of hope ignites in his soul. Standing up abruptly and recalling his father, Luo asks him if his family had any recent conflicts with anyone. At this moment, he pauses to think and repeats Luo's question to try to remember something. At this moment, we see a large warehouse with an abandoned appearance. A blond man in formal attire is thrown into the warehouse with superficial wounds. Two men with sinister expressions, after throwing the man into the warehouse, report to their boss that they have returned. When the boss approaches the fallen man, he immediately recognizes him as Gao Ji. The blond man on the ground, frowning and gritting his teeth in anger, says he knows who the boss is. We see a large, burly man with a cigar and a mohawk, and the trembling man on the ground refers to him as Fat Wei. The burly man, with an expression of disdain and superiority, looks Gao Ji up and down and says that Gao Ji probably didn't expect this to happen today. Gao Ji, crawling on the ground like a beast hunting in the wild, says he will deal with Fat Wei. Without effort, Fat Wei delivers a massive, powerful punch to Gao Ji's back, causing him to sink into the floor. Falling face first to the ground, he bleeds even more as Fat Wei calls him ignorant. Standing and speaking with his men, Fat Wei tells them to take Gao Ji away and take good care of him. When Fat Wei asks about Gao Ji's wife, his henchman laughs and says he did exactly as ordered, leaving her behind at that location. Showing off his gold tooth, Fat Wei, while smoking his cigar, says that his henchman did very well. The henchman then shows his boss a genuine gold Rolex watch and says he found it at Gao Ji's house. Recognizing that the job must have been difficult and complex, the boss says he will reward his henchman, who thanks him for the gesture. Suddenly, we see the large vehicle with the protagonist and his friends speeding through the city. Zuo seriously asks who this Fat Wei is, and Gao Fei says he is his father's business rival. He explains that Fat Wei is involved with the underworld, yet he's still lost to his father. 2 years ago, his father reported Fat Wei for illegal activities. Zuo comments that the men who raided his house weren't thieves since they didn't take supplies, and they likely sought revenge. The protagonist asks if he is the only one, and Gao Fei says his parents weren't much for fighting, so there's no one else but him. Flooring the accelerator, Zuo makes the car take a sharp turn. With a serious and vengeful expression on his face, he asks them to hand him the map. On the map, he marks the flower factory, the walls of the old city, and the DM. Zuo says these are the 3 locations, and Luo Lansha asks why these places. He comments that it's only been 2 weeks since the disaster, so only these 3 locations in the Ji municipality can be used as a base. With anger in his eyes and gritted teeth, Gao Fei asks where Fat Wei might be. Zuo says he cannot be completely certain, but they need to check these places to find out his whereabouts. He asks Gao Fei, who is consumed by rage, where the tallest building in the municipality is. They then stop in front of a massive building with countless floors and an enormous width. Suddenly, we see an infected person flying through the air and then landing on the ground, severely injured. We see Gao with an empty expression, different from how he was before, and he is the one who threw the zombie this way. Zuo observes the scene without reacting or commenting, simply letting Gao release all his accumulated anger. Luo Lansha gently comments to Tianchen that Gao doesn't seem well. Zuo tells her that everything that happened to him was very sudden, and there's nothing they can do. He simply tells her to let him de-stress and vent all his anger, taking it as training to become stronger. Finally, they reach the top of the tallest building in the Ji municipality, and Gao prepares his binoculars. Zuo comments that this spot is great because they can see both the dam and the factory at the same time. With a face filled with fury, Gao Fei says that they are the ones responsible. Zuo asks if his father is there, while Gao hands him the binoculars to see for himself. Looking through the binoculars, Zuo asks Gao if that's the flower factory. Gao confirms and also mentions a white car. He notes that they must have captured his father and killed his mother, and that confronting them will be difficult since the factory is fortified. It would be very hard to break in. Abruptly, Gao Fei slams his hand hard on the table to get attention. He declares that he will avenge his mother's murder, even if it costs him his own life. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Zuo Tianchen says he didn't bring Gao here for him to die. He emphatically states that if Gao wants revenge, he first needs to calm down. With a calm and cheerful expression, Luo Lansha tells them to look at something. She points to something below and tells them to look quickly. The 2 look down in surprise and spot a supply backpack with about 3 different packages that must contain a lot of things. A week after the outbreak, many countries sent these backpacks to help, and their country was one of the first to receive this aid. With a knife in hand, Zuo comments that, thinking about it, the first shipment of supplies should have already been sent. They descend to the surface and decide to check what's inside the supply boxes, discovering ammunition among other items. Zuo finds a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with a 400-meter range and immediately starts testing it and its precision sights. He soon decides to hand the rifle to Gao, saying that it should bring out his maximum precision potential. Gao begins to get accustomed to the rifle while Tianchen and Luo search through the rest of the items. Wide-eyed with a great discovery, he says he has found something important. He is thrilled to have found a scope that fits a precision weapon, which will be very useful for the current situation. He asks Gao Fei if he knows how to use the scope, and Gao confirms that he does. Attaching the scope to his Type 56 rifle, Gao appears focused and interested in the weapon he has just received. He tells Gao to wait for him and Luo Lansha right there on top of the building. Gao shouts at Zuo saying he can't do that. He has to kill the criminals with his own hands. Lighting his cigarette, Zuo Tianchen says that since Gao is his brother, his revenge is Zuo's revenge too. He advises Gao Fei to use his weapon wisely, as it will be crucial for carrying out his vengeance. With a tearful expression, Gao thanks Zuo, and the protagonist says that's what brothers are for. Night falls, and at the flower factory, there is tight security with numerous armed guards and spotlights to detect possible intruders. While the trio hides and takes cover behind a car, Zuo asks Gao if he can see anything. Gao responds that not only can he see, but he has also discovered he has night vision capability. He mentions seeing 3 people, all armed, on top of a roof. He notes that everyone there must have received supply backpacks, as they are using Type 56 rifles just like he is. Luo Lansha, feeling uneasy, says they need to discuss their plan again since there are so many weapons involved. Suddenly and impulsively, Zuo Tianchen stands up. Desperately, Luo asks what he's doing and says they'll be discovered if he continues. He responds tersely that she'll understand once she reaches the first stage. He adds that no plan is needed to deal with these people, and while saying this, he draws his knives from his back. One of the armed guards has fallen asleep and is snoring deeply. The other henchman says that night patrol is a very complex task, and the other, also drowsy, says they can't do anything more. Even though he is sleepy, he notices some strange movement below. Alert, he calls his friends and asks what is going on down there. The bald, bearded thug points the flashlight towards the ground from the roof. Pointing the large beam of light at the protagonist, he confirms and shouts to his friends that it's a human. One of the thugs angrily yells at the boy, asking what he's doing there, but the boy keeps walking calmly, pretending not to hear. Drawing his weapon, the fat bearded thug says that if he doesn't stop, they won't hesitate to shoot him. Standing in front of the broken cars and the barricade, the protagonist seems to be planning something. Pointing the 56 caliber rifle towards Zuo Tianchen, the fat thug Wei says he's going to learn the hard way. However, before he could think of doing anything, he is struck and meets Hades, falling backward, leaving his two friends startled by the sudden shot. With a horrified expression on their faces, the two survivors exclaim at the same time that it must be a sniper. Using the telescopic sight of his 56 caliber rifle, we see Gao Fei with one eye open and the other closed after taking the shot. Our protagonist starts preparing to jump, gaining momentum and using acrobatics to leap perfectly onto the roof, placing his hand down as he lands on the roof where the two surviving thugs are located. Both prepare a simultaneous combined attack to strike Zuo Tianchen, who remains with his head down and motionless. They start getting closer to landing the attack, while the protagonist stays still. Quickly, our hero grabs both of them by their collars and makes them crash into each other. He spins their bodies and makes them collide head to head. The rifles fall to the ground, as do the two thugs. At that moment, Zuo turns his head toward Gao Fei, who fired the precise shot that saved him, and thanks him with a thumbs up. He collects the 3 rifles from the 3 defeated thugs. Regrouping with his team, he hands over the rifles, saying that people will come out of the factory after the shots. He orders them to shoot all the thugs that appear while he goes to do something else, saying he'll be back soon. Reloading his rifle, Gao Fei tells him not to worry. With a firm, apathetic look on his face and the rifle ready in hand, he says he will kill them all one by one. Meanwhile, we see Fat Wei in a spicy situation of excitement. A girl, who apparently is a dream seller, is about to have some fun with Fat Wei. Suddenly, one of his thugs interrupts the spicy situation, saying it's something urgent. Avoiding looking at his subordinate, he asks what it's about, and the thug says they are under attack. Abruptly, he pushes the girl aside and asks if Lin Xing is the one behind this. The subordinate says he doesn't know, but it seems to be a sniper, and says 4 men have already been taken down. Putting on his clothes, ready to go out, Fat Wei questions what the thug said about it being a sniper. Enraged, the boss leaves the room and orders his subordinate to gather all his men for the occasion, and the subordinate obeys the order. Outside, we see about 6 men armed and ready for a possible attack. When the bald thug tells his friend to take a look, the friend yells back, telling him to go ahead. The other bald criminal, fed up with his friend's reaction, decides to go ahead. Just as he takes his first steps, he gets struck in the chin from below, immediately spitting red liquid. He starts falling backward, injured, while the rifle he was holding also falls, and his friend looks on, shocked and horrified. With glowing eyes like a hunting animal in the jungle, Gao Fei exclaims the number 5, indicating he has killed 5 with his rifle. Watching from afar with his binoculars, Fat Wei becomes furious and frustrated at the sight. Fat Wei aggressively questions his subordinate about how many men they have, and the trembling subordinate says he doesn't know. Delivering a firm and strong punch to his servant's face, he asks what's the point of paying these men if they're useless. Shouting in the most aggressive manner possible, the leader of this gang of criminals orders everyone to go after the invaders. They quickly obey the boss's order and start running after the intruders. Watching through his rifle scope, Gao says the situation is becoming problematic, and Luo asks him why he thinks that. Seeing a crowd of these thugs running, he warns that they are coming for them. He starts running wildly from inside the base to the outside, and Luo, noticing the number of people, asks what they should do. With a precise look and a firm voice, Gao Fei shouts to Luo Lansha to run while holding his weapon. The two start running together, desperate for their lives. One of the thugs, wearing a ninja bandana and looking foolish, is astonished. Pointing at the 2 survivors, he notices their presence and says they're heading to the market, telling his friends to follow them. From the roof, with his back to the moon, we see a mysterious man watching. 2 thugs are discussing the gunshots heard earlier, and one comments that it must be Lin Xing and his group of police officers. The other says it must be, after all, the boss just captured Gao Ji. Meanwhile, the protagonist, observing from above, descends from the roof. Hearing an unexpected sound, the thug gets startled, and in the middle of the two, Zuo appears, telling them not to make any noise or move. Pressing his weapon against one of their spines, he comments that the spine must be right where his blade is touching. He mentions that even though he's not a doctor, he knows that if he strikes both of them there with his weapons, they'll become paralyzed. With a sadistically friendly smile, Zuo remarks that he could test that theory on them. Sweating and utterly terrified, Fat Wei's thug begs him not to do it. Our hero asks 3 questions about Gao Ji: if he's alive, where he is, and who Ling Xing is. pressing the thugs to speak quickly. Completely frightened, one of Fat Wei's servants starts talking, saying that Ling is alive and locked in the factory. When asked which factory, the thug points to it. Then the protagonist asks who Ling is, and the man says he's a police officer from G. Ling gathered a group of officers and, establishing themselves within the city's old walls, aimed to rebuild society and civilization. Confused, our protagonist doesn't recognize the name Ling Xing from his past life. He asks the two thugs if he can ask another question, and in their desperation, they tell him he can ask whatever he wants. With a dark and vile expression on his face, the protagonist asks how they would like to die, shocking the two men. Quickly, the protagonist resolves the situation and eliminates the enemies with his knife. He then turns to the factory that the two indicated, where Ling Xing is being held. Determined and confident, our hero states that he must save someone now. Standing, observing the factory, he seems to notice something. Taking a closer look at the place, the protagonist realizes that it's extremely strange and has a bizarre atmosphere. Suddenly, our hero begins to overhear a conversation between two thugs, saying that if Gao Ji isn't dead, he must be by now. One thug, muscular and with long hair, says that Gao Ji wouldn't be able to withstand it, and the other wonders how the boss came up with something so cruel. Emerging from behind a container where he was hiding, Zuo heads back to the location he had been watching. Looking up and analyzing the place again, he concludes that this building has many challenges to face. Placing his palm on the walls of the place, he activates detection mode and begins to concentrate, soon shocked by what he sees. He detects a man on a platform, hunched over, and a horde of dozens, perhaps hundreds, of zombies. We see Gao Ji utterly terrified, close to insanity, and trembling with fear. The full moon illuminates the streets of the city of Ji on this grim night. A crowd of Fat Wei's thugs seem to be searching for the intruders. Frightened, one of them asks who will go in first. The thug with the bandana asks what they're afraid of and claims that one person can't take them all down. One of them questions if it could be a trap, and the one with the bandana insists that if they don't kill the intruder, Fat Wei will kill them. Filled with a renewed sense of confidence after the bandana thug's words, they enter the dark place with their weapons in hand. Entering the building armed and seemingly ready, they cautiously search for the intruder. However, one of them is quickly struck down and eliminated. With his .56 caliber rifle in hand, Gao Fei counts his sixth kill and says it's still not enough. From an elevated and advantageous position, he can see all the enemies and declares that he will defeat them all. However, the bandana-wearing thug detects Gao Fei's location and points him out so his friends can notice as well. Soon, they all start firing their guns in Gao's direction, and he begins running to survive. He simply sighs with an apathetic and indifferent expression as he escapes all the shots. The subordinates exclaim that they must catch the boy since their boss asked for it. Completely irritated, the fat bandana-wearing boss says that the boy is truly troublesome. Their boss orders them to form another team for reinforcement, and tells them not to return until the intruder is defeated. One of his subordinates comes running in, panicked, saying that the situation is really bad. The boss asks what happened now. Shouting from fear and adrenaline, the servant says that all the thugs at the factory have been taken down. Fat Wei's eyes widen as veins bulge on his forehead, completely shocked by the information. Grinding his teeth in anger and narrowing his eyes, Fat Wei calls for Qian, one of his thugs, and some others to handle the situation. Meanwhile, at the factory, we see Zuo Tianchen calling out to Uncle Gao through a hole in the glass he made. Completely injured, Uncle Gao Ji calls for someone to help him. Zuo introduces himself to Gao Ji, saying that he is Gao Fei's classmate and friend. In a near vegetative state, possibly due to his injuries and madness, Gao Ji starts muttering his sons and Zuo's names. Looking at the hole he's about to climb through, Zuo remarks that this is going to be a major headache. Throwing a rope to the platform where Gao Ji is, our protagonist prepares for a risky descent with the intention of saving him. Zuo begins to descend the rope, heading directly for the platform where Gao Ji is. Landing firmly on the metal platform, our protagonist sets foot on it, but it starts to sway heavily under the weight of both men. Frightened by his near fall, Zuo glances down and sees numerous zombies waiting to devour him if he falls. Reaching out his hand to Uncle Gao Ji, our protagonist tells him he's there to save him. At the moment Gao Ji realizes this, he seems to snap out of his catatonic state. However, in an adverse reaction, he becomes scared and starts crawling backward, trying to flee from Tianqing. Begging the protagonist not to come closer, Gao Ji continues to retreat on the platform, nearly falling off. Zuo clicks his tongue in irritation and rushes toward Gao Ji. Tianqing places his elbow on Gao Ji's back and throws his body weight onto him to keep him from moving or falling off the platform. Looking at his friend's father, he realizes that Gao Ji has already lost his sanity, feeling saddened by the sight. As he holds Gao Fei's father to prevent him from falling off the platform, He says he understands his situation and that any human would end up like this. Apologizing to the man, Zuo delivers a precise blow to the back of his neck with the side of his hand to knock him out. The blow is effective, and Gao Fei's father instantly loses consciousness. Several of Fat Wei's criminal subordinates are heading towards the factory armed. Out of the corner of his eye, Zuo Tianchen notices that they arrived much faster than he expected. On the factory roof, we see the moon illuminating the numerous subordinates. With a grin that shows all his teeth, including some gold ones, Fat Wei congratulates the boy. Surrounded by countless subordinates, Fat Wei tells him he did well rescuing Gao right under their noses. Lifting his head and looking directly into Fat Wei's eyes, our hero says he had been worried about how he would find him. Then, in a cold and terrifying tone, he adds that Fat Wei coming to him made his job easier. One of the thugs tears his shirt and says that the boss need not worry because he'll handle the situation. He asks Zuo if he thinks he's strong and brave, questioning if he's ever been in the army or fought in a dojo. Standing face to face with Zuo Tianchen, the thug tries to intimidate him, saying that taking lives is no longer illegal. Before he can finish his sentence, our hero delivers a massive and incredibly powerful punch. The bulky and intimidating thug goes flying through the air after Tianchen's punch, landing hard on the ground and being pushed far away. He holds his face in pain. His body bounces on the ground, unable to stop, hitting the ground several times. Fat Wei and his subordinates are left shocked, jaw-dropped, and incredulous at what they just witnessed. The thug falls to the ground, completely injured and lifeless. With smoke rising from his hand and a grim expression on his face, Tianchen says that the man was right. Taking lives is no longer illegal. Quickly, our protagonist draws his two swords from his back. With the swords in hand, he turns to face Fat Wei's gang of thugs, standing face to face with all of them. The fat boss yells at all his servants, ordering them to shoot Zuo Tianchen immediately. He sighs with a tone of disdain and superiority towards the vermin in front of him. Suddenly, Zuo charges at them all with his two swords, preparing a mass strike. Quickly, he strikes them all and eliminates them easily with his combat skills. Shouting at his subordinates, Fat Wei orders everyone to attack at once, simultaneously. But this doesn't stop Tianchen, who continues attacking and taking down targets with apparent ease. From behind him, a bald, armed thug appears, smiling, ready to shoot him. Sensing the man's presence behind him, Zuo turns and cuts him down without hesitation. Irritated, Fat Wei begins shooting at Zuo, telling him to go to hell. The bullets miss due to Zuo's speed as he dodges and then rushes towards another target. Quickly, he cuts the man down, defeating him before he can react or counterattack. He then takes down another of Fat Wei's thugs with extreme ease as well. Without hesitation, our protagonist defeats several more thugs in a series of attacks. The fat boss, Wei, watches the entire scene in disbelief, unable to comprehend Tianchen's strength. As Tianchen defeats dozens of his subordinates, he wonders who this boy is. Our hero casts a cold and morbid glare at Fat Wei, a look filled with deep hatred. In response, the fat criminal boss opens his mouth and widens his eyes in shock, overwhelmed by the fear consuming his body. Meanwhile, in another scene outside the hideout where Gao and Luo are hiding, one of Fat Wei's subordinates asks his friend Bangzi if he's sure the two fugitives are inside. Another one starts sweating nervously, questioning whether another group of thugs had come there before and been defeated. Summoning a spark of courage, one of the thugs takes the first step toward the hideout. In a favorable position, Luo Lansha tells Gao that another group is about to enter, and Gao, already prepared with his rifle in hand, says he's noticed. Looking through the scope of his 56 caliber long-range rifle, he affirms that he will take down anyone who gets close. Where they are positioned, the moon shines through a skylight, revealing dozens of already defeated bodies on the ground. As the thugs enter the area, they all become terrified. Through Gao Fei's rifle scope, we see one of the thugs in his sights, about to be eliminated. Coldly, Gao Fei declares that this will be his next target. Looking more closely through his enhanced scope, he notices a gold watch on the man's wrist. Startled, he lowers his weapon, his gaze becoming distant and disconnected from reality. Luo Lansha notices his strange reaction and asks what happened, to which he replies that the watch belonged to his father. Shocked, Luo asks Gao Fei if that man was responsible for what happened to his father. Filled with rage, Gao's eyes widen with fury, and he hurls insults at the man with the watch. From a platform in a favorable and elevated position, Gao Fei impulsively shouts to draw their attention. Insulting the man wearing his father's watch, he locks eyes with him, completely consumed by anger. Realizing it's Gao Ji's son, the man only responds with a sarcastic, cynical smile, full of disdain. He asks Gao Fei if he wants to see his father, and the boy responds without hesitation that he does. The only demand the subordinate of Fat Wei makes is that Gao surrenders, and then he will take him to see his father. Furious, Gao Fei clenches his fist tightly, clearly intending to strike the man. Luo Lansha, sensing the enemy's manipulation, grabs Gao Fei, calming him down, and tells him that he's doing this on purpose. The same man who insulted Gao then looks at the little girl and calls her a loli. In a sinister and dark tone, Gao tells his friend Luo that he is calmer than ever. Gao Fei asks the thug if he was involved in what happened to his home, and the man says it was fantastic to do that. With a cynical and sadistic tone, the thug of Fat Wei proudly admits that he was the one who tied Gao's mother to that rope. When he says he allowed her to be eaten alive by zombies, Gao Fei becomes consumed by rage, biting his lips in fury. Luo, with a sad expression of pity and empathy for her friend Gao, tries to calm him down. However, suddenly, beams of red light begin to circle around the boy, and he quickly tells Luo Lansha to hide somewhere. Clenching his fists even tighter, Gao Ao Fei is now completely consumed by rage, seemingly intending to take down everyone there. Grabbing his rifle from the ground, he resumes hurling insults at the thugs. As he leaps from the balcony that gave him the height advantage over his enemies, with weapons in hand, he screams that he's going to finish them all. Fat Wei's thugs look at Gao, terrified as he behaves in a completely insane manner. While still midair, falling toward the ground, he pulls out his 2 guns and points them at the men, full of hatred. In one swift move, he manages to take down 2 of Fat Wei's men, who had turned his mother into a zombie. Finally, he lands gracefully on the ground, kneeling before the survivors while the other 2 bodies hit the floor. Without hesitation, the remaining thugs open fire on Gao Fei. He simply gives them a wild look. As if time slows down, he quickly spots the bullets, dodging them effortlessly, seeing each one clearly. Like Neo from the Matrix, he bends backward, dodging all the bullets shot at him. Without wasting time, Gao fires his weapon, hitting another target without much difficulty. The man hit manages to utter his last words. "This is impossible," his eyes wide open as he stares at Gao Fei. He finishes by wondering if this boy is still human as Gao steadies himself on the ground. More shots are fired by Gao Ao Fei, and he hits all his targets, taking down his enemies with ease. Staring coldly and fiercely at his targets like a hunter eyeing its prey, Gao seems unstoppable. The thug who had insulted Gao earlier looks completely regretful and horrified by his strength. He literally wets himself and drops his weapon on the ground. Face to face with Gao Fei, Fat Wei's thug raises his arms and begs for his life. Meanwhile, we see the leader of this criminal gang, Fat Wei, with his hands tied. Zuo Tianchen tightens the rope and throws him to the ground, completely immobilized. As our protagonist begins to drag him along the ground like a toy cart, the fat man tries to bribe Zuo. Zuo drags the fat man to the platform where he rescued Gao Ji, and the boss starts to panic, imagining his grim fate. Desperate in the face of his potential doom, Fat Wei reveals the location of all the food they've been hoarding, trying to strike a deal with Zuo. Our hero says he's not interested in resources, only in vengeance, wanting to avenge his friend Gao Fei. He tells the fat boss he can imagine how Gao Ao Fei's mother died. As he asserts that Fat Wei will pay for that today, Zuo pushes him down to where the horde of hungry zombies is waiting. In shock, face to face with his cruel fate, Fat Wei begins to scream desperately for his life. Quickly, the fat man starts to fall into the pit where he had imprisoned Gao Ji. Screaming in denial at how he is about to meet his end, Fat Wei can do nothing. And soon, he falls into the middle of the horde of voracious zombies, and we see that it's over for him. The zombies rush toward him, ready to feast on his flesh. Fat Wei, in tears, begs the zombies not to come near him, but it's no use. In his final scream, the criminal boss continues to deny his fate, while the zombies show no mercy. Watching the scene below, Zuo Tianchen shows no remorse, commenting that Fat Wei deserved this. Finally, our protagonist remarks that he should return and find his friend Gao. The thug who had insulted Gao starts to beg for his forgiveness. Completely wounded and lying on the ground, the enemy pleads for Gao to spare his life. Shirtless, with the marks of the Ebola virus visible on his abdomen, Gao asks who else was in his house that day. In response, the man says that Gao has already killed all of them, leaving only those who were with Fat Wei. Kneeling face to face with the last man, Gao says that he's the only one left, and the desperate man claims he was just following orders. Begging Gao Fei to spare his life, he says he was just a lackey and bows before the boy. Luo Lansha watches the scene in shock, unable to react, only whispering Gao's name. Grabbing his enemy by the collar, Gao Fei tells him he doesn't even deserve negotiations. Throwing his fist back and charging a powerful punch, he says the man should just be eliminated. Suddenly, the marks on Gao Fei's abdomen begin to disappear. Feeling immense pressure, he realizes it's the recoil effect and clenches his teeth. As he collapses to the ground, Luo Lansha runs toward him to see what happened. He tells Luo to ignore him for now and to go after the man and catch him. Desperate, the man starts running for his life, and Gao Fei points at him, urging Luo to eliminate the target immediately. She shouts with authority for the man to stop running and stay put. Gao's vision begins to blur as he looks at his friend's back. Sweating profusely, his body feels extremely heavy, and one of his eyes closes from exhaustion. Suddenly, he falls to the ground, completely drained of energy, seemingly passed out. A shot from the simple firearm Luo is holding is fired at the man with the intent to eliminate him. The shot hits the target, but only in the arm, and doesn't seem to have much effect as the man continues running in desperation. He glances back at the little girl, utterly terrified and injured. The girl commands him to stop running as she chases him with her weapon drawn. Frustrated and desperate, the thug realizes he's really being pursued by a little girl. Once again, pointing her weapon at him, she orders him to stop running now. Quickly, he slides as he rounds the corner of the street, still being pursued. The shot fired by Luo Lansha only hits the wall, chipping it slightly, while the thug manages to avoid being hit. We see the same corner the man turned, but no sound seems to come from there. Suddenly, the man being chased by Luo Lansha goes flying. He lands hard on the ground as Luo looks confused, glancing at him and the spot from where he flew. With Gao Ji on her shoulders, the girl notices her friend Zuo Tianchen, who has an indifferent expression on his face. Running toward her friend Zuo, the little girl asks if this is Gao Fei's father, and he confirms it. Looking at the thug he just defeated, Zuo asks who he is, and Luo explains that this is the man who invaded Gao's house. With a cold, apathetic look, Zuo Tianchen comments that he understands the situation. Gao Ji wakes up, begins to sigh and groan, and Luo Lansha happily comments that he's awake. However, Uncle Gao wakes up frightened and paranoid, realizing he's in a different place than before. Running away from the two in a panic, Gao Ji shouts for them not to come near him. He wraps his arms around his knees, trying to escape reality, and when Luo asks, Zuo explains that he's in shock. Completely frustrated, Luo Lansha says that all these bad men should be eliminated. The thug that our protagonist had thrown and sent flying begins to wake up, noticing his own hand and realizing he survived. After seeing that the man is still alive, our hero comments that the man is quite resilient. Slowly opening his eyes after being knocked out, Fat Wei's thug widens his eyes when he realizes he's face to face with Zuo. As Zuo draws his sword from its sheath, saying the man won't have another chance, the thug raises his hand to shield his face. Suddenly, Gao Ji appears out of nowhere, cursing the man aggressively without warning. Both Luo Lansha and Zuo Tianchen are startled and simply watch the scene unfold. Facing the man lying on the ground, Gao Ji begins to angrily repeat, "It was him." With clenched fists, approaching his enemy, he continues to say that this man was responsible. Grabbing the man by the collar, completely enraged, Gao Ji starts shouting that he was the one who did it, and the thug seems to recognize Gao. Suddenly, Gao Ji delivers an extremely powerful punch, landing right in the middle of the enemy's face. Still injured and mentally shattered after all the trauma, it's clear that Gao Ji is out of control. He lands another blow, cursing the man aggressively. Without a moment's pause, Gao Ji brutally delivers another punch. Again, without hesitation, he lands a cross punch to the enemy's face. Still swearing, he finishes with another punch to the man's cheek. Without stopping, Gao Ji throws a flurry of rapid punches at the thug. Our protagonist silently watches the scene, absorbing the intense and tense situation. Luo Lansha shares the same expression as her friend Zuo and also becomes apathetic. Still cursing the man and consumed by rage, Gao Ji's hand is completely smeared with ketchup, and the man appears to be unconscious. Crying profusely, the man seems to be delirious, talking to his already deceased wife. Standing over the man he just took down, Gao Ji says to his wife that he's useless. Luo comments that Gao Ji seems to be better now after all that, and Zuo tells her to help him so they can go meet Gao Fei. Quickly, she runs toward her friend's father, who just had a psychotic episode. The day dawns, and the sun illuminates the buildings of the municipality of Ji in an incredibly beautiful way. Gao Fei slowly begins to open his eyes. Resting in a large bed, Gao wakes up and asks where he is, and at the foot of his bed, he sees his father sleeping. Gao Fei is startled to see his father alive and asleep at the foot of the bed. When his father wakes up, he realizes it's Gao Fei and holds him in his arms, grateful that he finally woke up. The anguish on both of their faces fades in this emotional reunion, and Gao realizes it really is his father. His father hugs him warmly, thankful that he's alive. Gao Fei quickly asks if Fat Wei hurt him, and his father replies that his friends avenged Fei's mother. Luo appears at the door of the room with a tray in her hand, commenting that Zuo was right and that Gao had woken up. Holding the tray, Luo mentions that he must be hungry and hands him the food, and Gao thanks his friend. She makes a silly face when he thanks her, and says it was nothing. Gao Fei's father tells him that he thought his son wouldn't wake up since he was in a coma for 3 days, and Gao is shocked by this information. Gao asks where they are, and his father responds that they're in an abandoned hotel they took over. Excited, Luo Lansha mentions that she found a lot of food in the kitchen but is interrupted by Zuo, who calls Gao impulsive. Luo shouts Tiancheng's name to warn him, as Gao has just woken up from a coma. Zuo says they shouldn't trigger Ebola unless it's an emergency. In response, Gao says that man killed his mother. Changing the subject, Zuo is relieved that Gao had been practicing the exercises, which boosted his immunity, and asks about his tattoo. Gao is clearly embarrassed and seems to try to change the subject, avoiding answering. Still avoiding the question, he starts scratching his face and repeating the same thing. Zuo remains insistent, asking again where his tattoo is located. Gao Fei exclaims that his tattoo is on his private parts. Everyone in the room tries to hold back laughter at Gao's remark. Zuo and Luo Lansha can't help it, and burst out laughing at Gao's situation, as he asks them to stop laughing. Wiping tears from laughing so hard, Zuo says that once Gao recovers, he'll check out the tattoo, and Gao insists it's not necessary. With a friendly smile and a relaxed, relieved expression, Gao's father says he's going to rest in his room. He leaves the room looking much better than he did before. Zuo Tianchen and Luo Lansha begin to catch up with Gao Fei, and they all seem to enjoy their time together. Meanwhile, Gao Shi gives one last smile before leaving the room, appearing happy that his son is doing well. Some time passes, and we see Gao Fei and Luo Lansha practicing breathing exercises alongside our protagonist. He comments that they're almost there, and the two friends slowly begin to open their eyes after deep meditation. Zuo remarks that Luo is almost at the first stage, and will unlock her ability soon, while Fei still needs to work on his immunity. Luo Lansha asks about Tianqing, surprising him with the question directed at him. In response, he says he's almost at stage 2, and when he gets there, he'll be able to handle 2 entire groups like fat ways. Gao Fei is amazed by this information and comments on how strong Zuo will become. Zuo notices Gao's exaggerated reaction and asks what's wrong. Holding his hands nervously, Gao Fei asks if Zuo can teach these breathing techniques to his father. Without hesitation, Zuo immediately responds that he will, explaining that he hadn't done so earlier because Gao was in a coma. Gao is surprised and asks if he's serious, and Zuo confirms, saying they are brothers after all. Gao Fei goes to his father's room and starts knocking on the door more and more, saying it's him and asking his father to open it. Zuo steps in, pushing Gao aside. Quickly kicking the door with force, he manages to break it down. The door falls to the floor, revealing the interior of Gao Ji's room. As soon as the two friends see inside, they are shocked, eyes wide and mouths open. Gao Fei is overwhelmed with shock at the sight before him. He quickly steps into the room and approaches something. Entering the dark room, he stops in front of his father's body, hanging by a rope around his neck. Gao Fei can't contain his grief and immediately begins crying uncontrollably, biting his lips from the sadness. He can't stop crying and screaming for his father when he realizes what has happened. Gao falls to his knees, unable to bear the sorrow, while his two friends stand frozen in shock. Luo Lansha notices something on the dresser and sees that it's a letter, telling Gao that his father wrote it for him. Gao Fei takes the letter in his hands and begins reading it through his tears. In the letter, we see that Gao Ji is saying goodbye, apologizing for his cowardice and selfishness, but admitting he couldn't take it anymore. Gao Ji writes that the world changed too fast, and he couldn't handle it, knowing he would soon die at the hands of a zombie or a thief. He also writes that before they arrived, he witnessed so much brutality, death, and horrific things. He continues, saying that he was used to his old, peaceful life and couldn't adapt to this new, sick world. Gao Ji writes that he wanted to see Gao's face one last time and is happy that his son has trustworthy friends, allowing him to rest in peace. He also mentions in the letter a watch that was a symbol of love between him and Gao's mother, which he left as an inheritance for his son. As Gao mourns by his father's grave, the letter ends by saying he would have been a burden to them and that Gao should move forward. He tells Gao to always stay strong, and Gao wipes away his tears and stands up, remembering this. Still crying, Gao Fei asks Tianchen what happened to this world. Death, betrayal, and danger everywhere lead Ao Fei to wonder if they'll live in this world forever. Lighting his cigarette, Zuo says honestly that he doesn't know if it will stay this way or not. He simply comments that the world changed and became like this, and there's probably no way to change it. If there is, he doesn't know how. Zuo adds that some people have chosen to accept their fates while others fight against them, then asks what Zuo has chosen. Tiancheng responds that neither fate was chosen by him. Smoking with an apathetic expression, he says he just wants to survive with them because that's the only way they'll have a chance. Trying to hold on to hope, Gao Fei repeats the words, survival, and chance, as self-affirmation. Our protagonist offers his cigarette to his friend Gao Fei. Gao quickly accepts and takes the lit cigarette from Zuo's hand. Fei takes a deep breath, inhaling the air of the place where they are. He decides to take a drag from the cigarette, while his friend Zuo places a comforting hand on his back. Gao Fei sheds many tears while coughing from the drag he took on the cigarette. In an authoritative tone, trying to help his friend move on, Zuo tells them it's time to leave. The three begin to leave the municipality of Ji, and Luo Lansha asks Zuo for a cigarette, but he refuses, saying she's just a child. A month passes, and we see Luo Lansha standing in front of Gao Fei on top of a building. Luo stares seriously and coldly at her friend Gao, with a challenging tone. Gao returns her challenging and serious look. Suddenly, Luo vanishes in a burst, jumping over her friend to attack him. However, with his precise hunter's gaze, Gao sees everything clearly and calmly sighs. Luo attempts to deliver a powerful punch right to the center of Fei's face, but he quickly dodges to the side, telling her she's too slow, and she misses the punch. Before hitting the ground, she uses the momentum to spin and perform multiple flips, keeping herself on her feet. With a confident expression, she tells him to watch closely at what's about to happen. The glowing red marks from the stimulated Ebola virus begin to appear on her back. Now with her hands on the ground and her legs stretched back, she seems ready to gather momentum for another attack. After gaining momentum, Luo charges a powerful spinning kick aimed at Gao Fei. With his eyes closed, Gao easily blocks the kick with his forearm, preventing the attack from doing any damage. Unexpectedly and swiftly, Luo Lansha moves behind Gao, sliding beneath him, saying it's not over yet. Gao, with his cold stare, doesn't seem impressed by his friend's movement, and even seems to already know how to counter it. He quickly draws the knife from the holster on his leg in response to her move. He grips the knife and throws it toward his friend. Both point their knives at fatal spots, Luo aiming at Gao's stomach, and Gao aiming at her neck. She holds her knife firmly towards his stomach, and he doesn't hesitate to keep his knife close to her neck. Watching the entire sparring session through his binoculars, Zuo observes everything and comments that both have greatly improved their techniques. He mentions that Fei's reaction speed has increased significantly, and that Luo Lansha's overall speed has improved as well, even surpassing him. After Gao jokes that Zuo has been observing too much through his binoculars, our protagonist notices something in the distance. In shock, Gao looks in the same direction as Zuo and deduces that it could be Fat Wei's factory. He comments that he saw people looting the place and stealing the resources stored there. Gao Fei suggests they must be trying to steal Fat Wei's supplies, and Zuo agrees. Our hero says that he and his friends have rested long enough, and it's time to go. With a downcast look and a more melancholic tone, Gao asks if they are really leaving the municipality of Ji. Confirming their departure, Zuo mentions that the resources in this place are limited and that he needs to find his girlfriend. Both Luo Lansha and Gao Fei are shocked by this information. In response to their exaggerated reactions, Zuo Tianchen gives a light, comfortable smile. At that moment, an unknown person arrives at a yet-to-be-identified Oriental-style temple. We see a tall man in a suit and dress shirt, accompanied by a striking red-haired woman in tactical gear. When the leader's subordinate, Lin, says they have a good chance, the leader asks if Yi Hao has returned. The subordinate replies that he hasn't but confirms that the factory is empty. Lin says that things seem to have happened too quickly, but his servant responds that it's normal since the fat man had many enemies seeking revenge. Leader Lin declares that they need to hurry and get to the factory to claim the resources as soon as possible. He asks Yun, the woman by his side, if they have enough men, and she replies that they could send some of the teenagers they recently accepted. His subordinate comments that the teenagers are living off them, so they should work as well, and the boss agrees. The boss then asks his friend Li Yun to take care of it, and she consents. In a truck, the teenagers seem irritated about having to work, and one of them says it's fair since they are being supported by the group. One boy mentions that he was planning to leave the country to study, and another was going to work at a company and have a bright future, but everything was ruined. The boy with glasses grumbles about pessimistic things, and a girl next to him tells him there's no point dwelling on it. She concludes by saying they have to work since they are living with them now. The boy with glasses complains that using brute force for labor just proves that all his studies were a waste. Suddenly, the truck stops abruptly, and all the teenagers are thrown backward. The hot-headed boy with glasses insults the driver, asking who taught him to drive. With a stern expression, the driver simply says they've arrived at their destination. The group of 5 teenagers stands in front of Fat Wei's factory. The girl says she won't waste time with the arrogant boy and decides to take the lead. Zuo advises his 2 friends to grab the easiest supplies to pack. Suddenly, they encounter Zuo Tianchen, who is confused by the presence of the teenagers. The teenagers are shocked when they notice another group there and start questioning it. Zuo and Gao Fei stand firm and calm, staring at the group of teens. Both groups stand still, facing each other, confused by each other's presence. Luo Lansha asks what they should do, and Zuo tells them to keep loading the car with supplies while he handles it. Gao Fei and Luo Lansha simply nod and continue loading the car. Annoyed, the boy with glasses exclaims that they can't take any of those resources. Arguing with Zuo, who just lights a cigarette indifferently, the boy claims they found the items first and demands they leave immediately. Zuo mocks him, saying they're already filling the car with the resources and that the boy is lying about having found them first. A bit lost for words, the boy says they came back with the car but still found the factory first. Now with a dark expression and a threatening tone, Zuo Tianchen asks if they intend to take everything from the factory. One of the girls in the group suggests to the boy that they should just forget about it and take other resources, but he insists that the enemies will grab the best items. The girl points out that their group is small and they should let it go, but the arrogant boy refuses, as his inflated ego won't allow it. Another girl in the group realizes they are all young and suggests inviting them to join their group. Che asks if they are underage and comments that, with the world being so dangerous, they should stick together. Zuo dismisses the idea and tells them to take their share of the factory's resources while his group takes theirs. He then orders his two friends to keep loading the car with supplies. Annoyed, the boy with glasses exclaims that Zuo is asking for trouble, while his friend tries to stop him, reminding him they're also just young people. She adds that they could force the three of them to hand over the resources since they outnumber them, but her group disagrees with this. The girl gets frustrated and tells the others to go into the factory and gather supplies. Luo suggests they teach the group a lesson to stop underestimating them, but Zuo says it's unnecessary as they are just regular people. Becoming increasingly irritated, the extremely arrogant boy with glasses kicks a can in frustration. He mutters to himself indignantly, saying that they're the heroes, and he's the villain of the story. Following the can as it rolls along the ground, he stumbles upon something that catches his attention, making him pause. He then realizes it's a large, locked warehouse that hasn't been raided yet. Back at the temple, a man runs frantically, calling for Chief Lin. The chief sighs with relief when Inhao returns, and the subordinate asks Lin if he sent a group to the factory. He questions the chief about where he sent the group. In denial, the servant repeatedly asks if the chief didn't send anyone to the factory, and Lin replies that he sent the students. Inhao quickly starts sweating nervously, saying that the situation is bad, and the chief asks what's going on. He explains that Fat Wei's factory has an entire warehouse full of zombies. Chief Lin is shocked and can't believe what he's just heard. He orders the servant to hurry and call Yun to the room, and the subordinate confirms he'll follow the order. In the trunk of Zuo and his friend's car, they fill it with bread, water, beer, and biscuits. Zuo asks Gao if he found cigarettes, and Fei shows him a box of 1916 cigarettes, asking if they're okay. Excited, our protagonist comments that it's not a bad find and will last them a good while. Closing the trunk, Tianchen declares that they're ready to leave. The girl from the young group again asks them to join their group, explaining that they're staying in a safe place. Tianchen becomes interested upon hearing about a safe location and asks how many people are there. The girl replies that there are about 100 people. In a sarcastic tone, our hero comments that it's probably better if they continue on their own. The girl is left speechless by Tianchen's reaction. She walks back to get something and asks them to wait. Quickly returning, she brings a simple weapon and tells them to be careful and protect themselves on the road. Mentioning that it's dangerous out there, she advises them to take care, and Zuo thanks her for the gift. With the weapon in hand, Tianchen calls for Fei. He tells him to leave some medicine for the young group, and Fei agrees with his friend's suggestion. Gao Fei starts the car, while Zuo lies down in the back seat, and he and Luo sit in the front seats. Luo Lanshan notices two boys trying to open the warehouse at Fat Wei's factory, and wonders what they're doing. Fei quickly steps on the gas and speeds up, and Luo comments to Tianchen that the young ones are trying to open the fat man's warehouse. In shock, Zuo yells, asking which warehouse they're trying to open. She replies that it's the warehouse visible from the main gate. Even more shocked by this information, Zuo begins to wonder if that's the warehouse he thinks it is. Gao asks what's going on, and Luo Lansha asks if there's anything good left there for them to go back and get. Looking at the weapon and remembering the kind girl, Zuo feels a sense of empathy for the young people and a sense of responsibility toward her. He orders Gao Fei to stop the car to save that group of teenagers. Meanwhile, we see the arrogant boy and another young member of the group trying to open the warehouse door. The young man tells Su Zhao that something seems wrong, but Su Zhao responds that he's mistaken, saying the warehouse must be full of resources. Frustrated with the lock and the fact that he can't open it, he complains that it seemed easier in the movies. Pulling out a simple firearm from his holster, he says he's going to use it. Suddenly, the entire area is filled with the booming sound of the gunshot. Che quickly asks Su Zhao what he's doing. The boy excitedly replies that he's managed to open the fat man's factory warehouse. All the teenagers, who are apparently getting ready to leave, look confused by Su Zhao's actions. The lock on the warehouse gate falls to the ground, broken after Su's gunshot. As soon as he opens the large double doors, he is immediately hit by the foul stench coming from inside. Covering his nose because of the strong, disgusting smell, he wonders what kind of place he's entering. Just as he prepares to take another step into the dark, foul-smelling area, we see a reflection of a cadaverous hand belonging to an infected creature reaching toward the boy. Suddenly, one of the infected grabs the boy by the leg and, without hesitation, bites him right on the ankle. Su Zhao can't contain a piercing scream of pain that echoes throughout the place. Kicking the zombie's head, he curses and starts yelling for the group to help him. The whole group looks toward the warehouse, confused and unsure of what's happening. Suddenly, Su Jiao starts running out of the warehouse, stumbling, with dozens of ravenous infected creatures chasing after him. Su shouts for all his friends to run, and immediately, everyone starts running when they see the zombies coming after them. Turning around with his firearm in hand, he starts cursing and shooting at the zombies in complete desperation. One of the girls in the group, on the verge of tears, realizes they're running toward a dead end. Shay tells everyone to get their weapons and prepare to fight the infected. Su Jiao asks Lucy where her weapon is while he continues shooting and taking down more infected. Hitting the undead with a piece of metal, Lu explains that she gave her weapon to the 3 youths who were there earlier. Frustrated and angry, Su says they can barely defend themselves, and yet she gave a weapon to strangers. A terrifying and hungry zombie approaches the girl Che, and she is shocked by its sudden appearance. In a panic, she starts waving her weapon around wildly, telling it to stay away from her. Meanwhile, one of the group members gets bitten on the shoulder and cries out for help. Still begging for help, he drops his weapon due to the pain, and another zombie comes charging at him, ferocious and hungry. Che watches the scene, frozen in shock, repeatedly muttering, "No, no, no." Realizing that she could meet the same fate, she begins screaming for help and drops her weapon as well. Suddenly, without warning, a projectile is fired from a gun in the distance, and the zombie that was about to bite Che is killed. Instantly, the zombie falls to the ground, defeated. Still in shock, the girl breathes a sigh of relief. She realizes that the ones who saved her were the youths she had previously called children, with Zwo being the one who fired the shot. Soon after, Luo Lansha and Gao Fei also start firing their weapons frantically, eliminating all the infected in the area. Numerous zombies are shot and begin to fall, defeated one by the barrage of gunfire. Che stands still, wide-eyed, watching the entire scene unfold. Our protagonist orders his 2 friends to switch weapons as there isn't much ammo left, and they switch to using their knives. Tianchen strikes the zombies with his crowbar, taking them out. Gao Fei uses his 2 machetes to cut down the undead. Meanwhile, Luo Lansha uses her fists, landing cross punches and an uppercut to defeat the infected. Lin's group of teenagers simply watches, stunned and speechless. Some time passes in the municipality of Ji, and the situation seems to have calmed down. We see Zwo's crowbar covered in tomato sauce, and he asks the girl if she's okay. Still in shock, she manages to stammer out a thank you, her words stumbling out. Luo Lansha asks Shanbiao to give her a smile, while Gao complains to the hamster, telling him to stop yelling at him. Our hero returns the firearm and says he came back to return it, but she refuses to take it. He replies, saying he has plenty of firearms. Suddenly, the arrogant boy with glasses comes over and grabs the gun from Zwo's hand. He questions Lucy about why she's being so insistent when Zwo is offering the gun so willingly. The same arrogant boy invites our protagonist to join their group, but he quickly refuses, saying he doesn't like being around too many people. The boy leans into Lucy's ear and tells her to convince Zwo, as he seems to like her. The girl becomes embarrassed. Shanbiao grunts in response to the whole situation. Zwo glances at the hamster, confused, trying to understand what the animal is attempting to communicate. Zwo quickly changes his expression, becoming serious and stern, asking the boy if he has been bitten. The boy with glasses is completely shocked, responding in confusion and indignation to Tiancheng's question. As all the boy's friends look on in surprise at Zwo's inquiry, the boy claims not to know what the protagonist is talking about. Lifting his dirty crowbar near the boy, Tiancheng asks again if he has been bitten, and the boy quickly denies it. With a detective-like gaze, Zwo looks down and notices something unusual. He instantly orders the arrogant boy to roll up his pants to prove he hasn't been bitten. When the boy looks at his own ankle, he is in shock and wonders how this could have happened. Our protagonist explains that the Ebola infection makes the person lose sensation, which is why the boy doesn't feel the pain. Suddenly, the boy points his gun at Zwo's head and says he's going to shoot, while Zwo calmly responds, saying he can explain how the infection works. Coldly and cruelly, Zwo asks the boy why he's pointing the gun at Zwo and not at himself to end this. Completely panicked after Tiancheng's response, the arrogant boy with glasses desperately shouts that he's not going to die. At that very second, yelling that he won't die, the boy pulls the trigger, and Zwo ducks along with Lucy to dodge the shot. When the boy realizes he missed his shots, he starts running, and Luo wants to chase after him, but Zwo stops her, saying he's already a dead man. Out of nowhere, Gao Fei says something is approaching, and Tianchen coldly responds that he already knew. In the background, they suddenly hear a loud, desperate scream echoing through the area. Suddenly, the boy with glasses has become a corpse, and someone is carrying his body. Zwo Tiancheng watches the whole thing, calm and calculating as usual. Carrying the boy's body is a second stage infected, which Tiancheng had previously faced with great difficulty. When the infected spots the group of teenagers, it lets out a massive, powerful roar, like a lion in the jungle. The group of teenagers sent to the factory begins running in terror at the sight of the monster. Zwo calmly and coldly tells Lucy and her group to go ahead, and she asks about his group. Our protagonist simply replies that if they stay, they'll just be a burden to them. One of Lucy's friends urges her to hurry before it's too late. The girl grabs Lucy's hand and quickly runs off with her, shouting for them to hold on while she calls for help. Meanwhile, the second stage infected watches the entire scene and lets out another huge roar to scare the teenagers. Annoyed by the infected's noise, Zuo delivers a sudden, powerful kick to the enemy. The enormous monster with its thick armor is sent flying, crashing to the ground and getting pushed back. Zuo informs his two friends that it's an evolved infected, capable of calling for reinforcements and more. However, with a sarcastic smile on his face, our hero remarks that all the surrounding zombies have already been defeated, so it's useless for it to scream. Lighting a cigarette, Tianchen says he'll leave this fight to them since they've been training for a long time. The two are surprised by this news, while the protagonist says it will be 2 against 1, that they can't use weapons, and that they shouldn't lose. With combat energy and power emanating from their bodies, the two friends charge forward confidently with their knives. Quickly, the two leap simultaneously towards the infected, preparing airborne attacks with their knives and swords. Meanwhile, an all-black car speeds through the streets of the municipality. The red-haired girl urges the old man, Lee, to drive faster, and he replies that he's already doing so but suddenly becomes confused by something. Seeing a truck approaching ahead, the girl tells Lee that it's them and that he needs to stop the car. Lucy, noticing the black car, tells Yun to save them. The red-haired woman, Yun, asks her to explain slowly, but Lu says there's no time and that she'll explain on the way. Accelerating the car and readying her firearms, Yun questions the strength of the 3 youths who took down an entire horde by themselves. However, Lucy explains that a monster appeared out of nowhere, one that requires 10 people to contain. Back at the combat scene, we return to the factory where everything is happening. Yun, the redhead who works for leader Lin, stands in front of the factory. The battalion leader orders everyone to follow formation and her commands as they enter, and they all nod in agreement. Ordering everyone to advance, they run, following the woman as they turn the corner toward the location. Lucy tells them that once they pass this corner, they'll encounter the infected, and Yun questions the eerie silence in the area. Shocked, the girl wonders if the worst has already happened, and the battalion leader tells them to listen for her 3-second countdown. At that moment, they turn and aim their weapons down the street where the infected is. In shock, Yun's eyes widen at the sight. She sees the second stage infected lying on the ground, badly wounded and already defeated. At the tips of our protagonist's fingers, another lit cigarette fills the air with smoke. Meanwhile, Luo Lansha, in a state of happiness and calm, enjoys a pink lollipop. The two friends who just defeated the monster are crouched in front of its body, while Zuo stands with his arms crossed. Our hero begins criticizing their teamwork, saying it wasn't the best. Zuo asks Gao Fei why he attacked at close range when he only fights from a distance, and Gao says he wanted to feel manly. Giving Luo Lansha a light tap of reprimand, our hero tells her that she shouldn't compete in strength with a second-stage zombie. Embarrassed and proud, she tries to justify herself, saying she just wanted to try fighting it on equal footing. Reprimanding them, Zuo says he's not pleased with the result of the fight, pointing out that if he hadn't intervened, both could have been dead. Gao Fei notices people approaching, looks to the side, and warns Tianchen that there are people nearby. He just takes a deep breath, takes a drag from his cigarette, with an apathetic expression and narrowed eyes. Yun's group arrives, pointing their weapons at Zuo, asking who they are. Our hero simply asks what they're staring at. In shock, Zuo can't contain his surprise and seems to recognize Yun, who looks at him curiously. Lucy steps in front of Yun, explaining that they're friendly people. Preventing Yun from doing anything rash, Lucy tells her that the young group saved her earlier. The battalion leader questions Tianchen about how they managed to defeat an entire horde of zombies and one of the big ones. Internally, Tianchen notes that she's referring to Yun. He then calls her Hong Dai, and she realizes the protagonist is staring at her, demanding an explanation. Tianchen remembers that in his past life, Yun was awarded the title of the #1 assassin after taking down a very important target, and had once saved him. Still pressing him for an answer, Zuo tells her that he mistook her for someone very dear to him. Convinced that our hero is hitting on her, Yun remarks that he doesn't know how to flirt, and Zuo becomes annoyed. Lucy tells her friend Yun to invite Zuo to their base since he's clearly very strong. Yun invites the group to come with her and her team, and Luo Lansha gets irritated when she refers to them as children. Then she glances at Yun's melons and realizes the age difference. Frustrated, Luo Lansha begins insulting Yun over the difference in the size of their melons, and Zuo calms her down, holding back his friend. When asked if Yun is the leader of the base, she replies that the leader is Lin Xing. Zuo recalls this name from his previous life, remembering that Lin Xing had Hong Dai under his command, making him quite different. Gao Fei begins to recall and asks if Lin Xing is the man responsible for solving the red butterfly case. Shocked by what Gao Fei says, Zuo repeats, exclaiming the name, Red Butterfly. Gao Fei explains that it was the biggest serial killer case in the municipality of Ji, where all the victims were wealthy and had butterfly drawings next to them. Zuo asks if the serial killer was that good, and Gao replies that Lin Xing was even better and solved the case by himself. Thinking to himself, Tianchen reflects on the information about the red butterfly and the police officer. And suddenly, after thinking over this information, he decides to accept Yun's offer. Surprised, Yun Hong Dai asks if they're really willing to follow them. She asks what made them change their minds, and Zuo Tianchen says nothing, simply telling her to lead the way. As the evening sets in, the sky takes on a gradient of red and orange. An unknown black car speeds through the streets of the municipality of Ji. Inside the car, 3 unknown men discuss how the factory shut down too quickly and that they can't return empty-handed. They argue amongst themselves, trying to come up with an idea to please their boss with some resources, and one mentions a convenience store. Parking in front of the mentioned convenience store, they prepare to gather supplies for their boss. The man who seems to be the leader of the group tells them to only take one weapon, while he grabs a shotgun. Entering the abandoned convenience store, the leader steps forward, carefully surveying the empty environment. He orders his men to follow and loot everything they see. The leader looks from side to side with his weapon in hand, searching for supplies, alert and cautious, until he hears a noise. His attention drawn to the sound, he points his gun and yells that he'll shoot if the person doesn't reveal themselves. A trembling figure steps out from behind the counter, hands raised, saying they're just human and begging him not to shoot. The man, who had his gun drawn, realizes it's a beautiful girl and seems interested in her. An older girl with glasses and purple hair, along with a smaller girl also with purple hair, pleads with him not to shoot. Back at Lin Xing's monumental oriental temple at night, a dinner is being served. Celebrating, many happy people raise their glasses in a moment of camaraderie. We see our protagonist and his group of friends eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves. Along with them are some men and Lin Xing himself, who apologizes for the small amount of food, but Zuo thanks him nonetheless. Observing the leader and reflecting, Zuo realizes that Xing is still the leader of a survivor base and protects Hong Dai. Smiling and sipping his drink, Zuo considers himself very lucky to have met the red butterfly and the leader of this base. Xing tells Zuo that despite their youth, they are formidable, and asks if they've trained before. Our hero says they trained alone as a hobby. Convinced, with a light smile on his face, Xing says the 3 must be geniuses. Lu Si mentions that Zuo and his friends defeated a second-stage infected, and that they're very strong. Impressed, the members of Xing's survivor group marvel that the 3 defeated the infected with only knives. Xing earnestly asks Zuo to stay at the base and says that in the future, he might even give him the entire group to lead. Annoyed, one of the men stands up, confronting Xing, saying he had promised that he would lead the team but has now decided to give it to an outsider. Equally irritated, Lin Xing orders the man to sit down and watch his mouth in front of their guests. The chubby man insists that the team is the future of the base and refuses to hand over its leadership to outsiders who are still very young. Irritated, Luo Lansha slams her hand on the table with an angry expression, demanding that the man repeat they're just children. After the man says he won't be scared by just a child, Luo grabs a chair and threatens to throw it at him. Zuo Tianchen, assuming a mature leader's posture, gives her a cold look and orders her to sit down. She pouts but obeys her leader's command. Gao Fei makes an extremely unpleasant comment, saying that angry girls tend to get wrinkled. Annoyed, one of Lin Xing's men slams his cup aggressively on the table to silence them and calm things down. The man stands up and tells leader Lin that he has something to do and is leaving. All the others sitting at the table get up and leave along with the man who stood. Slightly embarrassed, leader Xing apologizes to Zuo for his subordinate's behavior, but Tianchen says he's not bothered by it. Our protagonist explains that he didn't come to Lin Xing's base to join it, but to strike a deal. Hong Dai orders Lucy to take her friends outside since they have business to attend to. Leader Lin Xing questions Zuo Tianchen about what kind of deal he's interested in making. Serious and cold, with his cigarette lit, Zuo says he needs equipment, heavy weapons, ammunition, and a sniper rifle. Xing replies that weapons in this world are lifesavers, and knowing that, Zuo affirms he has something valuable to offer in exchange. With a sly grin on his face, Tianchen says he has medicine, which is just as valuable as weapons, and Yun asks about the medicine. In response to Hong Dai, he says they have antibiotics, flu medicine, bandages, and alcohol. Yun Hong Dai is shocked by the information, barely able to contain her surprise or finish her sentence. Cold and calculating, leader Lin Xing, with a drink in hand, says the offer is tempting but that he needs to discuss it with the others first. Meanwhile, His subordinates, still upset with their leader, complain that the group is made up of children and that the leader is acting strangely. One of the subordinates asks his friend if he knows what will happen if the children take control of their team. Answering his own rhetorical question, the man says there are 3 teams, one for the leader, one for Yun, and the third is theirs. The other subordinate, indignant at the thought of the children taking over their team, says they still wouldn't have a high rank within the group. Completely irritated, one of Xing's men says he won't allow newcomers to assume a position higher than his. The grumpy, chubby man says he won't accept handing over control of his team to these kids. The other subordinate with him tells him to be quiet because the kids are arriving. They hide behind a wall, watching the leader's negotiation with the group of newcomers. Leader Lin Xing compliments Zuo on his drinking skills and invites him to drink again, and Zuo responds that he's very kind. The subordinate watching from a distance begins to develop a deep resentment toward Tianchen, seeing him as a threat to his position. Xing asks Yun to accommodate Zuo and his friends, as he has matters to attend to, and she obeys his order. Changing his expression, Xing whispers in Yun's ear, asking her to convince them to stay, and she nods, understanding the order. As she turns to leave and says she'll take them to their rooms, Gao Fei, being a pervert, shows interest in her. She leads with Tianqing and his friends inside the temple, heading toward their rooms. Yun comments that the place was built by royalty, so the residences are similar, and Luo Lansha is amazed by the size of the place. When she sees the little girl picking up a valuable vase, Yun says that Xing mentioned the value of those objects is priceless, and that they can stay for just one night. Yun Hongdai wishes the group a good rest, and Zuo Tianchen, pleased, thanks her. Jealous and annoyed, Xing's subordinates get upset at the room they were given, with one of them commenting that he lives in a shack. The big guy runs off angrily, saying he can't take it anymore, and the other thug tries to stop him, reminding him that they're Lin Xing's guests. Opening the door quickly and aggressively, the big guy tries to kick the group out, demanding they leave immediately. When he sees Yun Hongdai there, and she asks him the reason for his visit, the big guy says he just came to see the guests. His friend, watching the scene, comments that it'll be fun to see him get into trouble. Face to face with our protagonist, the big guy asks if his name is Zuo Tianchen, who only looks at him with a blank expression. Extending his hand to our hero, he says his name is Ali, and it's a pleasure to meet the newcomer. Tianchen looks him up and down with disdain, and asks if he really wants a handshake. Yun asks Ali not to do this, but he replies that he's just being polite and friendly. With a malicious and ill-intentioned smile on his face, the big guy says he weighs 170 kilos and is going to crush Zuo's hand. Zuo simply stares at him with hatred and disdain, saying nothing in response. As Ali shakes Zuo's hand, saying it's a pleasure to meet him, it's clear he's applying pressure. Yun Hongdai watches the scene, irritated by how Ali is treating Xing's guest. Laughing sadistically, the chubby man begins applying more force to crush Zuo's hand. Veins start to bulge in Ali's arm, while Zuo remains still, his hand relaxed, without any effort. Confident that he was going to crush Tiancheng's hand, Ali is shocked by the young man's strength and becomes stunned. Thinking to himself, Ali wonders why Zuo didn't even react to his strength, and Zuo calmly tells the big guy to let go of his hand. Even more irritated, seething with anger at Zuo Tiancheng and the situation, Ali says it's not over yet. Tearing off his shirt and revealing his muscles, he says he wants to see how much Zuo can handle. With a lit cigarette in his mouth, Zuo, expressionless and sarcastic, comments that Ali has impressive muscles. Even Shang Biao, the hamster, seems impressed by Ali's muscles. Shocked, the big guy can't hide his astonishment, realizing that the boy's hand is as hard as steel. Luo Lansha calls him Big Head and asks if his name is really Ali. The girl extends her hand to him and says her name is Luo Lansha, and it's a pleasure to meet him. Zuo starts laughing quietly in the background, imagining what's going to happen next as the two are about to shake hands. In the background, we see Ali crying because of Luo Lansh's firm handshake, calling her a little devil. Embarrassed, he starts to cry, upset that he couldn't show off his strength. Yun Hongdai is about to say something to him, but Ali just runs off, saying he doesn't want to hear anything. As she leaves the room, Yun calls for Wei Dong, the other subordinate who is with Ali, and he asks what she wants. With a stern and serious expression, she tells him not to start any trouble. Trying to avoid the topic, Wei Dong pretends not to understand, and she firmly tells him to behave around the newcomers. Extremely furious and bitter, Wei Dong warns the kids to be careful. Meanwhile, the group of friends is having fun with Ali's humiliating and comical situation. Suddenly, we see several shirtless men training martial arts outside the temple. Wei Dong is training with Lu Si, and while subduing her, he tells her to improve her reaction time, which is still too slow. Holding her arm from the pain, she thanks Dong, who advises them to rest for a while. At this moment, the three young friends appear again, and Dong is already irritated upon seeing them in the training field. With a completely different reaction, Lucy joyfully shouts upon seeing the trio of friends. The little girl asks why he is there, and Yun answers for him, saying that he's showing the place and asking about his adaptation. Yun Hong Dai, trying to convince Tianchen to stay, comments that their leader favors talented people who decide to remain there. With a confident smile on his face, our protagonist suggests that they should consider his offer. The group of young people cheers at Zuo Tianchen's arrival, saying that he is a professional who saved them the day before and defeated the big guy. Hong Dai notices that Tianchen is quite popular among the group, and avoiding eye contact, he says that it's actually quite troublesome. Some young people ask Zuo to teach them combat techniques, saying that it would be better than learning from Wei Dong, who overhears this and becomes furious. Upon hearing this and getting completely infuriated, Wei Dong orders these young people to stop wasting time and get back to work. With a dark and sinister tone, Dong tells Tianchen that this is a labor camp and outsiders are not allowed. Lu Si defends his friend, saying that he saved everyone, and Dong comments that he doesn't want any distractions. Yun tells him to take it easy, arrogant and insolent. Luo Lansha says that no one cares about his loser martial arts. Wei Dong becomes completely enraged and asks what she just said to make sure he heard it correctly. Zuo Tianchen turns around and respects Wei Dong's orders, accepting that they are not welcome there, while Luo insults him. Yun Hong Dai runs after them and says that Dong overreacted in the way he behaved, and Lucy asks Luo not to be upset. Stopping midway, Tianchen says that their encounter may have been predestined, so he decides to offer some advice. With a completely serious and grim expression, he says that people like Wei Dong end up causing people like them to perish. Yun, slightly shocked by Zuo's comment, asks if he's referring to Wei Dong, and he confirms. Seething with rage and jealousy, Dong cannot accept the fact that Zuo is receiving special treatment over him, even though he is a veteran. Clenching his fists full of hatred, he insists on insulting Zuo Tianchen with several profanities. Suddenly, a shout breaks the ambient silence, demanding that Zuo and his group wait. Zuo Tianchen, Gao Aofei, and Yun Hong Dai turn around startled by the sudden and shrill scream. While Wei Dong removes his shirt, he begins to challenge Zuo Tianchen to a fight, and Zuo looks at him strangely. Now shirtless, displaying his impressive muscles, he says that if Zuo defeats him, the training camp will belong to him. Zuo glances sideways, indifferent, showing no reaction to Wei Dong's proposal. Suddenly, Tianchen comments that he takes back what he said earlier, and Yun Hong Dai is confused by the young man's statement. He continues, saying that this type of idiot will end up dying on his own. Even more infuriated, Dong demands that he repeat what he said. Wei Dong, questioning what he meant by that, prepares a massive and extremely powerful punch aimed at Zuo. A sound of impact is heard in the training field, but we do not see the outcome of the strike. Suddenly, we see someone easily holding back Wei Dong's extremely powerful and charged punch. Dong widens his eyes and stares at the scene in front of him, shocked and incredulous. Unexpectedly, Gao Fei holds Wei Dong's punch without showing any effort in doing so, while Zuo is turned around and does not even move. Gao Aofei looks with a deadly and somber gaze at Wei Dong and says that if he wants to face Zuo, he must first defeat him. Quickly, Dong frees his fist from Gao's hand and delivers an extremely fast and unexpected spinning kick. Before the kick could hit Gao Fei, the boy counterattacks Wei Dong with a massive and extremely precise kick that sends the man flying. Yun Hong Dai watches the scene and is amazed by Gao Fei's strength and speed in striking the man. Due to the force applied in Gao's kick, a kind of smoke rises from his leg, and the man is several meters away, lying on the ground. Our protagonist, still turned around, glances sideways at his friend Gao, and says that it's enough and that they should leave. Still lying on the ground, the muscular man starts to groan and growl in pain and tries to get up. Some time passes, and Wei Dong begins to complain to Leader Lin, saying that the outsiders cannot stay in their camp. Leader Lin, assuming a stern and authoritative stance, firmly states that they saved the group and are not foreigners. Shouting at his boss, the man says that they can't assign a team for him to lead just for that reason. Facing his subordinate, he says that he always does this and tells him to stop oppressing the newcomers, and the man replies that this time it's different. Irritated with his subordinate, Lin says that they have skills, and Dong doesn't, and that if the situation with Ali happens again, there will be consequences. Clenching his fists and convinced of his argument, Dong says that his boss is mistaken, and his boss tells him to stop talking. Wei Dong, irritated with Leader Lin, grits his teeth and furrows his brow due to the sense of injustice he is feeling. Reluctant and realizing that he has no option this time, he just agrees with his boss without adding anything else. Gossip spreads throughout Lin's temple, saying that Wei Dong got beaten up, and they comment that he deserved it and should pay for the things he did. Inside the car, Wei Dong himself orders them to open the door for him, and the servants are shocked. Lin's subordinate asks if Dong is leaving, and he replies that it's none of the young man's business. He just nods, saying it's none of his business, and tells Dong to move forward, opening the gate for him to pass. Wei Dong, inside the car, accelerates as if there's no tomorrow and rushes down the road in a hurry to reach a certain place. Still completely furious, with eyes wide open and gritted teeth, he says that those brats will pay for what they did. Some time passes, and at night, we see a charming place in the middle of the woods, a sort of cabin or kiosk. There, the two newly made friends, Zuo and Lin, are drinking together again, and the leader praises our protagonist, saying that he drinks well. Being sincere with our protagonist, the base leader says that he wishes for the boy to stay there. After all, there's no one like him. He also says that, if he wishes to stay in the future, he'll be able to manage the base. With his cigarette lit and in a relaxed manner, Zuo says that he's not suited for that kind of thing and has another suggestion in mind. Zuo advises the leader to leave the G municipality and look for another place to settle, and Lin says he has the same idea as the boy. He comments that G is a small place, with few resources and equipment, which works for now, but won't suffice in the future. Zuo Tianchen, being a keen observer, points out that leader Lin is very smart, and soon the leader asks what Zuo suggests. With a gentle yet cold look, Zuo Tianchen stares at leader Lin with the expression of someone who has a risky idea. Remembering his other life, Zuo recalls that the leader established himself in Huabei, but before that, he suffered great losses, and the boy can prevent that. After dozens of beer bottles and a deep conversation, Lin tells Zuo that he doesn't need to hesitate and can be honest with him. Zuo suggests the city of Huabei and explains that it has a natural barrier formed by rivers and mountains, besides being the largest city in China. The most important factor is that Huabei city in China has a strong military area where many weapons are present. Upon hearing this, leader Lin is astonished and cannot contain his reaction of surprise, being left with his mouth open by the boy's information. Excited, the leader celebrates, smiles, and earnestly asks Zuo Tianchen to continue with them. With a light and confident smile on his face, our hero thanks him but says that he has other things to do. Leader Lin is shocked by the news, having his expectations broken, and ends up feeling a bit frustrated. Still, very grateful, leader Lin Xingyi says that Zuo can always count on his help in the future if he needs it. In a simple conversation, our protagonist Zuo comments about his equipment with Lin Xingyi. Lin starts to mention that they are short on equipment, and only have 2 snipers, and Zuo says he understands their situation. Lin Xingyi proposes to give him a sniper for free if Zuo helps him with a task at a local hydroelectric plant. Gao Fei ends up overhearing the conversation and questions if Lin is referring to the hydroelectric plant next to G. Confused, our protagonist asks Gao Fei if G has a hydroelectric plant. Leader Lin explains that 3 groups dominated G, one of them being Fat Wei's, another being the Old Walls, and the other being the hydroelectric plant, led by Long. Tianqing, scratching his chin thoughtfully, finds it interesting that there's a hydroelectric plant in G and that it's controlled by a group. Lin Xingyi comments that Brother Long has a strange and eccentric way of doing things, besides being a smart man. Coldly, Zuo asks if leader Lin would like them to eliminate Long for him, and he confirms that he would. Indignant, Lin Xingyi says that they are maniacs, that they loot everything and also fight very well, so he wants Zuo to help with this task. Zuo listens attentively and understands the complexity of the situation. Tianqing asks Gao what he thinks about all this, and the boy instantly says he is willing to help. Afterwards, he asks Luo Lan Sha, who also quickly agrees with the plan to eliminate Long from the hydroelectric plant. While Lin starts celebrating, Zuo Tianchen is extremely direct and states that he refuses to do it. Lin Xingyi, who couldn't have anticipated this from Zuo, is completely shocked by his response. Standing up from the log where he was sitting, Zuo says he doesn't want to risk everything for a few weapons and announces that he will leave the next morning. The 3 friends turn around and start leaving the place, leaving Lin Xingyi, the base leader, there, stunned by Zuo's refusal. With a more rigid and serious expression, Lin is speechless until he states that what he said earlier still stands. Despite rejecting the offer, he says that if Zuo needs anything in the future, he can count on Lin and the others. Grateful, Zuo Tianchen says he will reach out to them if necessary and thanks leader Lin. Some time passes, and on a cold and dark night, we see a strong wind blowing through the area. A group of extremely strange-looking people, with punk visuals and armed to the teeth, follow a leader with a red mohawk. Suddenly, inside the temple, a commotion and a lot of noise begin. Extremely concerned about this, leader Lin asks his subordinates what is happening. Running towards him, one of his servants says that Brother Long has brought people from his gang to finish off Lin and his men. Completely in shock, leader Lin Xingyi wonders how this could be happening now. On the wall of the old city, where Lin's temple is, Long's group starts firing their weapons at the place. One of Long's men orders the rest to act and enter the area, asking the second brother how things are going. This man begins to approach. A man in a red dress shirt, glasses, and slicked back hair appears and asks if they can finish this in half an hour. One of his subordinates says it's hard to say for sure, as they are persistent, even though some were taken down in the first attack. the man with glasses, who has authority over the place, maintains a severe, cold, and unyielding gaze over the scene before him. This boss orders everyone to move forward and take the place, seizing the women and the food for themselves, and everyone eagerly follows his command. During the early morning, just before sunrise, in Ji County, the attack on Lin Xingyi's base continues. In front of a truck, Wei Dong speaks with boss Long Ting and says that if they succeed this time, Dong will be rewarded. Excited, Wei Dong, still injured from the beating he took, sincerely and genuinely thanks boss Long for his generosity. Breaking his joy, Long grabs Dong by the collar, squeezing it tightly and twisting it with his fist. And, looking deeply into Dong's eyes, he asks what they will do if the mission fails, leaving the man speechless before this threat. Long says that Dong claimed that, by this time, they would be swapping positions and that the mission should have been easier for his men. Frightened by Long's threat, the man says that the men belong to Lin Xing and that the first attack caused significant damage to them. Suddenly, boss Long Ting throws Wei Dong to the ground and says he wants results, also desiring their men and equipment. Long, looking at Wei from head to toe, says he will assign a team to him, and that he must reinforce the southern gate, and the man acknowledges. Irritated, with a bulging vein and eyes wide open, the boss asks why he hasn't gone to fulfill his duty yet. Extremely overtaken by fear, Wei Dong rushes off, running, and tells the boss that he's going right now. While Long lights a cigarette, his subordinate says that even with an advantage, Lin Xing's men are well prepared, and it will be difficult. Smoking his cigarette, with a calm and calculating look, Long Ting tells his subordinate not to worry. In front of a heavy-duty truck, with his hands in his pockets, Long says that he came prepared for this situation. And he comments that when they manage to breach the wall of the old city, they shouldn't let others know, and should claim that he died. Suddenly, we see a bald, muscular man firing multiple rounds from his heavy weapon in a frenzied manner. Some of Long Ting's men are hit, and appear to be taken down by the burly man. Taking cover behind a tree, Wei Dong, with a desperate expression and gritting his teeth, comments that Li is extremely tough. Dong asks if any of the men with him are good at aiming and if so, to hit Li right away and end it. A man with a rifle volunteers to go. While Li, the muscular and bald man, is firing frantically and continuously, he screams. The guy holding a rifle, hiding behind a tree for cover, starts aiming in Li's direction. Looking through the telescopic sight of the rifle, the guy holds steady to aim accurately at the man who is shooting and shouting. With a cold, calculated, and precise manner, he pulls the trigger of his weapon, firing. Before the shot could hit the tall and muscular man, Zuo Tianchen appears and pushes him aside, saving his life. Stunned by his near-death experience, Li looks towards where the shot was fired with wide-open eyes. The fired shot leaves smoke on the wall where it was embedded. Such was its power and destructive capability. Annoyed at missing, the guy holding the rifle is dissatisfied with missing his shot, gritting his teeth in frustration. Immediately, Li, who is saved by Tianqing, thanks his friend for saving his life from that shot that would have been fatal. While Gao Fei prepares his long-range weapon, our protagonist comments that he will leave this task to him, showing confidence. Happy and satisfied with the trust placed by his friend, Gao Fei smiles lightly as he prepares the aim of his rifle. Looking through the telescopic sight, Gao Fei stares at the other henchman and asks if he really wants to compete with Gao. Shocked by the presence of Ao Fei with his long-range weapon, Long's subordinate feels intimidated and cannot react. Within seconds, Gao Fei fires a precise and powerful shot with his long-range weapon that takes down the henchman. Long Ting's other servants wonder if he really turned into a goner, and soon are in shock when they realize he did. Luo Lansha suddenly appears and asks Li if his hand is okay. Surprised by the presence of his friends there, Li feels relieved. Zuo tells Li that he and his friends will take care of this place, and that he can go help Leader Lin, but the muscular man tries to argue with our hero. However, quickly interrupting Li, his friend Gao Fei comments with a smile that they will handle this situation. While commenting that this will be a good night, Zuo and Luo jump from the place they were standing towards the ground where the henchmen are. Right after landing on the ground where dozens of Long's men are gathered, a fight breaks out right there. Meanwhile, we see Leader Lin Xing with a heavy weapon in hand firing and saying they cannot let the fort be invaded. One of his subordinates exclaims that the south gate is understaffed and that they must send more people there. Lin Xing asks Yun Hong Dai if she would be able to take out the boss Long Ting, and she firmly replies that she would not. Looking through binoculars at boss Long, she states that he is more cautious than she could have imagined. Yun asks Lin why they don't ask for Zuo Tiancheng's help, and he says that they shouldn't involve the guests in their fight. With a hateful expression and still firing his heavy military weapon, he says that this fight is theirs and that they will solve it on their own. Long, inside the truck, orders one of his men to gather a team just to pressure them, and the man obeys. The man quickly stops on the way and shouts at the other subordinates to follow him, and not stand idle. Other henchmen arrive at the red truck and tell boss Long Ting that they are wasting too much ammunition. Long tells his henchmen that in terms of skill and practice, Lin and his group are far superior and asks if they will be able to defeat them. Long's bald subordinate scratches his head and confused, tries to formulate a response that would please his boss. His boss says that he will draw all the attention to the north gate, so people from the south gate will enter more easily. After his subordinate calls him smart, Long gets irritated and says that the mission is not yet completed and that he shouldn't be rushed. Suddenly, boss Long Ting looks back with his usual expression, which is cold, distant, and very calculating. At the rear of his red cargo truck, it is possible to notice the presence of several silhouettes of trembling and frightened people. Suddenly, a shot is fired in the middle of the battlefield, making a very sharp noise. Yun Hong Dai and Lin Xing wonder how many bullets they still have and realize that they need to help at the south gate and leave there. Unexpectedly, Li appears and starts firing his weapon frantically while shouting to the enemies that he has arrived. Completely taken by surprise, Lin Xing is genuinely stunned and cannot contain his relieved reaction upon seeing Li. Smiling confidently, Li comments that it seems he arrived at the perfect time. Lin Xing questions his man why he is at the north gate and not at the south gate, and he replies that he just came from there. With a confident and relieved smile, Li says that Zuo Tianchen and his group are taking care of the south gate. Meanwhile, at the south gate, Long's men underestimate the three friends but comment that they are extremely strong. A sharp and seemingly accurate shot is fired. We see that it was Luo Lansha who fired it, smiling with her simple weapons in hand, defeating several of Long's men. After a grenade explosion, Zuo Tianchen is pushed back due to the impact, but he doesn't appear to be injured. He lands calmly and securely, using his left hand and the strength of his legs to prevent being pushed too far. Our protagonist looks back and notices the presence of a very tall and strong man next to Long. The young man looks at him confused, with a frightened expression, not understanding what Zuo's next move will be. Moving behind the man, Zuo uses him as a human shield to block the incoming shots and starts firing back. The twin brother of the man who was just eliminated becomes enraged and charges at Zuo after seeing his brother used as a human shield. Before the brother could do anything as he charged at Tianchen, a shot from a distance eliminates him. Looking up, Zuo searches for the source of the shot that just helped him. He realizes it was Gao Fei with his caliber 56 rifle, standing on top of the wall, giving a thumbs up to Zuo, who returns the gesture. Suddenly, Gao notices something that catches his attention, and unable to contain his reaction, his eyes widen in shock. Seeing a man running desperately for his life, Ao Fei seems to recognize him. Gao shouts to Zuo that the man running is Wei Dong, the traitor who is now on Long Ting's side. Tiancheng's first reaction is to be shocked, but then he orders Luo Lansha to capture him alive, and she replies that she understood the command. With a slight and proud smile, our protagonist seems happy to notice that Luo Lansha's speed has increased after her training. While running desperately, Wei Dong comments that the people from this group must be crazy. Running for his life, he thinks to himself that he can't let himself be caught, or he'll be eliminated instantly. Suddenly, right in front of him, Luo Lansha takes a great leap that makes her soar through the air and overtake Wei Dong in the chase. He stops running, frozen by fear, while Luo Lansha lands on the ground right in front of him. In complete shock, Wei Dong cannot contain his reaction of astonishment and curses Luo Lansha. The girl, standing face to face with the traitor, just lets out a malevolent and sadistic laugh with a malicious look in her eyes. Illuminated only by a streetlight, Wei Dong begins to complain and beg the girl to release him from the rope she tied around him. Luo Lansha replies that she won't release him and that if it weren't for Zuo, she would have eliminated him by now. Looking up at him, where the man is hanging from a rope tied to a street pole, the girl says that Zuo is coming to deal with him. Tianqing suddenly appears and asks if everything is ready, and Luo Lansha is startled by his sudden appearance. Gao Fei also shows up unexpectedly and notices that Luo Lansha tied him up very well with the rope. Zuo comments that it was Dong who brought Boss Long to the wall and explained to him how the defenses of the old city wall worked. With a completely different expression on his face, Tianqing says that there is nothing he hates more than a filthy traitor. Yelling and retorting to Zuo, the man hanging says that he knows nothing and that he did a lot for this place before they arrived. He shouts to the group of young people that if he doesn't get what he deserves, either will the three of them. Luo Lansha and Gao Ao Fei insult him, calling him an idiot and mocking his last words. Zuo orders Luo to untie him, as Wei Dong might still be useful, but the girl gets irritated, saying it wasn't easy to tie him up there. Gao pulls his friend into a hug, and Zuo tells her to stop fooling around, as they have more important things to do, and she agrees. While still hanging from the pole by a rope, Wei Dong begins to repeatedly shout at the girl to wait. Suddenly, without hesitation and without any prior warning, she cuts the rope that was hanging Wei Dong. He falls to the ground like a sack of potatoes, completely carelessly. The girl holds the rope and insults the dirty traitor again. She starts pulling him by the rope like a dog on a leash, and an observer comments that Wei Dong has been captured. The observer sees everything through binoculars and comments that the three youngsters are insane, and he must inform boss Long Ting about them. Facing away, a sort of spider sense kicks in for Gao Fei, making him realize that someone is watching them. He quickly turns around with his long-range weapon in hand, pointing in the direction of the observer with the intent to eliminate him. Seeing this extremely sudden and swift move through his binoculars, the observer is in shock, unable to react. Suddenly, a sniper shot grazes the right side of his body, hitting only the wall and not him. In his thoughts, the red-haired guy feels relieved that the shot only grazed him and that he survived. The man with a scar on his face thinks to himself that this group of 3 people is very terrifying. With a glint in her eyes, Luo asks if he was eliminated, and Gao says he dodged, while Zwa comments to let it go. Back at the walls of the old Chinese city, we see that night has fallen and is denser than ever. Completely dirty, exhausted, and wounded, we see leader Lin Xing with an expression of rage. And right in front of him, leader Long Ting, clean and untouched so far, with a cold and arrogant expression on his face. Long says that if Lin surrenders, they will spare his life, and leader Lin quickly refuses the offer without a second thought. From atop the wall, Xing says he has more men and more weapons, which will make the task impossible for Long. Long then offers to build a base together with Lin Xing. With a stern and unwavering expression, leader Lin says that he will never bow down to people like leader Long. The muscularly shouts that the battle has not yet been decided and that they must keep fighting. With a superior and disdainful look, leader Long Ting insults them, calling them all fools. Asking one of his subordinates about the South Gate, Long receives the answer that Scar was sent there and should return soon. Coldly and observing the whole environment, Long says they must hold their ground and that they will only win once the South Gate is invaded. With a lit cigarette at his fingertips, Zwa appears and comments that they don't need to wait any longer, seeing leader Long Ting right in front of him. Looking threateningly up and down at Long, our protagonist comments that all of his men have already been eliminated. In shock and not believing the truth of this information, Long makes a questioning sound. Also surprised by the appearance of the trio, Lin Xing cannot hide his astonishment upon seeing them. Looking coldly and assertively at the leader, Lin says that the 3 of them have already taken care of the South Gate. Pulling someone from behind the wall, Zwa orders this person to come over to them in a very irritated and hurried tone. Holding Wei Dong by a rope tied around his neck, he asks Lin if he recognizes this man, and he starts screaming desperately. Shocked but managing to contain his reaction, Lin Xing merely widens his eyes at the sight of Wei Dong tied up. Seeing all this unfold before him, Long Ting remains silent while observing what Zwa is plotting. Wei Dong, completely wounded and tied by a rope being held by Zwa, begins pleading for help from Lin Xing. Adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, Long Ting genuinely curses Wei Dong as trash upon seeing the entire scene. Yunhong Dai, in shock, asks what is happening to Zuo Tianchen, while Lin Xing remains silent. Irritated, with a furrowed brow and eyes filled with rage, Lin Xing says that obviously Wei Dong is the cause of all this. Face to face with Wei Dong, the traitor, leader Lin questions whether he leaked all their security details to Long Ting. Pointing a gun at the traitor's head, Yun shouts at him, asking how he dared betray them, and Dong says he was wrong. Then, Wei Dong decides to admit that he told Long Ting everything, from the equipment to the men and supplies they have. Shouting at his former boss, Lin Xing, he says that when Long eliminates them, the resources and women will belong to Long's men. Completely out of his mind and amidst a shrill and villainous laugh, Wei says that he will receive the greatest of rewards. Suddenly, before he could finish his monologue, Wei Dong is shot point blank and turns into a goner. Yunhong Dai and her boss Lin Xing, along with the 2 friends Luo Lansha and Gao Fei, look at the scene shocked and stunned. With smoke coming out of his freshly fired gun, we see Long Ting saying that Wei Dong was too noisy. Disturbed and incredulous by what he just saw, Zuo Tianchen says that Long Ting is truly a madman. Long Ting tells Lin Xing that he doesn't know how to judge a person's character, and made a mistake by giving Wei authority before. He starts yelling at leader Lin, saying he should be thanking Long for eliminating his traitor instead of looking so upset. Zwa comments to leader Lin that he must have reinforcements, so he recommends that he remembers to defend himself, and Lin says he got too emotional. Lin Xing orders Yunhong Dai to gather men and search inside the camp, telling her not to disappoint her leader. She replies that she understood the orders. Speaking to Long Ting, leader Lin says that all his men at the South Gate have been eliminated and questions why he hasn't retreated yet. Laughing with a sadistic expression, Long says that even if the attack at the South Gate failed, he still has a trump card and will not retreat. He exclaims that even if he and his men attack head-on, they will still break through and take over the place. Gao Fei asks his friends if they are going to fight, and patiently, Tianqing tells him to wait, as they have many armed men. With his rifle in hand, Gao says that when needed, He'll be ready to fire and claims that his eyes are better than any artificial scope. Long Ting shouts and asks if leader Lin Xing is going to surrender, and in response, Lin says he will never surrender. With a sadistic and malevolent smile on his face, Long Ting says not to blame him later for making the wrong choice. Making a hand signal to his subordinates, he orders them to bring something for him. Suddenly, several gagged people, with cloths over their heads, are brought to the scene, and Long commands them to be obedient. Zuo Tianchen casts a gloomy and cold gaze at this scene unfolding right in front of him. Suddenly, Long Ting removes the cloth from one of the men's heads, revealing a middle-aged man who appears to be injured. Leader Lin Xing exclaims and questions Long about what he's doing. Lin recognizes the man and calls out to Old Mei, and the man calls out to his leader Lin Xing in return. In a posture of superiority, Long Ting says that these are Lin Xing's former subordinates, and some civilians in between. Now deeply angered by witnessing this scene, the base leader Lin asks what Boss Long wants. Making another hand signal to his subordinates, he demands that the other hostages be brought forward as well, removing the blindfold from another man, who yells at Long's henchmen, demanding to be released. Another man, also injured, appears from under the cloth and shouts out leader Lin's name. A chubby, blonde man has his cloth removed from his head and calls out for Lin Xing as well. Confused, yet another man appears from under the cloth and screams, asking what this place is and what they are trying to do. Suddenly, Zuo Tianchen is caught off guard and cannot contain his shock, widening his eyes and gasping. He sees the two sisters he helped earlier in his journey, and wonders why they are here. Adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, Long Ting orders Lin Xing to surrender immediately. If he doesn't do what Long demands, all these hostages will be eliminated. When Zuo Tianchen and Lin Xing hear this coming from Long, both are in complete shock, overwhelmed by an inexplicable rage. The older sister, with purple hair, cries out for Zuo. Her sister also shouts simultaneously, calling Zuo Big Brother, both expressing deep desperation on their faces. Internally, our protagonist wonders why the two are here, and Gao comments that Zuo must have done something they don't know about. Even Long Ting is surprised and realizes that they know Zuo, adding that he did well to bring hostages for this situation. Deeply irritated by this action of the hydroelectric boss Long, the leader of the old city walls, Lin, insults him for stooping so low. With the various hostages on the ground, Long questions if Lin is a good person just because he created a base with laws and order. In a frenzy and completely megalomaniacal, Ting says that all of this is nonsense, and that in this era, only those who have weapons and men are justice. With his hand on Old Mei's head, Lin's subordinate tells him not to surrender. Suddenly, without hesitation, Long Ting fires a shot at the old man and eliminates him without warning. Overcome with a feeling of fury, teeth clenched, Leader Lin Xing says that he will destroy Long Ting. Laughing in Lin's face, Leader Long says that he couldn't even save one of his own and still wants to play the hero. With wide open eyes, unable to contain his shock, Zuo Tianchen seems to recall the name Long Ting from his past life. He remembers that it refers to the opposition against Leader Lin. Someone with the surname Long. Seeing this, Gao asks his friend if he remembered something, demanding that the base leader open his gates, or else he will kill all the hostages. Zuo recalls that he is the second Master Long. He recalls that in the past, they created a horde of millions of zombies to attack other bases and then had to go into hiding. Seeing the two sisters he previously saved crying and screaming for him, Zuo cannot allow them to get hurt. Zuo asks Leader Lin to cover him, while ordering Gao Fei to get ready to fight and tells Luo Lansha to follow him. As he jumps from the balcony towards the ground to start the attack, Zuo Tianchen knows they have many men. Leader Lin Xing observes with sudden and unexpected action of jumping from that height and stands there, mouth agape. Long Ting's subordinates, shocked, watch as Zuo leaps down towards the ground and think that he won't survive. Watching the scene, intrigued and excited, Long Ting orders them to capture the boy alive. One of Ting's subordinates, who is extremely strong, grabs a melee weapon and says he will cut Zuo in half. Tianchen reacts quickly and prepares an extremely powerful and unexpected strike with the palm of his hand. He hits the man's chin, breaking his teeth. The impact of the blow was so strong that it sent the big guy flying through the air, as if he were made of paper. Watching the scene, now visibly annoyed, their boss says that dealing with Zuo won't be an easy task. The red-haired subordinate with a scar on his face tells his boss that this situation is not looking good. Upon noticing Scar's return and hearing them say they were looking for him, the boss asks what happened on Wei Dong's side. While giving a beating to several henchmen, Zuo Tianchen orders Luo Lansha to stop fighting and to save the hostages. Completely shocked, Leader Ting is in disbelief seeing that the three managed to wipe out his entire team. Long Ting orders his subordinates to retreat, and also to bring the hostages. One of his subordinates, extremely strong, holds a child hostage, and she tells him to let her go, but he tells her to stop screaming. Using her knives in combat, Luo Lansha comments to our protagonist that they are taking the hostages, and Zuo shouts for Gao Fei. Suddenly, the tall and strong henchman holding the little girl with purple hair starts spinning around and lets her go. Completely scared by the situation, she starts calling for her older sister, Xiao Shui. Suddenly, two hands begin to surround and grab the little girl. We see that it's Zuo, who holds her and manages to get her out of the henchman's grasp, and the girl feels relieved to be saved by her friend. Gao Fei, watching through the scope of his rifle, irritated, is in denial upon seeing a particular scene. He notices two of Long Ting's henchmen holding Luo Xiao Shui hostage and attempting to harm her. Gao then realizes that this place is extremely dangerous. The little girl Xiao Shui comments that it seems like Zuo has gotten even stronger and asks Luo to take care of her while he goes after the teacher. Running extremely fast, Tianchen orders Gao Ao Fei to continue his work. One of Long's henchmen says they just need the order, and he'll shoot the child, but Ting tells him not to rush. He calls Zuo special, and his subordinate wonders why his boss gave him such a label while observing. Boss Long Ting seems to be planning something with his subordinates, and orders them to take action. Our protagonist witnesses the heinous scene happening with teacher Luo and screams for her. In response, the teacher tells Zuo not to worry about her and to go after her younger sister to protect her. Completely enraged by the disgusting scene unfolding before him, our hero punches one of the attackers square in the face. Suddenly, dozens of Long Ting's men begin firing their automatic firearms. Zuo's eyes widen at the sight, and he seems startled. Quickly, he starts dodging the bullets, using acrobatics to pull off such a feat. After dodging the barrage of gunfire, Zuo lands stylishly and keeps his stance on the ground. Suddenly, he notices a truck belonging to Long Ting fleeing, and Zuo gets furious about it. One of the henchmen tells his boss that letting the boy live could be problematic, and Ting orders him to shut up. Smiling confidently and maliciously, boss Long Ting, fleeing in his truck, says assertively that Zuo will come after them. Illuminated only by the moonlight, completely consumed by rage, Zuo Tianchen watches them leave, already planning his revenge. Outside the walls of the old city in Ji County, the day dawns beautifully. Sitting on a small wooden bench is Xiao Shui, the younger sister, seemingly troubled or worried about something. She looks around, anxious and restless. Suddenly, Luo Lansha appears with a smile on her face and a tray of food, asking Xiao Shui to eat. On the tray, there are warm breads and a hot drink as well. Xiao Shui frowns and, at first, says nothing, only showing irritation. Luo Lansha insists that she should eat, as her body is weak, but the little girl shakes her head, saying she doesn't want to eat. Luo comments that she understands Xiao Shui's concern for her sister, but they will help, and Xiao asks about Zuo. Luo Lansha, using a bit of manipulation, says she will only take her to see Zuo if she eats first. Crying and throwing a tantrum, Xiao Shui says she doesn't want to eat and desperately wants to see brother Zuo. Unaware, Tianqing suddenly shows up and asks them what's going on there, and Xiao celebrates his arrival. Happy to see her friend Zuo, the little purple-haired girl runs and hugs him, and our protagonist says she should have gone to look for Gao. Then, Xiao says that her sister, teacher Luo, knowing that Zuo already likes someone else, decided not to go after him. She mentions that while they were looking for supplies and resources in a convenience store, Long's henchman appeared. Kneeling in front of the little girl, our protagonist asks if she believes what he says, and the girl replies that she does. Gently patting her head, he tells her to eat and assures her that he will definitely find her sister. Zuo tells Luo Lansha to come with him to rescue the others and leave the rest to take care of Xiao Shui. While Luo decides to wait for the little girl to eat, Zuo says he will wait in the car during that time. Luo Lansha watches Zuo leave and then turns to look at Xiao Shui. At the moment Luo turns around, she notices the little girl angrily eating the food she brought in a very forced manner. With a small smile and a mischievous expression, Luo Lansha looks proud of making the girl eat. Luo asks the little girl if she's throwing this tantrum on purpose, and Xiao shows a genuine expression of doubt. In a sly manner, Luo asks if, by acting so clingy, Zuo will really save her sister, and Xiao says no. Persuading and manipulating the little girl, Luo says she won't tell Tianqing about this. Without a response, Xiao remains silent, but the anger and frustration on her face are obvious. Trying to ease the girl's tension, Luo Lansha says that they will bring her sister back and that Zuo is indeed too soft. Xiao Shui, also trying to assert herself, asks Luo if, by chance, Zuo went to the school to save her. At that moment, Xiao, with an apparent feeling of jealousy, asks if Luo Lansha is the woman Zuo went to rescue at the school. Luo says no, with a suspicious look, while asking if the girl is jealous, and Xiao says she isn't. Luo Lansha asks Xiao Shui if she likes Zuo Tianchen, and the girl quickly tries to deny the possibility. Finally, Luo decides to stop teasing Xiao and tells her the truth. Zuo is still searching for the girl he loves. Silently, Xiao Shui seems speechless as she processes this information about Zuo Tiancheng's girlfriend. Turning around and leaving the place, Luo Lansha reassures the little girl, saying they will bring her sister back soon. Before Luo can leave, the purple-haired girl calls out to her. Luo turns and asks what it is. Embarrassed, Xiao Shui thanks Luo Lan Sha, even though her pride tries to stop her. Letting out a relieved and calm sigh, Luo calls Xiao a brat. Suddenly, we see a weapon being wrapped. Inside the car, Zuo prepares his crowbar, wrapping it, and Gao asks Luo how the girl is, and she says that Xiao is fine. Gao asks Zuo if they will succeed, and he explains that Long's men are stronger, so to eliminate them, they will need more people. After being questioned by Luo Lansha about what they will do, our hero says they should just wait. Shocked by his response, Gao Aofei questions why they have to wait. Luo has the same reaction as Gao and also repeats the same question about waiting to attack. They then notice a silver car speeding down the road. Luo asks if that's leader Lin's car behind them, and Gao questions why they are there. Gao and Luo wonder what Lin is doing, and Zuo says that Lin Xing is a very smart man and must know what he's doing. Suddenly, they abruptly brake the car in the middle of the road, along with Lin, who does the same. In a cold and calculating tone, our protagonist comments that he has arrived. Lin's men remark that it seemed as if Zuo already knew of their arrival and that Lin is destined for great things. Rummaging through his trunk, Leader Lin comments that brothers will help them earlier, but they don't have much to offer in return. Pulling a high-quality sniper from his trunk, he says they need an appropriate weapon, and Gao is happy with the equipment. While Gao celebrates the new weapon, Lin and Li decide to thank Zuo for saving their lives during Long Ting's attack. Leader Lin introduces them to Ali, saying that he is his best shooter, and the tall, strong man greets his new companions. Then, he introduces Yunhong Dai, saying she's the most capable among them, and she comments that she will help them sneak into Long's base. As Lin Xing says they can't take too many people for the mission, so asks him if he wants them to rescue more people. With a serious and cold expression, completely changing his demeanor, Leader Lin confirms that he does. Zuo Tianchen orders Gao Fei to return the weapon to Leader Lin, saying that they're leaving. Looking at Gao again, he demands that the boy hand the sniper back to Lin Xing. All the group members watch this scene, shocked and not understanding what Zuo is trying to imply. Whining over his loss, Gao returns the sniper to Lin, who asks Zuo what is going on. Completely concise in his plan, Zuo says that 3 people will be enough. After all, he doesn't want to be indebted to Lin, and asks him not to interfere. Lin and Ali exclaim that Zuo is mistaken and that they only want to help, but Zuo remains firm in his decision to go with just the 3 of them. Zuo tells Lin that if he truly has his trust, he demands that he bring all the base's elite, and Xing asks what he means by that. Coldly, Tiancheng says they will get rid of them once and for all. Hearing this, Lin Xing is shocked, and his astonishment is so great that he stands there with his mouth open. Meanwhile, dusk arrives, and we see Long Ting's hydroelectric plant. 2 people ask why the mission failed if there was a traitor on their side, and one of the subordinates says that Long decided to retreat. Fatty, the 3rd highest in rank, says that if number 2 couldn't handle it, he might as well give up his position because Fatty would be more suited for it. Old Man, the number 2, tells Fatty to mind his own business while he handles his own affairs. The Muscular, a man fully dressed in a feminine manner, tells Old Man to admit he lost and stop acting like a loser. Staring at the Muscular head-on, he says he should fight him if he has the guts, and the Muscular responds that he's not afraid of Old Man. Appearing on a digital screen in front of the 3, Long Ting tells everyone to be quiet and sit down to listen. The 3 bow as they see Boss Long Ting and immediately sit as ordered. Quickly, they stop arguing and sit facing each other, pausing to listen to their boss. Saying that they've lost a lot of ammunition and around 30 elite men, Long decided to eliminate Wei Dong himself and asks if anyone objects. The 3 say they would never disagree with Long. Thanking them, he orders everyone to leave the room except Old Man, who is to remain. Everyone leaves while only Old Man stays seated to hear what Long Ting has to say. Fatty, completely frustrated, says it was a waste of time, and the Muscular tells him to be quiet since the place is under surveillance. Meanwhile, during the conversation, Old Man tells Long that this idea won't work because they won't be happy with it. Long Ting says that both Fatty and the Muscular are not impulsive and won't take any action against their boss. With a malicious and sadistic smirk, Boss Long says that Old Man knows what he has to do. Standing abruptly from his chair, he says he'll do it right away, but Long states that there's more to discuss with him. He says that Lin Xing and his group will come tonight along with Zuo, who fights well, and Old Man comments that they were very fast and that the defenses aren't ready. Telling his subordinate not to panic, Ting says that he has a plan and that Old Man needs to follow his instructions. With a malevolent grin on his face, Leader Long Ting says that this will be great. Switching the camera, he reveals Teacher Luo, Zhao's sister, tied up and unconscious, and a man says she will wake up soon. With that, Long says it's great and that they should begin, and a strange-looking scientist says he understood the leader's order. Slowly, Teacher Luo's eyes start to open. Tied up by her hands in a position that leaves her hanging, she begins to wonder where she is. She starts shouting to be released while she is in an isolated room, with only a television turned on in front of her. With her hands trembling due to the ropes pressing against her wrists, she keeps repeating for them to untie her. Speaking to her through the television, Long says that since she's finally awake, they can begin. Her restraints loosen from where they were hanging from the ceiling. Suddenly, without warning, she falls onto the floor, landing on her backside, which hurts a little, but nothing serious. She stands up, complaining a bit about the pain, and looks at the television to understand what is happening. Appearing on the screen, Long Ting asks if Teacher Luo remembers him, and she seems to recall and asks what he wants. He says he isn't very interested in her, but that the boy seems to care a lot, and Luo responds that his name is Zuo Tianchen. Long is relieved to learn the boy's name and asks her if they are close, and irritated, Luo says she won't answer. Pointing a gun at a hostage, Long Ting says that saving a life in exchange for answering questions is worth it. Annoyed, she tells him to come to her instead of involving innocents in his sadistic and insane games. Still aiming the gun at the innocent person, he tells Teacher Luo that not only will he involve innocents, but also, he will use them as a tool to blackmail her, and then starts emitting a sinister laugh after saying this. Still irritated with Long Ting, Teacher Luo asks again what he wants from her. In an insane tone, Long says he loves seeing the expressions of good people when they're blackmailed. He claims to have the weaknesses of these people, but he can't understand what they think when they sacrifice themselves for one another. Switching the screen to the room where the hostages are, he says that in that room there are 3 buckets of acid and that he can press a button to activate them. Teacher Luo is completely overwhelmed by a feeling of rage and yells that Long Ting is a maniac. Thanking her and taking it as a compliment, he emphasizes if she can answer his question, and she then asks what he wants to know. With a smile, he asks how Zuo Tianchen obtained his superpowers. Perplexed, Teacher Luo is shocked by the mention of these supposed powers that she didn't even know existed. In shock, Teacher Luo questions Long about these superpowers he is assuming Zuo has. Then, Ting comments that Zuo managed to wipe out his entire group while only being 3 people, and that is superhuman. She tries to insist that he is just a normal human, but Long says that, in his view, that's completely abnormal. Drawing her own conclusions, she questions if leader Long Ting wants Zuo Tianchen's superpowers. Long affirms, saying that she is correct, and she keeps insisting that she knows nothing about superpowers and that Zuo won't fall for his tricks. Coldly, Long Ting says that, as humans, everyone has a weakness, and for Zuo, for example, that weakness is Teacher Luo herself. He mentions that Zuo Tianchen took a bullet for her, so he will definitely return to save her again, and upon hearing this, Luo gets angry. Laughing sadistically, Long Ting realizes that Teacher Luo doesn't know the story behind Zuo's powers and decides to plan something else. A door opens beside her, and he says that if she can escape from his maze, she will receive a great reward. If she fails, she will be punished. In shock, Teacher Luo Xiaoyu looks to her left, observing the door that has opened, and feels confused. As malevolent as ever, Leader Long says that her previous response did not please him, so he decides to punish Luo Xiao. Pressing forcefully on a small, simple red button, he activates an internal mechanism in the room where she is. Upon seeing this, the teacher screams in denial and widens her eyes with fear of what is about to happen. Several barrels filled with a seemingly flammable liquid fall and begin to spread across the floor. The hostages, dirty and ragged, watch as the barrels of this flammable liquid spill over them and are shocked. Suddenly, they start screaming, and apparently, some of them were eliminated after that button was pressed. Fallen on the ground, Luo Xiao desperately begs Long Ting to stop what he's doing, and the leader orders her to use a knife to free herself. He then decides to give a quick hint to the teacher, and says that if he isn't satisfied with her actions, he'll show her more interesting things. He orders her to act quickly and avoid making him displeased. Still depressed and shocked by the scenes she just witnessed, Teacher Luo Xiaoyu says she's going and begins to stand up. Meanwhile, we see a group consisting of Yunhong, Gao Fei, Zuo, and Luo Lan Sha, and they analyze the 2 exits of the hydroelectric plant. Tianqing notices that the exits at the foot of the mountain are heavily guarded and that they will be killed if they show themselves. Our protagonist suggests entering from the top, and since it's nighttime, the henchmen probably won't notice. They ask Zuo what would happen if they opened the dam's gate. In response, he says it would flood the municipality, and that Long wouldn't be crazy enough to do it. On Yunzher piece, Leader Lin confirms that Zuo is right and that they hadn't raided Long's base earlier out of fear he would open the dam's gate. Annoyed, Yunhong Dai tells Leader Lin to lower his voice, and he responds that she can turn down the volume on her earpiece. Leader Lin mentions that there's a red door that leads to the control panel, and Zuo orders Faye to guard that area and, if anyone appears, to shoot them. Yun asks Lin and Ali to cause a commotion to draw attention while they sneak into the hydroelectric plant. Zuo Tianchen says he will let Yunhong Dai lead the group, and she gives a confirming hand signal. Our protagonist reminds the group that the priority is to rescue the hostages and, in addition, to make the enemies waste ammunition. Upon hearing Zuo's order to advance, the entire group prepares to invade the hydroelectric plant and save the hostages. Meanwhile, Long Ting's scientist ally tells him they found Lin Xing's car outside the hydroelectric plant. As if he already knew, Long says they were quick and asks his scientist subordinate if everything is ready, and he confirms it is. With a malicious smile and a sadistic expression on his face, Long Ting says that finally, there's something good to watch. While several of Long Ting's henchmen are armed and guarding a forest, Lin Xing's men appear behind the bushes. Leader Lin Xing looks at his loyal companion Ali, and both give each other a thumbs up to begin the assault on the hydroelectric plant. They both grab their heavy automatic weapons and quickly start firing a rain of bullets. Leader Long Ting's henchmen realize they're under attack and shout about it while many of them are hit by gunfire and taken down. One of Lin Xing's men notices a talking monkey and is shocked by such a sight. Descending on ropes and shouting that they're in position, they order the henchmen to retreat and lure them into the forest. A gray wall with various graffiti and a drawing of Long Ting indicates that they've reached the target location. They notice the word, "Welcome," written in the graffiti, and Zuo realizes they were already expecting them, leaving Luo irritated by the insult. Quickly and without hesitation, Zuo Tianchen delivers a strong and precise kick that breaks down the hydroelectric plant's door with ease. The door shatters, revealing several flights of stairs. Courageously and bravely, Tianchen steps ahead of his group of friends to enter the place. Yunhong Dai follows right behind with a serious and cautious expression, trying not to make noise and paying close attention to her surroundings. However, she takes a step that makes a sound slightly louder than it should. Looking at the area ahead of them, they notice it's quite large and monochromatic, painted in a dull white tone. With his crowbar, Zuo Tianchen takes the lead, while Yunhong and Luo Lansha follow close behind him. As they walk through the labyrinth inside Long Ting's hydroelectric plant, they hear his voice coming from loudspeakers, saying that he was expecting them. With a sinister smile on his face, Leader Long says that now that Zuo has finally arrived, they will play a very simple game. Zuo sees him speaking on a monitor in front of him, pointing his weapon at him in a threatening manner. He says that if Long doesn't release the hostages, he will eliminate him. Confused, the base leader questions whether the protagonist is threatening him and assumes that he still hasn't understood the current situation. Suddenly, a huge crash occurs, and the wall shatters and is completely destroyed. In a sudden outburst, Zuo Tianchen, with a dark expression, destroys the wall with his crowbar and his superhuman and immense strength. With a malevolent smile on his face, Leader Long Ting says that this will be perfect. The elevator indicator shows that they've reached the 3rd floor of the hydroelectric plant. Yunhong Dai says that the control room is on the southwest side and that they will have to go through 3 blocks. Zuo nods in agreement. Long Ting, speaking again through the loudspeakers, says that he has been very polite to our protagonist, and Zuo thinks he's being too persistent. The leader continues, saying that Tianchen is very rude and doesn't even bother to listen to what he has to say. Zuo decides to fire a shot from his simple gun to destroy the loudspeaker and calls Long Ting noisy and annoying. Extremely angered, the hydroelectric plant leader becomes furious at our hero's actions. The 3 protagonists look down silently, with puzzled and confused expressions at a scene that's unfolding. Seeing Shang Biao, Luo Lancha's hamster, on the floor, our protagonist asks why she brought him, and she says she thought he might be useful. Outside the hydroelectric plant, a loud noise echoes, and everyone in the area is able to hear it. Zuo Tianchen and the girls in his group are also startled by the sound and quickly look up in the direction of the noise. While Shang Biao squeaks, Luo Lansha widens her eyes and notices something strange in the air. A voice tells Long Ting to stop stalling and act already, and at that moment, he suddenly says he feels unhappy. In a dark and grim tone, he orders the first cell to be opened, and his scientist subordinate is shocked by this, knowing what is inside the cell. Without his glasses, displaying pure hatred and insanity in his gaze, he commands his subordinate to obey when he gives an order. Terrified by the way Long Ting speaks, the mad scientist says he's going to open the cell immediately after this threat. Luo Lansha starts running after her hamster Shang Biao, while Yunhong Dai yells at her to come back and stop running. As she runs, Luo Lansha feels a strange sensation hanging in the air and weighing on her chest, her eyes widening once more. She questions why there are so many zombies around, and Yunhong Dai is confused by the young girl's question. Zuo Tianchen closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, feeling a bit uncomfortable with the whole situation. Using his precise detection mode, He senses a horde of dozens of zombies very close to them and states that they are surrounded. Exclaiming that the girls are not used to fighting in the dark, he orders them to return to the elevator, and Yun questions Zuo. Prying open the metallic elevator doors with his own hands, Tianchen says that the people in their group should split up. Using his immense and superhuman strength, he begins to force open the elevator doors with his fingertips. Reinforcing the power in his hands, he applies a lot of pressure to open the two doors quickly. Concentrating all his superhuman strength and making an extraordinary effort, he opens the elevator doors with his bare hands. Zuo Tianchen tells the girls in the group to stop hesitating and get into the elevator that he just opened for them. Luo Lansha earnestly urges Yun Hongdai to listen to their friend Tiancheng's orders, and she agrees and enters the elevator along with the girl. Thus, Luo Lansha helps Yun climb up the shaft above the elevator, pushing her legs to make the ascent easier. With his crowbar in hand and eyes closed, Zuo thinks to himself that he hasn't had a chance to train these past few days. Facing the enormous horde of zombies, he leaps over them and prepares a massive and powerful strike with his crowbar. The mad scientist, subordinate to Long Ting, arrives saying that Zuo has moved up to the 3rd floor alone and is the only one left, and the leader says he already knows this. Shocked, he points to the video, noticing that our protagonist is eliminating zombies with his eyes closed, and Long says he's not normal. The scientist says they can't let him reach the room where they are because they won't be able to face him, and Long Ting says he needs his powers. The hydroelectric plant leader orders his subordinate to release a new horde of zombies every 2 minutes until he can't take it anymore. Asking number 2, Old Man, how things are on his end. Since Cell 1 is almost ready, Old Man replies that he's nearly finished. He mentions they found Fatty, the 3rd in rank, and hears back on the radio to finish it quickly, as the leader needs access to the 2nd cell. Old Man, the number 2 in ranking at Long Ting's hydroelectric base, gives a signal of understanding while holding the radio in his hand. Old Man asks Long's other subordinates where Fatty is, as he needs to talk to him, and they say he's inside. Irritated, the 2nd brother curses Fatty for messing around with women at a time like this while enemies are invading the base. The other subordinates, showing little concern, say they can't do anything about the 3rd brother's habits. Suddenly, Old Man, number 2, draws and wields 2 regular pistols in his hands, and his expression changes completely to something dark. Pointing the gun at the 2 henchmen in front of him, they look confused and ask what number 2 is doing. Meanwhile, we see some contraceptive items on top of a bed, some used and some still unused. And we see Fatty, the 3rd in the ranking of Long Ting's base, fooling around with voluptuous women while everything outside is in chaos. Entering the room, Old Man says that Fatty has a lot of energy inside him. Annoyed, Fatty rudely asks if Old Man didn't notice that he's still busy with the woman. Old Man, pointing his gun at Fatty, says that he must be happy to die in the arms of a lady. Fatty, number 3, glances to the side and widens his eyes as he realizes what's about to happen and his potential cruel fate. A sharp sound is emitted within seconds, and we realize that Old Man has taken out Fatty with a single shot. Grabbing a USB drive in his hand, he says this was the item he was looking for. He tells his boss Long Ting over the radio that he's completed his task of eliminating Fatty, and his leader congratulates him and orders him to return. Responding over the radio after eliminating Fatty and others, he tells his boss Long Ting that he's coming back. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, we see Shang Biao trying to communicate with Zuo Tianchen. With a lit cigarette in his mouth and feeling relaxed, our protagonist asks Shang Biao what he's trying to say. Once again, Luo Lansha's hamster makes some incomprehensible grunts, and Zuo comments that he's brave to be in this place. Boldly, Shang Biao grabs Zuo Tiancheng's weapon and runs off with it in his paws. Deeply irritated by the small creature, our hero curses his friend Luo Lansha's hamster. Breathing a sigh of relief while smoking his cigarette and taking a break from the fights, Zuo concludes that Long Ting wants to wear him out. Sitting cross-legged in front of a sea of defeated zombie bodies, Zuo says he wants to see who's really running out of energy. Right in front of him, Tianchen spots an imposing and extremely beautiful red motorcycle and celebrates, finding the vehicle. Smiling with relief and feeling lucky to have found such an object, Zuo Tianchen finds it very interesting that the motorcycle is there. Our survivor takes a few heavy steps down the corridor toward the hamster, turning the corner in the corridor with a bit more urgency. Tianchen starts calling for Shang Biao to see where he is. Right in front of him, he sees the hamster with a lazy expression, and his weapon is thrown on the ground. Crouching in front of Luo Lansha's pet, our protagonist tells Shang Biao that this is not the time for playing around. Shang Biao, his friend's pet hamster, waves and makes some noise, trying to communicate something to Zuo. Unable to understand what the animal is trying to convey, Tianchen seems to be making an effort to figure it out. We then see time pass, and the headlights of the motorcycle turn on, lighting up the entire corridor in front of him. Thick smoke billows out of the exhaust pipe at the rear of the red motorcycle, spreading through the air. Quickly, after Zuo Tianchen starts the motorcycle, he begins accelerating the vehicle and rides down the corridor on his red bike. With his eyes closed, our protagonist seems to activate his precise detection mode ability to see the infected better. A horde of zombies appears in front of our hero, all hungry and growling in search of human flesh. While accelerating and cursing the infected from atop his motorcycle, Zuo Tianchen starts running over the zombies and attacking them with his weapon. Watching this scene through the cameras, Leader Long Ting begins to whimper upon seeing Zuo using his red motorcycle, and the scientist tries to calm him down. Trying to keep his boss optimistic, the mad scientist says that, looking on the bright side, the woman is almost reaching stage 2. Meanwhile, we see Zuo Tianchen on the red motorcycle, running over and attacking the zombies with his crowbar, taking them down one by one. Speeding up even more, he comes across a few dozen zombies, and his headlights shine on them, stunning them momentarily. He sighs, tired and bored from defeating infected ones so easily, given how effortlessly he's handling them. Completely changing his expression, Leader Long Ting adopts a dark and villainous demeanor, saying that this is very good information. Meanwhile, Teacher Luo Xiaoyu stands in front of a spike trap that could be fatal to her. Still on her feet, it's clear from her expression that she is exhausted and injured, her clothes torn, and her breathing heavy and labored. At the exact moment she complains that this mission is exhausting, Leader Long Ting says it's just the first stage, and that there are more to come after this. Yelling at the base leader, she tells him to do whatever he wants instead of forcing her to play these pointless games, and he replies that they do have a purpose. As he talks about his insane games, which he believes are brilliant, he decides to demonstrate. Right beneath her, the floor opens like a trapdoor, and she is shocked, her eyes widening as she screams in despair, realizing she's falling. She then finds herself in a claustrophobic environment with narrow walls filled with spikes on the sides. Teacher Luo Xiaoyu starts walking faster, taking hurried steps, extremely out of breath and desperate. We notice her skirt is extremely torn due to the trials she's been enduring in this maze. The back of her clothes is also ripped because of the spikes and other torturous methods she had to overcome to get here. Extremely out of breath, Teacher Luo looks around, searching for an exit in her surroundings, but she doesn't seem to have any success. Right above her, a large cage begins to descend rapidly from the ceiling towards the ground, held by a chain to trap her. With no chance to dodge and avoid being caught, Teacher Luo Xiaoyu falls inside the cage and ends up lying on the floor. Meanwhile, Leader Long Ting tells her that he has good news and bad news and asks what she wants to hear first. Still lying on the ground, feeling immense pain and gritting her teeth, the teacher closes her eyes. Trying to get up, now crouched in the cage and holding onto the bars, she says she doesn't want to hear either, and Long says he'll decide on his own. Smiling widely as he speaks, Leader Long Ting says that the good news is that Zuo Tianchen came to rescue the teacher. Luo Xiaoyu says that even if Long Ting discovers the secret of his powers, it doesn't mean he'll become strong, as he's a weak person. Insulted and irritated, Long says that she has no right to say that to him, and that he hates people like her who never listen properly. Covering her ears and throwing a tantrum to hurt Long Ting's pride, Teacher Luo Xiao says she isn't listening to anything he's saying. Shocked by her bold response, Leader Long widens his eyes and stands with his mouth open, stunned by the woman's insult. As Teacher Luo Xiaoyu starts shouting Zuo Tiancheng's name, Leader Long says he still has one more piece of news for her. With a sadistic smile and a vile expression, Long Ting says that all of those who came to rescue her will be eliminated very soon. In response to Long's threat, the teacher says that the one who will be eliminated is actually Boss Long Ting himself. Hearing this, the man's pride and ego are directly attacked and wounded, leaving him deeply angry and irritated. Yelling at the villain, Luo Xiao says that he's so weak that he isn't even capable of fighting Zuo, and that's why he needs to blackmail him. Inside several cages hanging from the ceiling, there are innocent hostages, and on the ground below, a horde of ravenous infected ones waits. Shouting at the teacher, Long Ting says that he wants to see how long she'll last there, and that he will show her his greatest creation. Several strong lights turn on in the ceiling, directed at the cages and the ground below. Bothered by the intensity of these lights, which are like spotlights, Teacher Luo Xiaoyu covers her eyes. Struggling to open her eyes due to the high brightness, she grits her teeth and clenches them tightly as she shields her face. Suddenly, with great willpower and courage, she opens her eyes amidst the overwhelming brightness. Her eyes widen, and unable to control her reaction, her mouth also opens as she sees a scene right in front of her. With her eyes extremely wide and in a catatonic state, she cannot believe what she's witnessing. In a state of euphoria, Boss Long Ting seems extremely pleased with what he just did and tells the teacher to enjoy the scene. Through the loudspeaker, Boss Long tells the girl to enjoy the game he made especially for her. Shouting angrily at Ting, Teacher Luo Xiao asks what he wants, and he tells her to stop interrupting him while he explains the rules. He asks the teacher if she knows what his favorite shows are, and rhetorically answers that they are quiz shows. In a dark and sinister manner, he says that with each question, her fate will be decided, and any mistake could make her lose everything. He asks if the teacher doesn't find all this very exciting, and she calls Long Ting a madman. With a sadistic smile on his face, the boss thanks her for the compliment, but says that she has no choice but to play the game he proposed. Long Ting says there are 20 questions, and if she answers all of them correctly, the hostages can leave. However, if she gets even one wrong, his mood will decide their fate. Inside the cage, an irritated chubby civilian exclaims, questioning what kind of rules Long is imposing. Another innocent, also overweight, asks what the meaning of these deadly games Long Ting is proposing is. Speaking through the loudspeaker, Chief Ting says that Professor Luo will have to answer all the questions, and she asks what kind of questions these are. With a pleasant and friendly expression, the chief of the hydroelectric plant says that the first question is whether Professor Luo likes the orange fruit. In shock, Professor Luo Xiaoyu is left with her mouth open and eyes wide, struggling to respond to this ridiculous question. Irritated, the blonde chubby man questions what kind of question that is and who determines if the answer is right or wrong. Shouting at the professor, Chief Long Ting tells her to answer quickly before he loses his patience, making her feel extremely pressured. She wonders if all this is a prank or some sort of bad joke, and Long Ting begins a countdown. Looking down in denial and completely scared, the professor doesn't know how to respond, and the time begins to run out. Gathering the courage to answer without thinking too much, the professor decides to speak as the countdown reaches number 1. Shouting in a frightened, rushed, and affirmative manner, the professor says she likes to eat oranges. Pleased with the response, Chief Long Ting seems to like the professor's answer, saying that he also likes to eat oranges. Sighing with relief, Professor Luo Xiaoyu feels less desperate. However, she is caught by surprise when Long Ting says that her answer is wrong and that she failed the very first question. Echoing throughout the environment, the chief says that the correct answer was no, and all the hostages trapped in the cages begin to curse Long Ting, enraged. Suddenly, an axe falls onto the cage of the blonde chubby man, who screams in shock, utterly desperate from the fright. Screaming and questioning why, Chief Long Ting says the man was lucky and received the axe as a sort of prize. Wishing him good luck and telling him to survive, the axe opens the cage, and the chubby man starts to fall in a freefall, screaming very loudly. The man falls on his back to the ground, groaning in pain and desperation as he notices several undead approaching him. Quickly, the infected swarm him, and he is unable to defend himself, no matter how much he screams, begging for help. Chief Long Ting tells Professor Luo Xiaoyu that the fate of all the hostages is in her hands, and she appears irritated and disturbed by this. Smiling in a villainous manner, he agrees with her that he is a bad person and says that there is nothing he can do to change that. Long's subordinate, the mad scientist, says there are new developments on his side, and Ting asks him about it, showing his boss on a screen that 2 girls were escaping and ended up on the 2nd floor. Long orders the guards to be activated. Obeying his orders, the mad scientist runs off to summon the guards while another subordinate enters the room, saying everything is ready. He hands Chief Long Ting a very small pen drive. Opening a wide grin, the insane chief celebrates, and says that now there is no way to prevent the invaders' defeat. Meanwhile, night continues to fall outside Long Ting's hydroelectric plant. We see Luo Lansha and Yunhong Dai, who asks the little girl if there are many people on the building's 2nd floor. Quickly, the girl, alert, says there are 10 armed people, and Yunhong Dai asks if Luo Lansha has evolved enough to defeat them. She replies that it would be difficult, and that if she were closer to evolving, it would be easier. Yunhong Dai says she just got an idea and, with her hand on her chin, thoughtfully begins to formulate her plan more concretely. The 10 subordinates of Chief Long Ting seem to be on guard, armed, waiting for the hydroelectric plant's invaders to show up so they can eliminate them. One of them, short-tempered, orders another servant to stop being lazy and stay alert, and the other says he needs a woman not to get distracted. At that exact moment, his attention is stolen by some external event, and he starts staring to figure out what's happening. Next to him, another subordinate stands up, also alert and curious to see what's going on, wondering if it could be zombies. Suddenly, both are startled and excited to see that this noise was caused by the arrival of a beautiful, unknown woman. Immediately, the two become interested and fall in love with the young woman who has just appeared in front of them and get very excited. They wonder if she is just a little girl or not, while we realize that it is Luo Lansha. Putting on a theatrical performance, Luo says that her parents were bitten by zombies, leaving only her, and asks for help from Long's subordinates. Zuo Tianchen calls Chief Lin Xing and asks how things are going on his side, and Lin says that the enemies are very resistant. While Chief Lin Xing fires bursts with his rifle, he questions if everything is going well with Zuo Tianchen. Zuo replies that everything is fine and that the two girls are following his plan, and Lin says that young people love to cause trouble. He tells Lin that something seems wrong and that they should retreat, but Lin says they can hold out longer and that Zuo should rescue the hostages. Still on the phone with Chief Lin, our protagonist tells him and his team to be careful. Soon, Zuo Tianchen changes the frequency and calls Gao Fei, asking if things are going well on his side. Gao responds that nothing has happened, but all the subordinates are retreating through another exit, and Zuo asks which exit they are heading to. Aiming with his caliber 56 rifle, Gao Fei says that a tree is blocking his view, and Zuo Tianchen says he understands. With his crowbar in hand and heading towards his motorcycle, Tianchen asks if Gao found any hostages, and he replies negatively. Zuo says he will have to interrogate someone since the progress is slow, and Gao Fei offers to help him, but the protagonist refuses. Telling his friend to stay alert, he warns him not to give them a chance to move the hostages, and Gao Fei nods. Running towards the little girl, Long Ting's two subordinates look as fierce as lions hunting in the jungle. As they approach Luo Lan Sha, she changes her expression to a sinister look, saying she got what she wanted. Another subordinate of Long Ting, who stayed further behind, shouts to the two that this situation seems strange and they should be careful. Talking among themselves, one of the two says he will take responsibility if something happens this time, and the other says he hasn't been let loose for a while. One of them, facing Luo Lan Sha, asks if she would like to go somewhere specific with him, and she tells the man that she is hungry. With a malicious and repugnant expression, the two look at each other as if they can read each other's minds. Saying he has a big meal for her and asking if she wants to taste it, Luo Lan Sha pretends to be interested in the man's offer. He says he will give her this food once they go inside, and they start taking her while Yun Hong Dai approaches them. At that moment, they receive a notification on the radio about two women and a man invading the second building and that they should eliminate them. One of Long Ting's subordinates, a blonde and ill-tempered man, is shocked to receive this notification on his radio. The two men who are interested in Luo Lan Sha are also surprised by the news and stand there dumbfounded. With a serious expression and a more stern tone of voice, Luo Lan Sha comments that this was unlucky. Drawing her two firearms, Luo Lan Sha points them at the backs of the two Long Ting goons, ordering them not to move or she will shoot. The blonde man, convinced that they have already won this battle, tells the other companions to get ready to shoot her. Luo Lan Sha seems frightened by this comment, making a genuinely shocked expression. Starting to argue among themselves, one of the goons says that the other should save him before he gets eliminated, and in response, he says he was fooled by him. With a serious and sinister look on his face, the blonde goon says that if they lose this place, they won't be able to face Chief Long Ting. Appearing behind his subordinate, Yun Hong Dai holds a sharp item against his neck and says he seems to be a leader. Threatening him, she says that if he moves, she will eliminate him, and the man, in despair, orders none of the goons to shoot and to obey her. Everyone looks at this situation with a tone of pity and confusion, not knowing what decision to make at that moment. Pointing their weapons forward, they say that if they lose this place, they will also be severely punished and apologize to Li. In shock, Li yells at them, asking what they are doing at this moment. Irritated, the blonde subordinate says that the trend in this place is betrayal among colleagues, and Yun says that if they eliminate her, they will be eliminated too. All the henchmen prepare themselves, armed to the teeth with heavy weapons, and start counting before firing at the two women. Luo Lan Sha and Yun Hong Dai look deeply into each other's eyes in shock, doubting whether they will be shot at this very moment. Suddenly, Zuo Tianchen, riding his red motorcycle, accelerates and flies through the air, breaking the garage window. Flying over the scene before the shots are fired, he already prepares his crowbar to save his two friends from Long Ting's henchmen. Relieved, Luo Lan Sha smiles and sighs while calling out Zuo Tianchen's name. Yun Hong Dai gives a slight smirk and comments that our protagonist likes to show off. Drawing a simple pistol, our hero coldly gazes at all of Long's subordinates, ready to shoot without mercy, and immediately makes a strike, like in bowling, shooting a few bullets and defeating almost all of Long Ting's subordinates at once. Revving up his motorcycle abruptly, the tire creates friction on the ground, generating a thick cloud of smoke. Finally, accelerating and maneuvering the motorcycle in an extremely agile and swift manner, Zuo Tianchen blends into the smoke and grips his crowbar. In shock at the scene, one of Long Ting's henchmen opens his mouth and widens his eyes in fear of what will happen next. The other henchman who tried to mess with Luo Lan Sha is also startled, realizing the danger that's what brings to him. Luo Lan Sha, the young girl, looks proudly and confidently at Tianchen, knowing that he will quickly and easily resolve this adverse situation. Li, the blonde and hot-headed henchman, also opens his mouth and widens his eyes, overtaken by an inexplicable fear. Yunhong-dai smiles and keeps her gaze firm and proud at Zuo, as if knowing that the situation is already under control. Appearing in the middle of the dense smoke created by the motorcycle, Zuo Tianchen asks if the two women are okay. The three henchmen of Chief Long Ting raise their arms in surrender, afraid of the man who just appeared. Luo Lansha asks Tianchen what they should do now with these three subordinates. Immediately, in response to Luo Lansha's question, our protagonist grabs his simple weapon and shoots two of them, eliminating them. The blonde and hot-headed subordinate is completely shocked, trembling all over and begging Zuo to spare his life. With smoke still coming out of his pistol, Zuo Tianchen tells Long Ting's subordinate that he has 3 questions to ask. Our protagonist asks where Chief Long Ting is and where the hostages and the remaining guards are located. In shock and overwhelmed by fear, Chief Ting's subordinate stutters, saying that he cannot answer our hero's questions. With a cold and determined look, Zuo stares at him and asks if he truly cannot answer his questions. Begging Tianchen to spare his life, he says that Long Ting will kill him if he answers such incriminating questions. Pointing the weapon at Li's head, the subordinate, Zuo threatens him, saying that if he doesn't answer, he will be eliminated first. Sweating profusely, Long Ting's henchman grits his teeth and, with a furrowed brow, seems conflicted about whether to answer the question or not. Meanwhile, in a secret location, the mad scientist yells at Long Ting, fearing that the henchman will reveal the secrets. Responding immediately with a punch to the mad scientist's face, Long Ting says that he realized this before the man even spoke to him. Suddenly and swiftly, that pen drive is thrown by the chief toward one of his subordinates, ordering number 2 to unlock something at that moment. And as number 2 catches the pen drive midair, he says he understands the chief's command. A bit dazed after the sudden blow without prior warning, the mad scientist questions whether that wasn't the third brother's pen drive. Long Ting tells his scientist subordinate that the third brother must have told him many things, and the man quickly agrees. The chief laments the third brother's death and says that he now has full control over the second building. Widening his eyes in shock at the news, the mad scientist seemed unaware of the fact that the third brother had been eliminated. Swiftly and in a very agile and fast manner, Chief Long Ting starts typing something on his keyboard that is still incomprehensible. Still with a grim look on his face, the mad scientist is left speechless and unresponsive to what his chief just said. The scientist says that Long Ting cannot be considering releasing the monster, and he responds that he wants to know if it is stronger than Zuo, a superhuman. Acting bravely, the scientist grabs his boss Long Ting's arm tightly, begging him not to do it. Desperate, the subordinate scientist says that just to lock the monster in the room, 20 of their men were killed, and releasing it is extremely dangerous. With an authoritative and serious tone, Long Ting states that the subordinate has no authority over the decisions he makes or refrains from making. Kneeling in a position of pleading and reverence, the scientist begs his boss Long Ting not to release the monster. Crying and screaming in complete despair, he says that his own brother was killed by the monster that day and pleads with Long not to release it. With a smug and malicious smile on his face, Chief Long Ting says that Xiao Feng is a very sentimental person, telling him not to worry. He assures that Xiao Feng won't see anything like his brother's death ever again. Stopping his tears and smiling in relief, the mad scientist thanks his boss Long Ting profusely. With a malevolent expression and holding his simple gun, ready to shoot Xiao Feng, Long Ting says he doesn't need to thank him. The sound of a loud and piercing gunshot echoes through the room, indicating that Long Ting did not hesitate to fire. With Xiao Feng, the scientist, now deceased, he says that he won't see anything similar to what happened to his brother, now that he is dead. Looking at the huge screen in front of him, sinking into his own insanity, he says that he just needs to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Long's subordinate says that he is not in a hydroelectric plant, but rather in a watchtower on a mountain connected to the site. Insisting on his previous question, Zuo Tianchen asks Long Ting's subordinate where the hostages and the guards are. He replies that the hostages are in the warehouse of the third building and that the guards were repositioned by Chief Long Ting. Shocked by this information, our protagonist is stunned by the fact that Ting has repositioned the guards around the site. He finishes by saying that Long Ting ordered the immediate elimination of the people who were acting as decoys. In complete shock, Yunhong Dai widens her eyes, and her blood pressure drops the moment she hears this, exclaiming in disbelief. Luo Lansha also becomes distraught as Zuo Tianchen shouts that Leader Lin might be in danger now. Completely desperate, our protagonist tries to communicate with Lin Xing through the radio and starts repeating his name frantically. With an entirely sinister and grim expression, taken over by an inexplicable rage along with an incurable fear, Zuo curses Long Ting. Quickly, Tianchen orders the 2 women on the team to help Lin, while he takes care of things at the hydroelectric plant. Questioning Long Ting's subordinate in a sort of interrogation, Zuo asks how many zombies he has. Pointing to the building with his gun, Tianchen says he has already eliminated all the infected from that building, and the man is shocked by this. Starting to get more irritated with Long Ting's henchmen, he looks him up and down, pressing him to answer his question quickly. Hastily, the henchman decides to speak and reveals that the zombies are in the warehouses of the second and third buildings and that Long Ting uses them for defense. Unfazed and calm, Zuo Tianchen shows little reaction and says that this kind of plan fits Long Ting's style perfectly. He orders Chief Long Ting's subordinate to lead the way to save the hostages, and the man agrees reluctantly, having no other choice. Walking ahead, the man says that the second and third buildings are connected, having only one door to use for now. Appearing on the big screen with a malicious smile, Chief Ting says that Zuo did not disappoint him. After all, he managed to eliminate hundreds of zombies by himself. The henchman, upon seeing the scene, begins to stutter Ting's name, while our hero points a gun at the screen, and Long tells him not to be hasty. Showing a different screen where Professor Luo Xiaoyu can be seen, Chief Ting asks if she is Zuo's girlfriend. Speaking through the speakers, Long Ting says he wants to play a game with Zuo, but he was being interrupted, and that made him angry. After rudely insulting the leader of the place, Zuo Tianchen asks what it is that he wants to talk about. With a villainous and insane expression on his face, Long says that the game is simply to find Professor Luo quickly, before she dies. Annoyed and without the patience to continue listening to Ting's madness, our hero fires at the television displaying his image. Looking back towards Long Ting's subordinate, our protagonist shouts for him to continue what he was doing. Standing sinisterly and completely motionless, the henchman Lin emanates a strange and altered aura. Pointing the crowbar in his direction, Zuo Tianchen tells him to hurry up and move as soon as possible. Coming out of the shadows, it's clear that something is happening to him. After all, huge veins have appeared on his face, and he seems to be infected. Exclaiming in disbelief, completely shocked and not knowing when this happened, Zuo Tianchen widens his eyes and screams. Lin, who was previously a helpless and fragile henchman, suddenly turns his torso and tries to deliver a powerful kick to Zuo, who is stunned by this, quickly dropping his weapons, letting them fall to the ground, so his hands are free to take some specific action, firmly and severely grasping the infected man's arms to prevent him from moving and completing his attack. Using more strength than usual, Tianchen realizes that the henchman's power is also above normal. However, with a confident and determined expression, as if he has a plan, Zuo seems to know what to do, twisting him by his arm and making him spin his entire body, exposing his back. He knows brute force won't work here. Quickly, by performing this precise and calculated movement, Zuo Tianchen notices something that changes everything. He sees a disgusting creature with a long tongue stuck in Lin's neck and recognizes it as a parasite, describing them as very rare second-stage infected, which are extremely stealthy and can barely be noticed by people. With his knowledge from the old life, he knows that they can attach to a host and from there control them. Zuo also knows that parasites are weak but increase the host's strength, and with that, he begins to strike the infected. After pulling it out from the henchman's neck, putting his finger in its mouth, and landing several blows, the parasite becomes severely injured. However, it quickly uses Lin's body as a springboard and tries to flee as fast as possible, realizing it is close to being killed. But, unexpectedly and swiftly, Zuo Tianchen appears in front of the parasite, gripping its head tightly and preventing its escape. Saying that there's no chance for the little parasite to escape, our hero begins to crush its head and easily eliminates the infected creature. Throwing the parasite aside, he says that Long Ting has a lot of power. After all, he even managed to keep this species of infected. Staring down a long and dark hallway ahead, Zuo knows that encountering a parasite in this environment is not a good sign. Closing his eyes and focusing on himself and the surroundings, Zuo Tianchen activates the detection mode. His detection mode not only improved after his advancement but also became easier to use. Now he can use the detection mode while moving and can detect parasites, something common human senses cannot do. He quickly senses a parasite moving rapidly through the room and grabs it before it has the chance to attack him. However, even after defeating another parasite, Zuo Tianchen still feels that something is wrong in this environment. He sees a huge and robust purple foot entering the room after breaking the wall, and each step it takes cracks the ground as well. Sensing more presences in the area, Zuo Tianchen turns toward the entrance where this infected creature appeared. He notices that one of the parasites he detected is on this monstrous purple being's back, controlling it as a host. Realizing that the parasites are using second-stage infected as hosts, making them even stronger. Suddenly, without warning or preparation, one of these second-stage infected launches an attack, and Zuo manages to dodge swiftly. In shock after narrowly dodging the blow, Zuo Tianchen wonders how there are so many evolved infected in this place. Our protagonist also knows that, in addition to the strength boost caused by the parasites, this fusion of the two infected results in a new mutation. He understands that he needs to eliminate them before they evolve, and notices that the two infected begin moving very quickly around the room. However, Zuo is smarter and manages to dodge, jumping over the head of one of them, preparing a downward strike with his hands. Despite this, Tianchen does not hit the infected's head as expected but instead strikes the parasite in its neck, eliminating it. Using all his strength and reach in a grand effort to rip the parasite out of the second stage infected and defeat it. However, at that exact moment, he sees the other second stage infected approaching and preparing a punch. With no time to react and dodge, Zuo Tianchen can only take the powerful and massive blow, flying far away. Quickly, he regains control and lands, avoiding a rough fall, crouching down on his toes. With tomato sauce dripping from his mouth, he grits his teeth and realizes how strong this infected has become after its evolution. As one of the infected falls to the ground after losing the parasite that was using it as a host, the other still stands. Noticing the fall of the infected, Zuo comments that the weakness of the parasites is that, along with their defeat, their host is also eliminated. Face to face with the other infected, Zuo Tianchen, already planning his attack, says that it is next to be defeated. The infected with purple skin and red eyes, now evolved and more powerful than ever, starts roaring thunderously. In complete shock, nervous and startled, Zuo Tianchen watches this scene with dread, expecting the worst. He realizes that the second stage infected is undergoing a mutation as he sees its skin changing, and besides the increase in size, a kind of hammer forms from its tissue and flesh. With widened eyes and frightened by this sight, Zuo knows that this is a hammer-type infected. Seeing this gigantic and extremely muscular infected with a hammer attached to its hand, Tianchen knows he's extremely unlucky. Thinking to himself, Zuo concludes that so many evolved infected in one place means there is something seriously wrong here. The third brother, incredulous, asks his boss what kind of monster this is, and not even Long Ting can answer, but he comments that it seems strong. The third brother asks Long what they will do if the boy is killed, and Ting says he will simply blame it on his bad luck. Smiling maliciously as he watches the scene on the big screen, Long Ting says that Zuo Tianchen has encountered an obstacle. Speaking to our protagonist through the loudspeaker, he says they can spice up the game a little at this moment. Zuo, trying to guess what Long Ting is about to say, states that if he defeats the evolved infected, Ting will tell him where the hostages are. With an insane and psychotic expression, Long says that he is correct and asks if he has the courage to accept this proposal. Zuo says that people like him think they have control over everything, but many things go beyond the comprehension of such people. With a malevolent smile and a crazed expression, Tianchen says that if Long Ting wants to play, then he will play along with him. Through the lenses of his glasses, desperation begins to form as he realizes that Zuo also has a few screws loose. Preparing a massive attack with his own fists, Zuo Tianchen gathers an extremely powerful punch. Rotating his torso to increase the impact against the infected, our protagonist delivers an extremely strong punch to its belly. Emanating a dense and frightening aura, Tianchen prepares another sequence of attacks with his destructive fists, using all his strength and reach to deliver another powerful blow against the zombie, leveraging the momentum generated by his body movement. In a quick and frenzied manner, Zuo Tianchen lands multiple consecutive strikes against the monster without hesitation. Shouting and in a crazed state, our hero does not stop pummeling the second stage infected with his fists, which seem to endure the blows well. At the moment when Zuo Tianchen pauses his attack for an instant, the second stage infected tries to strike him with its hammer-like appendage. Looking up, seeing the monster unleashing this blow against him, Zuo Tianchen seems frightened by its sheer strength. The impact causes massive damage as the giant's hand collides with the ground, shattering it into multiple pieces. However, our hero manages to dodge before being hit and slides across the ground using his hands and feet to land safely. Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brow, Zuo says that the hammer-type infected is not easy to handle. The hammer-type emerges after a mutation caused by contact with the parasite, increasing its strength and defense, in addition to the hammer forming on its hands. In a mocking tone, Long Ting speaks to Zuo, asking if he's okay. After all, he's been in that room for quite a while. And Tianchen asks how things are with Gao Fei, who responds that nothing is happening and then receives more orders from Zuo. However, before he can complete his request to Gao, the hammer-type infected suddenly appears at an incredibly fast speed, ready to attack. In shock, our hero seems terrified by this sudden strike and doesn't have much time to think or react. With a brutal and massive force, the blow smashes through the wall and hits Zuo, who uses this to jump out of the room. He is thrown and flies out of the room along with the debris, landing on the ground at the beginning of a forest. Gao Fei notices what happened to Zuo and asks if he's okay. After all, he went flying out. Emerging from the smoke, Zuo says he is fine and that this wasn't the time he turned into minced meat, and Gao asks what's different about this monster. Excited and thrilled, Long Ting comments to his companion that this monster is extremely strong, and the man agrees with him. Grabbing a piece of the meteorite containing the Abila, Chief Long Ting says that only this is more powerful than that infected. Opening his small box and seeing the red meteorite stone, He states that anyone who touches it either dies or turns into a monster. Closing the box, Long says that if Zuo Tianchen wants to play with him, then they will play. Since his location is compromised, Long orders some people to stay on guard and others to follow him to the warehouse. He tells the third brother that while keeping Professor Luo as a hostage, he wants to see how Zuo intends to defeat him like this. With a malicious expression like that of a psychopath, Long Ting says they should go quickly to play with them. Meanwhile, other hostages fall through the trapdoor into the hole filled with infected, about to be turned into food. Professor Luo Xiaoyu starts screaming in despair, pleading for help, denying what's happening. The other innocents trapped in the cages start to break down mentally, deeply affected by the deaths. One of them falls into despair, imagining the possibility of being the next one thrown down there, and begins to panic. The professor tells him to wake up and, with a hopeful tone, says they still have a chance to get out of there alive. Pessimistic, the hostage in the cage next to her says there is no hope for them and only a dark fate awaits. Saying that there are still 5 questions left, Professor Luo tries to keep them all hopeful and says they will make it out alive. Still in shock from the psychological damage and state of vulnerability and fragility, he stammers but tries to remain hopeful. Trying to stay strong and convey confidence to the other hostages, she tells them to wake up because they will get out of there alive. In the cage above her, another hostage says that Professor Luo is very optimistic and admires that about her. At the moment she asks him to start asking more questions, Long acknowledges that she is very good and decides to play something more entertaining. The professor asks what he means, and he decides to ask one last question that will decide everyone's fate, whether they will make it out alive or not. Irritated, Professor Luo seems inclined to accept but becomes angry with Long's proposal, who asks if she will face the challenge. Quickly, she adopts a courageous stance and says she will definitely accept the proposal. Long Ting says she must guess where he is right now, and if she guesses correctly, she wins, and everyone will leave alive. Complaining to Ting, she says it's impossible to know that, so Long comments that he prepared alternatives for the last question. The options are the first, second, and third buildings, and finally, the last alternative states that none of the options are correct. Closing her eyes and focusing, she thinks that Long Ting is too smart to keep the hostages in the main buildings. Opening her eyes and reaching a conclusion, she considers that he must be trying to trick her with the last alternative. Quickly, Long Ting says that time is running out and she must answer as fast as possible, and Professor Luo panics at this. A countdown from 3 to 1 begins, and before it ends, Professor Luo Xiaoyu responds that it is the last alternative. Saying that she is smart, he admits that they are not in the main buildings, and the professor tells him to release them all immediately. However, Long says she is being hasty and that she did not get the question right. In shock, she asks what he is talking about. He tells her that his question is if she can guess where he is and not just respond to the alternatives. Irritated, clenching her fists in anger at Chief Long Ting, she calls him a cheater. With his psychotic and manipulative tone, Long says he doesn't consider himself a cheater. Suddenly, a trapdoor opens, and we see Long Ting with a megaphone beside the third brother. Looking up, Professor Luo Xiaoyu realizes that Long had been right above her the entire game. Staring directly at her, the chief of the hydroelectric plant says that Professor Luo is still in the palm of his hand. Meanwhile, we see Zuo Tianchen surviving and dodging the hammer infected while giving instructions to Gao Fei. Gao Ao Fei, dumb as always, seems distracted and, unable to understand the plan, asks Zuo to repeat it entirely. While still fighting and striking the infected, he says he doesn't have time to go through everything again, but Gao can't seem to remember. At this moment, Lin Xing takes over the radio and says he understands Zuo Tiancheng's entire plan, while Zuo asks if Lin is okay. He promptly replies that, thanks to our protagonist's help, he is fine now, and we see the group gradually reuniting. Dodging another dangerous blow, Zuo Tiancheng comments that with Leader Lin's presence, he feels more secure. Zuo Tianchen mentions that he will leave the leadership of the 2 idiots to Leader Lin, while he goes after Long Ting. Preparing to deliver another sequence of blows, Zuo Tian tells them to listen to Leader Lin, as he is going to start his plan now. At this moment, the hammer-type infected seems to be preparing for another attack, but our hero also seems to have something in mind. Drawing 2 circles on the dirt ground, Leader Lin Xing says he will explain Tiancheng's plan now. Starting to explain the plan, Lin Xing says that the circles represent the main buildings and the hydroelectric observatory. He orders Luo Lansha and Gao Fei to go to the observatory and eliminate Long Ting if he is there, but Luo questions what happens if he isn't. At this moment, he mentions the second part of the plan, in which was said that Long Ting may have left the location by now. Luo Lansha questions Leader Lin Xing on the reason for going there if there's a chance Long Ting isn't present. In a quick and strategic response, Lin says that, with Gao's enhanced vision from the observatory, he will be able to see the entire surroundings clearly. Thus, he explains that with Gao Fei's ability, they can identify the real location of the hostages, and she asks if they aren't in the 3rd building. Zuo interrupts, saying that he has already checked and they are not there, and that the building is empty, leaving Gao shocked at Zuo Tian's evolved ability. He then decides to explain to Gao that he must focus the detection beam in a straight line to cover a wider area. He mentions that this method requires a lot of concentration, and asks Lin to send his men to the mountain to set up an ambush. He also comments that leader Lin Xing should know why Long Ting is so intent on deceiving Zuo Tianchen, and Lin understands what he means. Gao does not quite understand and questions, while Zuo orders him to meet with Luo at the observatory and make a lot of noise during the attack. After being questioned by Luo Lansha about what he is doing, Zuo says that he is not able to defeat the hammer-type infected. Staring coldly and sternly at his opponent, Zuo Tianchen knows that he must advance to the second stage. Only then will he be able to win. Luo Lansha and Gao Ao Fei are shocked to hear our protagonist say these words. He tells them to forget about it, and just obey leader Lin, as he climbs up the hammer arm and uses it as support to dodge. Zuo knows that his body is at the peak of the first stage, and that tough battles will be useful to push him to the second stage. Preparing a massive and powerful strike, he knows that there is no better opponent at this moment than the hammer-type infected, landing a direct punch squarely on the left side of the face of the second stage hammer-type infected. In an extremely agile and fast manner, Zuo Tianchen lands dozens of consecutive blows against the hammer shape. Watching everything, Chief Long Ting comments that this scene is a mess, and the third brother says that Zuo is being held up by the infected. Suddenly, he hears his soldiers calling for him desperately on the radio, saying that the observatory is under attack and won't hold out. The third brother is startled by this information, while Long Ting questions him as to why he is panicking. Grabbing the radio in response to the panicked soldier, Long says that they should keep fighting, otherwise he himself will eliminate them. In shock, the subordinate says that there are too few men to deal with Lin Xing's elite forces, and Long Ting says he has already thought of everything. He comments that, since Lin Xing brought all his men here, the wall of the old city is empty, and now is the time to take the wall. In disbelief, the third brother is stunned by the information that Long Ting gave about taking the walls of the old city now. Meanwhile, at the observatory, we see Gao Fei with his cold and calculating gaze, typical of an excellent hunter. During an attack with his melee weapons against Long Ting's soldiers, whom he easily eliminates, Luo Lansha questions Gao Fei. With his precise caliber 56 rifle, Gao Ao Fei says he has found him. Luo Lansha quickly leaves the location after eliminating several of Long's men, and says she will leave this situation to Ao Fei. While one of his henchmen fires bursts of bullets at Gao, he says they can't hold on any longer, and Ting replies that he will eliminate them if they try to flee. Suddenly, without warning or hesitation, Gao shoots one of Chief Long Ting's men, taking him down easily. Proudly looking at his 56 caliber rifle, Gao Fei celebrates the successful shot. At that moment, Long Ting realizes there is no response and assumes that the soldier must have been eliminated before replying to him. Long Ting tells the third brother that they need to get out of there, and scared, the subordinate mentions that he's afraid Zuo Tianchen will find them. Long Ting asks what his subordinate is afraid of if they have a hostage in their hands, referring to Professor Luo Xiaoyu. With a villainous smile on his face, Chief Ting says that Zuo Tianchen will not reach him, and if he does, he will have to face a gigantic horde with hundreds of undead waiting to feast on him. Meanwhile, we see our favorite survivor furiously and bravely striking the hammer shape in the face in an attempt to defeat it. In an instant, it seems that the second stage infected is falling to the ground while Zuo is still in midair. However, before it hits the ground, it plants its foot firmly, cracking the floor slightly and bulging veins in its foot from the force it's using. Zuo Tianchen widens his eyes in fear of the evolved infected's next move, which, quickly and unexpectedly, smashes the ground with its hammer-shaped hand, trying to crush Zuo. However, Tianchen manages to dodge and slide backward with his hands on the ground to keep his balance. With one hand on the ground and exhausted from such a long fight, Zuo Tianchen comments that he's been battling for about an hour now. Noticing a lack of response from his body, he wonders if it's finally time to evolve. Emanating a powerful and massive aura, Tianchen feels that his body has reached the peak of the first stage and just needs one more push. At that moment, his train of thought is interrupted when he hears over the radio that Gao and Luo have found something. Gao Fei says that to the north of Tianchen, there is a yellow warehouse full of guards, and Long Ting should be there. Thinking to himself, our protagonist considers and imagines that the hydroelectric plant's chief is indeed in that warehouse. However, a physical impact causes our survivor to widen his eyes and stop everything he was doing at that moment. The evolved hammer-shaped infected hits our hero right in the stomach with its hammer-fused hand, sending Zuo flying far away. Hearing the sound of the impact over the radio, Gao Fei becomes worried about his friend and asks Zuo what's happening. As Tianchen flies into the forest and begins to recover, Gao keeps asking if he is okay. Another hammer appears in the infected's hand, and Zuo comments that it has completely fused with the parasite and is at the peak of stage 2. Focusing intensely, the protagonist begins to try activating the tattoos to reach the second stage in the middle of the fight. Quickly, The hammer shape tries to stop him, attacking with its hammer and breaking the tree where Zuo was, but he dodges just in time. While in the air after dodging the blow, Zuo notices that the hammer's speed has also increased significantly. At the moment when the infected prepares another attack to strike Tianchen, he says it's time to get started. Quickly, the second stage hammer-type infected delivers another massive blow to our protagonist. In midair, after being hit by the blow, Zuo Tianchen starts a countdown from number 3 to number 1. And then, when he finishes the countdown, he begins to emit a blinding and dazzling light that stuns the monster in front of him. Suddenly, like a missile, the protagonist attacks the hammer-shaped infected and sends it flying to the forest floor, landing brutally. Meanwhile, his fist begins to emit a very dense and powerful red aura after delivering this extremely strong blow. The moment his feet are firmly on the ground, a mist begins to form from Zuo's evolution. Zuo Tianchen is visibly stronger and evolved into the second stage and comments that the fact that he has to evolve all the time annoys him greatly. After the powerful strike from our protagonist, the hammer-type infected starts to get up and groans in pain. Suddenly, without warning, it stands up already preparing another attack with its 2 hammer-fused hands. However, easily and without much effort, Zuo Tianchen places his palm under the surface of the infected's weapon, stopping the strike. Face to face with the gigantic monster, our hero simply raises his hand against the blow and manages to stop it with relative ease. With his entire body glowing in a reddish tone, Zuo notices the clear difference in strength between the stages and is fascinated by it. He comments that, after reaching the second stage, activating the Ebola virus to strengthen his own body is no longer as harmful. While preparing for the strike, he mentions that people at the second stage rarely lose against infected below the third stage because of this. Facing the gigantic evolved hammer-type monster, he exclaims that he will send it straight to the world of the dead. With his body glowing and emanating a red aura, Zuo Tianchen delivers an extremely powerful punch to the center of the infected's chest. It quickly flies through the air from the sheer force of Zuo's blow, crashing through the trees along its path. After it stops against one of the trees, its body pinned in place, Tianchen begins to walk slowly towards the monster. Modifying his fist through his aura and the Ebola virus, our hero states that now the monster's resistance will be of no use. Zuo's arm becomes completely monstrous and enlarged in a reddish tone, and he comments that this is the second stage's muscle enhancement. Jumping extremely high and at great speed, Tianchen swings his monstrous arm back and prepares another incredibly powerful strike, smashing the gigantic second stage infected and driving it into the ground with his overwhelming strength and mutant arm. Completely shocked by this, Chief Longting grits his teeth and widens his eyes at the protagonist's new ability. Watching the scene through the cameras and seeing that Zuo has eliminated the second stage aberration, Longting wonders how this is possible. The hammer-type infected had its head severely damaged and was clearly eliminated by our hero, turning around and staring directly at the camera with a cold and psychotic look, like a hunter eyeing its prey. In complete shock, Chief Longting wonders if the survivor knows they are watching him. He orders his subordinate to quickly call everyone, who replies that they don't have many men left. Ignoring this information, the hydroelectric plant's chief orders him to call all the remaining men immediately. Quickly, Longting's third brother, his subordinate, leaves the room to obey his orders, slamming his fist on the table in frustration over his plans falling apart. Longting laments and seems to lose hope as he witnesses this scene and begins to break into a cold sweat. Repeating Zuo Tiancheng's name several times, his friend Gao Fei calls out desperately for a response from him. Luo Lansha asks Gao, who is on top of the observatory, what's happening with Zuo, and Fei says he doesn't know because Zuo isn't responding. Luo Lansha says that, since they lost contact with their friend, they should go to him instead of just waiting for a reply. Observing from above down to the base of the mountain, Gao Fei comments that there is strange movement there, and it might be Lin Xing. Gao Fei says he also can't communicate with leader Lin, but he can see a shootout happening and that Lin had contacted them earlier. Gao Fei says he'll think about what to do, but Luo Lansha responds that he won't think at all and they are going to help their friends. With his hand on his chin and his gaze fixed on a specific point, Gao Fei seems to be devising a plan in his head, and having an idea that contradicts Luo Lansha's. He says they should rescue the hostages, leaving the girl in disbelief. Gao explains that Tianchen is much stronger than him, so he will be able to handle the monster, and Luo asks if they are only going to save the hostages. Gao Fei firmly says yes, and Luo Lansha becomes excited and confident, agreeing with her friend. Meanwhile, we see Long Ting's third brother, wounded, flying through the air. Yun Hongdai points a weapon in his direction, asking where his boss is, and he dodges, questioning how Yun knew about Long's plan. Appearing behind the man, Leader Lin Xing says that Long Ting's weakness is believing he controls everything, leaving the subordinate surprised by Lin's presence. Looking down at the man, Lin says that the plan failed from the start because of Zuo and also because they fell into their trap. Threatening the man, Yunhong Dai says she won't eliminate him if he reveals Long Ting's location, while the man recalls her reputation. Irritated at being called the red butterfly, the woman says that if another word leaves the man's mouth, she will eliminate him. He says they can kill him if they want, but he will never betray Chief Long Ting, not even under threats, preventing Yunhong Dai from killing the man right then and there. Lin Xing says they can carry out this execution publicly in front of the others. Irritated and frustrated, but agreeing with her leader, she allows the third brother to live a little longer for now. Completely desperate, Long Ting orders his henchmen to go after the second brother, but the man says that he's already at the base of the mountain. The chief says he needs to return immediately, as only with the second brother's men do they have a chance against Zuo Tianchen. Shocked by this information, Long Ting's henchman asks about their defense, saying that the bodies should hold him off for a while. The chief states that if this defense fails, he will release more of those monsters. A little scared by the information his chief just revealed, the henchman asks if that will really work. Shouting at his subordinate in complete desperation and out of control, Long Ting yells that obviously his plan will work. Afraid of his boss, the henchman just agrees and says that the plan will definitely work. Demanding from his employee, Long Ting asks why he is still standing there, and quickly, the henchman says he's leaving right away. Tired, trying to calm himself a bit, the chief of the hydroelectric plant sits down on the chair to rest. He begins thinking to himself that, as long as he waits for the second brother to return and they can stay protected, they will be able to eliminate Zuo easily. However, despite knowing this, Chief Long Ting remains very restless, sweating cold, and desperate. That empty and profound gaze of Zuo Tianchen appears in the chief's mind like a nightmare. Standing up abruptly from the chair, the man questions why he is thinking about that demonic expression of Zuo out of nowhere, and he starts to wonder if he is afraid of him or not. And as he thinks about it, he sweats even more and widens his eyes, slamming his hand on the table. Irritated, Long Ting asks himself how someone as powerful as him can be feeling fear of another person. Trying to calm down and be optimistic and hopeful, he says that everything will be fine and that everything is under his control. He tries to convince himself that as long as he stays in his hideout and forces Zuo to reveal the origin of his powers, everything will go well. Professor Luo Xiaoyu, behind him still gagged and injured, says that Long Ting is terrified of Zuo Tianchen. Using her strength to speak, she says that he is afraid of Zuo Tianchen and fears how unpredictable this situation is. Shouting at her, completely furious, he says that he has never been afraid of anything in his life and that it never happens. She says that Long Ting has done so many evil things that today he will meet his end. And irritated, he starts saying that Zuo won't be able to eliminate him. And he adds that even if Zuo Tianchen shows up at his hideout, he still has a way to escape and has the professor as a hostage. Suddenly, he seems to have realized something and becomes shocked, his eyes wide open and his mouth ageti, sighing and then falling silent as he contemplates something. Maintaining a firm posture in front of her, he says that trying to make him worry with those words won't work. Trying to frighten him, Professor Luo Xiaoyu asks if Long Ting isn't really afraid. With an increasingly manic and deranged expression, Chief Long Ting says that, of course, he's not feeling fear in this situation. With his fists clenched, trying to stay calm, the chief begins to tremble and tries to repeat to himself that he's not afraid of Zuo. Outside the room, a henchman shouts that Zuo Tianchen has arrived at the location, and he is left completely in shock. After his henchman falls silent in a strange manner, the hydroelectric chief turns around. Suddenly, the giant red fist of our protagonist easily breaks through the wall of Long Ting's hideout. Appearing there with his monstrous arm and a furious expression, Zuo Tianchen tells Ting to prepare for his demise. Standing face to face with a horde of hundreds of zombies, our hero begins to walk slowly in their direction. Meanwhile, Long Ting starts trembling in fear as he watches through the cameras, seeing the man entering his hideout. In complete panic, sweating cold, wide-eyed, and with his mouth open, he says in a trembling voice that Zuo has arrived. The crowd of zombies starts rushing towards our protagonist, hungry and ravenous, intending to turn him into minced meat. However, we see Tianqing standing on some pipes, observing everything from a distance, noticing that Long Ting had a habit of keeping zombies around. Jumping at high speed and leaving his advantageous position, he says that it will be easy to deal with them. Watching everything through the cameras, Long Ting says that Zuo Tianchen is hacking, cheating. He comments that all the zombies he kept all this time, the boy managed to set them all free. Irritated and wounded after the tortures, Professor Luo Xiaoyu says that Long Ting shouldn't worry about that. Striking the completely unscrupulous woman and telling her to shut up, Long Ting is entirely out of control. With his gaze fixated on Professor Luo and completely manic and mentally unstable, he says that if he dies, he will take her with him. Wounded and distressed, Professor Luo Xiaoyu watches the scene, harboring resentment, yet knowing that this situation will end soon. Her hands remain tied with a tightly secured rope behind the chair, preventing her from escaping. Meanwhile, we see Zuo Tianchen battling hordes of zombies, using his mutant arm to easily defeat them. Observing 3 different and apparently evolved zombies, Zuo comments that Chief Long Ting still had some tricks up his sleeve, sweating profusely. With a crazed look, Long Ting asks what the secret behind Zuo's strength is, promising to let him live if he gets an answer. With a cold and severe tone, speaking to the hydroelectric plant's chief, he asks if Long Ting is an idiot or just pretending to be one. Staring at him through the camera, he asks if Chief Long Ting has already lost his logic and sanity, while Long mutters to himself. Charging up an attack with his aberrant arm, he says that the one who should be desperate is Long Ting himself. He swiftly strikes the 3 zombies with his evolved arm, sending them flying, while appearing to put little effort into the blow. Zuo Tianchen knows that, with his punch at maximum power, second stage infected won't stand a chance against him. Looking at his red fist with a proud and satisfied expression, Zuo says that he has finally regained the strength he once had. After defeating the 3 evolved infected, which were Long Ting's trump cards, our hero says that the local chief is next. Completely desperate, sweating coldly and trembling, Chief Long Ting knows that it is now too late for him, repeating over and over that there is no more hope for him, while his soldiers report that Zuo has invaded the site and their bullets are ineffective. But suddenly, he seems to come to some unexpected and almost divine conclusion, making his eyes widen and sigh in relief. Seeing this scene, Professor Luo cannot contain her genuine reaction of astonishment at Long Ting's response. From the back of the room, she sees Long Ting planning something malicious to use against Zuo Tianchen in this situation. Standing up from the table and placing his hand under it, determined, Long Ting reaches a conclusion. He says that, even if he is to die, he will take Professor Luo Xiaoyu with him, and she glares at him with genuine and pure hatred. Grabbing a piece of the red, shining, and radiant meteorite, which contains the Ebola virus and invaded the Earth's atmosphere a few months ago. Holding the meteorite piece with a cloth, Long Ting starts bringing it closer to her mouth, and she refuses to eat it, not knowing what it is. Forcing the professor to eat it, he says she doesn't need to want it, and forces Luo Xiao to swallow the meteorite. In a megalomaniacal and almost hallucinated state, Long Ting begins to laugh maliciously and wickedly, like someone who has lost their soul. Forcing the woman to eat the meteorite, he covers her mouth to prevent her from spitting it out and not absorbing it. At that moment, an enormous light and a tremendous explosion happen in the room, and both Professor Luo and Long Ting are sent flying. Bursting into the room in a complete frenzy, shouting Professor Luo Xiaoyu's name, our protagonist fears the worst. Rushing quickly towards her, who is still seated in the chair, motionless and very quiet. In shock, our hero cannot contain his genuine reaction of surprise, widening his eyes at the scene before him. Professor Luo Xiaoyu begins to emit a radiant and malevolent red glow, while her eyes also shine and she screams. Completely consumed by hatred towards Long Ting, our protagonist cannot believe that he made her eat a piece of meteorite. Laughing maniacally on the ground, Ting says that those men turned into monsters just by lightly touching the stone and eagerly awaits what she will become. Still wearing a vile and disgusting grin on his face, Long Ting says he's a little excited to see what kind of monster Luo Xiaoyu will turn into. Overcome with rage, Zuo Tianchen says that Chief Long Ting deserves a cruel and fatal end. Raising and clenching his monstrous red fist, he says he will make sure to send Long Ting to another world. The chief warns Zuo Tianchen to be careful and look behind him, and at that moment, Luo Xiao begins to transform into a monster. Turning his head quickly in the direction Long Ting warned, his eyes fill with despair and anguish. Seeing Professor Luo Xiaoyu completely transformed into a terrifying creature, with a black armor and a sinister red aura. Quickly, our protagonist is thrown and sent flying after being hit by an attack, and debris falls due to the force of the impact. Gritting his teeth from the pain and impact, Zuo Tianchen also seems distressed and frightened by Luo Xiao's transformation. His feet cannot fully touch the ground and hover above the surface for a moment. However, he quickly forces himself downward and manages to land, planting his feet on the ground to soften the impact. Emitting smoke as his feet touch the ground at high speed, trying to land after being thrown far away. Our protagonist steadies himself firmly on the ground, standing face to face with the monstrosity that Luo Xiaoyu has become. Wounded and exhausted, Tianchen gazes at the entire scene with a hollow and stern expression, something he didn't anticipate. Black armor is a rare mutation where the person retains their consciousness and gains black scales, but Zuo never imagined the professor would end up like this. Zuo plans a way to extract the meteorite from Professor Luo Xiaoyu's chest, otherwise she will continue to rampage like this. A slow and heavy step is taken by someone wearing dress shoes. We see Long Ting wounded and tired, leaning against the wall for support as he walks, and he sighs in pain and exhaustion, while Tianchen watches him approach, cold and fearless. Without showing any sign of fear, he remarks that Long Ting is quite resilient. Suddenly, without warning, swiftly and nimbly, Professor Luo Xiaoyu, in the black armor, leaps from her position and momentarily disappears, appearing directly above our protagonist, illuminated only by the starry sky and the moonlight above her. The professor, now in monstrous form, tries to strike our hero with a powerful spinning kick, but he manages to dodge her. Looking at her, irritated and fed up, still wounded from the previous battle with the hammer's shape. Watching the fight from a distance, he notices Chief Long Ting fleeing into the forest, trying to blend in among the trees. Apologizing to Professor Luo, our survivor shapes his hand like a blade with his fingers straight, and prepares for a strike. Quickly, he thrusts his hand through the middle of the black scales on Professor Luo's torso, and she widens her eyes and opens her mouth in shock from the impact. The impact is so powerful that a deathly silence fills the area as Zuo Tianchen tries to rip the meteorite piece out of her body. With his hand on the other side of the black armor's torso, he manages to grip the meteorite piece with the fingers of his monstrous hand. Quickly and with surgical precision, he pulls his hand out of her, with the meteorite piece finally removed from Professor Luo's Xiaoyu. The black armor's body goes limp, and her hand drops backward, as if she just fainted and lost all her strength. With Professor Luo in his arms, Zuo Tianchen holds her and comments that without the meteorite piece, she has finally stopped and calmed down. Looking at his friend, the professor, with a sorrowful gaze, Tianchen manages to prevent a worse situation safely and securely. Our protagonist ponders that a normal person would have died from having their chest pierced, but the black armor will regenerate. After Zuo Tianchen says he wants to settle things with Long Ting, we see the chief of the hydroelectric plant running through the forest at high speed. Impatient and injured, the local leader says that those people are all monsters, and he's infuriated by this fact. Walking and stumbling in pain, Long Ting says he needs to meet up with number 2 and Scar, only then will they have a chance. However, he is caught off guard by Gao Fei, who tells Long Ting that he no longer has any chance of getting out of this alive. In shock, the criminal and psychotic chief of the hydroelectric plant widens his eyes, surprised by the appearance of the young group in the forest. Face to face with Gao Fei and Luo Lan Sha, both armed and prepared to turn him into mincemeat, Ting remains still. To finish him off for good, the criminal hears behind him the voice of leader Lin Xing, who is accompanied by all his men. Yunhong Dai points to the old man and Scar, who are captured and tied up, and asks Long Ting if he knows them. Leader Lin Xing orders his men to tie Long Ting up, saying they will execute him publicly, and Yunhong Dai obeys his command. With a dark and sinister expression on his face, Ting lowers his head silently, but suddenly, he bursts into laughter without anyone saying a word to him. Laughing uncontrollably and maniacally, Long Ting shouts that Lin Xing is celebrating too early and being overly confident. However, he is caught off guard at that moment by the arrival of another unexpected person, making him turn around in shock. Seeing Zuo Tianchen appear carrying the black armor in his arms, Long Ting says that now everyone has finally arrived. Gao Fei and Luo Lansha ask if Zuo Tianchen is okay and what happened to Professor Luo Xiaoyu, and he says he'll explain later. Our protagonist warns Lin Xing to be careful of Long Ting's dirty tricks, and the leader says they should deal with this without relying on normal logic. As Chief Long Ting begins removing his clothes, Leader Lin points his gun at him and orders everyone to back off and stay away from him. When he removes his shirt, he reveals a sort of clock with wires connected directly to his body, and says they won't have time to retreat. Showing the time ticking on the clock's hands, Ting says that if he dies, he will take everyone with him to the other world. Widening his eyes, Tianqing is completely shocked by Long Ting's unpredictable move. He shouts at that moment, realizing it's a timer for a bomb, telling them not to kill him, or it will be triggered. The entire group led by Lin Xing is in shock, watching the scene and listening to Zuo Tiancheng's warning. With an evil grin from ear to ear, Long Ting says it's already too late to back down. Drawing a gun, the hydroelectric plant's chief takes an action against himself, knowing they won't kill him, and the clock on his chest is triggered. The ticking of the clock stopping is quickly drowned out by the sound of the bomb activating. Suddenly, a massive explosion is caused by Long Ting and his time bomb, devastating a huge area where everyone was. The hydroelectric dam is destroyed, and all the water contained there is released and begins to flood the area. With the dam shattered and only a few rocks holding back the force of the water, it starts to spill and flood everywhere it passes. Like an avalanche, the water comes in a devastating and destructive manner, turning everything in its path into ruins. The entire forest where they were begins to flood with water, similar to a tsunami. Zuo Tianchen and Gao Fei show the most genuine expressions of fear and shock in their lives for being so close to being wiped out. Zuo, carrying the professor along with his friends and leader Lin, are caught by the water and its current, being pushed far away. The entire forest starts to be destroyed, with trees devastated, leaving only their trunks rooted in the ground as the water ravages everything. Various men from Lin Xing's group are caught by the waves and the current, being swept away and fighting for their lives. Gao Fei, calling for help from his friends Zuo Tianchen, flails his arms and shouts that he doesn't know how to swim. Swimming towards his friend, our protagonist tells him to hang on, that he's coming to help him swim and get out of this situation. Luo Lansha, holding onto a tree trunk with her arms, calls Gao Fei to grab onto the trunk as well. Struggling to swim and breathe, Gao Fei tries with great difficulty to get closer to the girl and the tree trunk to save himself. Suddenly, a massive boulder begins to fall behind Zuo Tianchen, and his friends warn him to look behind and avoid the rock. Startled, our protagonist notices the enormous debris from the dam falling towards him and freezes in shock. Gao Fei and Luo Lansha shout his name as the boulder falls on top of him, and he disappears. With his eyes closed and underwater, our protagonist appears to have lost consciousness from the impact of the rock. Sinking deeper and deeper into the water and already many meters below the surface, we see Zuo Tianchen unconscious. However, the black and red-scaled hand of the black armor firmly grasps Tiancheng's hand. Professor Luo Xiaoyu, in her black armor form, grabs Zuo by the arm and begins to swim with him back to the surface. We see a truck moving rapidly through the streets of Ji County, in a hurry to get somewhere. Inside it, our protagonist Zuo Tianchen, leaning against the truck's wall, has just awakened after the exhausting day he had. Looking around, suspicious and uneasy, our hero begins to draw conclusions about the environment he's in. A seemingly sweet and gentle girl, who is also a stranger, notices that Zuo Tianchen has just woken up and comments on it. Quickly getting up from the wall, Tianchen questions the girl about who she is and where he is at this exact moment. She replies sweetly that her name is Lin Qi-Qin, and that they found him lying on the road after the flood hit Ji County. At that moment, our hero begins to recall the previous events, where Long Ting blew up the dam and the stone caused him to sink. He asks the girl if she saw anyone else, and she says no, then asks if he got separated from his group. Reflecting, he knows that he needs to reunite with Luo and Gao, and also with Professor Luo, to find out how they're all doing. The girl, concerned, asks if he's worried about his group. After all, the whole situation was very serious. A member of the girl's group says that he should give up searching for his friends, as they must have drowned in the flood. Reprimanding the man, Li Wei says that Zuo has already had enough bad luck and that he will find his friends. Smoking a cigarette, with a hopeless look and a melancholic tone, Li Wei says that everyone in this world is unlucky. Placing a hand on Zuo Tiancheng's shoulder, he says that our hero is still too young. Showing him a simple weapon, he says that if he wants to survive, he'll need a gun and bullets, not sympathy. Remaining silent throughout the entire journey, Zuo Tianchen just quietly watches Li Wei and his friend. The girl tells him to keep quiet, thinking that Zuo is still upset, and Li says that young people need to think big in order to survive. After she says this in a completely insensitive manner, the driving begins to falter, and they feel the truck stopping abruptly. Out of nowhere, Li Wei falls to the ground due to the sudden brake that the driver applied, while the girl and Zuo manage to stay on their feet. Irritated, the man asks if the driver even knows how to drive, and the girl says it's time to camp and eat. Sitting in front of the truck, with a campfire lit in the middle of them, we see a group of 4 people besides Zuo. In a large pot, a big portion of food is being prepared, consisting of pasta with some sources of protein. The scarred man, Li Wei, looks irritated and restless at the entire scene before him. Meanwhile, with a gentle yet surprised gaze, the girl who rescued Zuo looks at him as well, and the other 2 members of the group cast the same silent and surprised look at the stranger in their group. We see Zuo Tianchen voraciously and endlessly eating the bowls of pasta made by the strangers who rescued him. Li Wei asks, irritated and curious, his friend how many bowls of food Tianchen has eaten, and she replies that it was 5 bowls. Completely furious at this, the man closes his eyes and tries to breathe, but veins appear on his forehead from so much anger. Pointing his finger in the protagonist's face, Li Wei asks if he's not full yet. After all, he's eaten more than all 4 of them combined. Trying to defend the outsider, the girl says that he was unconscious, which explains his bizarre hunger, but Li tries to argue with her. Standing up in front of his friend, Li Wei tells her to get up so they can talk privately, away from the outsider. As he takes a few steps forward, he calls the other 2 group members and initiates an emergency meeting. Another man, kindly, says that if Zuo Tianchen wants to eat more, he can, as they have more food in the truck. Finally, our protagonist eats the last bowl and seems to have finally filled himself with so much food, even sighing because of it. Celebrating quietly, he says that he finally recovered his energy that was drained the previous day. Meditating and activating the tattoos, our hero states that second stage abilities consume a lot of energy, and he will need more and more food. Looking at his tattoo-covered hand, he says he needs to reach stage 3 soon to be able to absorb energy back and eat less. Tired from so much meditation, he deactivates the tattoos and ends his focus on the meditation. From a distance, he hears Li Wei, the scarred man, extremely irritated, saying that he needs to get out of there soon, and Zuo hears this even though he shouldn't. Shouting, Extremely upset, the man says that the boy hasn't done anything except stay unconscious and is eating more than everyone. The girl tries to say that he's still growing, and the man responds that there's no need to take care of him, and she says the place is too deserted to leave him. The other group member, also gentle, tries to say that the more people in the group, the better. Irritated and yelling louder and louder at the group, Li Wei says that they can give him their food next time. Suddenly appearing, as if nothing was happening, Zuo Tianchen asks if the group knows where they're headed. In a cold and stern manner, he says that he heard everything they talked about and that, depending on the destination, he might join them or not. Lin Qixin, speaking kindly, tells him not to misunderstand, as they aren't kicking him out of the group. Being honest with the protagonist, Li Wei says that they have a base and are not interested in useless people like Zuo. Reprimandingly, the girl says he shouldn't say such things, and Zuo begins to think about the city Li mentioned. He then asks the group, seriously and coldly, if the city of Longhua has a power called Hongi. Puzzled, the man, Li Wei, asks Zuo Tianchen how he knows such specific information. Looking with narrowed eyes and thinking to himself, our protagonist says he had already imagined something. He recalls May 14th and what the Hongi scum did on that very day. Without answering the man's question, he says he will go with them to Longhua, and after that, he will continue on his own. The young girl begs Zuo to stay with them, saying that Longhua is very dangerous because of the number of zombies there. Li Wei, irritated with Qixin, says that their base does not accept useless people like Zuo Tianchen. Contradictingly with a bit of anger, the kind girl says they can't just leave the guy there to die. Turning his back, Zuo Tianchen says that he will go alone and thinks that if he goes to Longhua, he will have to redo all his plans. However, before he turns and goes alone, Lin Qixin gently grabs his arm to try to stop him. She pleads for him to come with them, saying they have enough food and that, after they reach Longhua, they can talk again. Shouting at the girl, still irritated, Li Wei says that he is only going with them to Longhua, and there's no changing her mind after that. Extending her hand to the protagonist, saying that from now on they will be companions, Qixin asks for his name. Being kind in return, our hero shakes the girl's hand and says his name is Zuo Tianchen. We then suddenly see a memory of Zuo's, showing a black man with dreadlocks and 2 swords in his hands, his shirt stained with ketchup. 2 wounded people call out to Zhang Jinyu, telling him to stop wasting time and to get over to them. Commenting coldly, Zhang says it's already too late, and they should hurry. As a horde of zombies approaches, Jin looks calmly at his companions with a smile. Turning quickly, with both weapons in hand, prepared to face the horde of zombies. Zuo, injured, and another unknown person shout for Zhang when they realize what's happening. Our protagonist reaches out toward his companion Zhang, telling him to come back to them. Shouting for him to return now and trying to stretch his hand even further, our hero can't reach him. At this moment, his memory fades, and he wakes up tense and frightened, sweating. Meanwhile, he hears someone counting to 500 in the distance, apparently exercising. We see the bus moving along the road with a distant voice counting to 500. Making a great effort, Li Wei exercises, doing hundreds of push-ups. Wordlessly, Zuo Tianchen watches the man in silence. Leaning against the truck, watching the man exercise, Li Wei finishes his 500 push-ups. Proudly laughing about his current physique, the man shows off a bit to Tianchen. Watching him, our hero imagines that, given his physical state, Li must be close to the first stage. Zuo knows that, given the 2 months since the virus spread, Wei's average is very good. Boasting, he assumes the boy is envious, and says he just needs to train to catch up to him. Our hero believes people can evolve through effort, even without breathing techniques. Lin Qixin calls Li Wei aside to talk with him privately, and he goes to her. They discuss the mission to find supplies and mention that Ji was flooded, preventing them from carrying out the plan. Li says they urgently need supplies, and the girl suggests finding some in Longhua and spending the night there. Upon hearing this, Zuo Tianchen is shocked and questions this outpost in Longhua. Li gets annoyed with Zuo for eavesdropping, but Qixin defends him, saying it's not a secret. The girl asks if he knows the outpost, saying it's familiar, and Li explains it's the fastest service in the city. Wei tells the boy to stop messing around and explore the world, noting he doesn't even know about the Longhua outpost. He starts boasting about having visited all the outposts by bike, and Qixin tells Zuo not to mind him. Thinking to himself, Tianchen considers that the Longhua outpost will be good for him. He remembers that, in his past life, he found a clod infected there and notes that these are nearly 3rd stage, but he can handle it. He also thinks that if he manages to eliminate the clod infected, he might obtain an item he desires. Lin Qixin gives Zuo Tianchen a bun. Surprised by her kindness, Zuo is pleased with the bun. She tells him to eat the bun, and in the evening, they'll prepare something more elaborate for him. While eating, Zuo asks Qixin if she has weapons, and she asks what kind of weapons he means. Asking if they have weapons, considering they have a base, he also thinks he might struggle against the Cloud zombie. Lin tells him not to worry about it, and as long as no horde appears, they'll have enough weapons. Handing a weapon to Zuo Tianchen, she tells him to use it for defense. Observing the weapon she gave him, Zuo comments that it's a very good one. Upon arriving at the outpost, the group notices various barricades set up to block entry. Lin Qin comments that someone got there before them, as there are barricades blocking their way. Zuo guesses that, since people are around, there probably aren't any clawed infected there yet. Armed with a shotgun, Li Wei says he doesn't care and orders them to invade with him. He tells Qin and Zuo to enter the outpost with him, while the other two watch the van outside. The three begin walking toward the Manhua outpost, armed and prepared for anything. Ahead of Zuo, we see Qin and Wei armed, all silent and focused. After some time in silence, Li Wei warns them to be careful, as the atmosphere feels strange. The girl tells Zuo Tianchen to be cautious as well with the outpost ahead of them. Stopping, Zuo orders them to wait, as he's noticed something. Irritated with him, the man curses Zuo, insisting they keep moving forward. Using his detection mode, he senses several people and their positions within the outpost. He concludes that they are surrounded by people at the Manhua outpost. Suddenly, a sniper rifle begins to aim at someone in the group. Noticing the movement of the sniper rifle, Zuo is shocked and sounds an alarm. He pushes Li Wei aside, shouting to alert their two companions of the shots. The push makes Li fall to the ground, and Zuo signals disapproval with his mouth. Looking toward the fourth-floor window of the station, he spots the sniper. Grabbing the spear Qin gave him, Tianchen throws his arm back, preparing to hurl it. He throws the spear with great strength and power toward the sniper at the station. In shock, the sniper sees the spear speeding toward him and can't react in time. The spear strikes him, causing severe damage to his head, and he is eliminated. At the moment of his death, the unconscious man falls out of the building's window. Quickly, he hits the ground right in front of the group of survivors. In a state of awe, Lin Qin and Li Wei watch the scene in shock. Unable to contain himself, Li exclaims that Zuo Tianchen is incredibly strong. Suddenly, several angry men appear, armed, to surround the group. In disapproval and frustration, Zuo comments that there are many enemies in the area. Three well-armed men shout that they should shoot Zuo. However, before they can act, our protagonist disappears from the scene rapidly. He reappears behind the three men who are ready to shoot at him. Quickly, as they notice Zuo's presence, one man turns around in fear. Turning around with heavy weapons in hand, the men spot Tianchen behind them. Before they can begin shooting, our hero grabs their weapons to prevent them. He easily disarms the two and strikes them down to defeat them. With one of their heavy guns in hand, Zuo begins firing multiple shots with the weapon. With a cold and firm look, Tianchen aims the weapon at all the enemies. As they're struck by the shots, the adversaries shout that they must escape quickly. In their attempt to flee, one of them is caught by Zuo, who strikes him with the gun's butt. In that moment, he grabs another man by the neck, also defeating him. He then holds the head of another man and easily eliminates him with his hands. On the ground, trembling and begging for his life, one of the enemies cries, and Zuo orders him to be tied up. Obeying Zuo's command, his companions tie up the man, who shows visible fear on his face. Coldly, Tianchen says he has two questions to ask and that he must answer them. Before Zuo can even ask, the mohawk-haired man says there are two guards on the 5th floor. Our hero follows up by asking who these men he mentioned are. Naively, the man asks if they didn't come to rescue them. Zuo asks if the man has seen any stronger infected, and he says they've already eliminated all the zombies that were there. Looking down, skeptical and confused, Tianchen begins to ponder something. He senses something wrong since he felt a powerful energy there that suggests a stage 2 infection. He assumes the man isn't lying, but the infected must be hiding. Saying he'll check the surroundings, he leaves the man with Lin and Li, who agree. Retrieving the spear he threw before, he sets off in search of the infected. Approaching Manhua station, he begins to enter the building. He cautiously ascends the steps, moving silently. Sensing that the energy has weakened, he guesses that the infected isn't in this direction. Suddenly, he hears a cry for help coming from upstairs. We see two men attempting something with a woman struggling to protect herself and screaming for help. Attempting to force relations against her will, she begs for assistance. One of the men involved taunts, asking if anyone wants to try to save her. Various people, seemingly hostages, watch this scene in silence. The man calls them all cowards and looks at them disapprovingly. The other man tells the girl to stop calling for help, saying no one will show up to save her. A boy with bangs over his eyes shouts at the two cruel men to stop this heinous act now. Annoyed, the aggressor stops momentarily and looks at the boy, confused. His friends urge him to sit down and stop acting like a hero, saying he'll get them all killed. Another friend, angry, tells him to sit down, as he wants to live a few more years. The brave boy says he can't bear to see his classmate Qian suffer this violence. Talking with his other criminal friend, the man remarks that they're arguing among themselves. The boy, in an act of courage, dares the men to shoot them if they can. While the girl cries, he tells them to eliminate all of them if they have the courage. The boy, with a cold and courageous look, says he isn't afraid of the attackers. Without hesitation, the criminal pulls out a simple weapon, doesn't think twice, and shoots the boy. He screams in pain and spits out a lot of tomato sauce from his mouth. Smiling maniacally, the man shows no remorse whatsoever. The boy falls to the ground in a fetal position, crying in pain, as everyone watches in shock. Suddenly, the man violently stomps on the teenager's head with force. He tells him he would have finished him off with just one bullet, but he got on his nerves. Looking at the other hostages, he asks if anyone has any complaints, and everyone denies it. Leaving the boy and the hostages aside, the man says he'll get back to what he was doing. Holding the girl in his arms, he orders his friend to keep an eye on things while he finishes his task without interruption. His friend agrees to the order, saying that when he's done, he should call him to join in too. Smiling, the criminal carries the girl while she continues screaming desperately. Appearing out of nowhere, Zuo Tianchen catches the criminal's attention. Pointing his spear toward the man, he firmly orders him to release the girl now. Looking at Zuo with a hint of disdain and disgust, he asks who he is. The girl, with tearful eyes, calls out to our protagonist by name as if she knows him. Crying, the girl asks what Zuo Tianchen is doing there at this moment. The other young hostages also shout Tiancheng's name as if they recognize him. The criminal says that holding an iron rod doesn't make him a hero to save the princess. Pointing to the boy suffering in pain, he says he also tried to play the hero. The man realizes something is wrong. After all, the boss and others were on guard, and Zuo shouldn't have been able to enter. Annoyed, Zuo Tianchen says he'll say it one last time to release the girl. The other criminal guesses that he must have snuck into the post and fired shots to distract them. And suddenly, he pulls out a gun, saying Zuo underestimated their strength and that they have weapons. But without hesitation and before the man can react, Tianchen kicks the man with a powerful blow. With veins bulging and gritted teeth, the man feels intense pain and even groans from it. The kick is so strong and impactful that the criminal is sent flying out the 5th floor window. The glass shatters right behind the other criminal who is holding the girl hostage. Pointing the weapon at the defenseless young woman's head, he grows fearful of Zuo. Extremely quickly and unpredictably, our hero throws his spear. It hits the criminal right in the head, defeating him and freeing the girl. Shocked and overwhelmed, the girl falls to her knees on the floor, relieved to have survived. Zuo Tianchen looks seriously at the situation. Without remorse for what he's done, he walks around the room, passing by the girl without saying anything, ignoring her. Instead, he grabs a jacket from one of the men and tosses it toward her. Zuo tells her to wear the jacket of the man he just eliminated. Putting on the jacket, she thanks our protagonist, who doesn't respond with much enthusiasm. The girl places a garment over the boy who was shot and is groaning in pain. Tianchen tells him not to move if he doesn't want to have his leg amputated. Making a tourniquet, he asks why the students are there since they should have been on the school bus. The girl replies that someone turned along the way, and after an accident, they had to stop at this post. Thinking to himself, Zuo imagines that Qian was supposed to have died in the accident. Finishing the bandage, he asks if anyone else survived besides those in the room. She says Don Koru is alive but that they were separated, and Zuo thinks things have changed after being reincarnated. Suddenly, a boy becomes excited to see Zuo Tianchen and calls his name eagerly. With nostalgia, the boy says it's been a long time since they last saw each other and asks if Zuo remembers him. Our protagonist recalls him and knows his name is Zhao Lin. Laughing in excitement at seeing his old friend, Zhao says it's a coincidence they met. Meanwhile, Zuo, recalling his past life, realizes that Zhao Lin hasn't yet passed away. Observing his former classmate, the boy says our hero looks much stronger. Starting to get angry, Zuo knows that if it weren't for him, Gao wouldn't have gotten hurt and died. Bothered by Tiancheng's lack of response, the boy asks what's going on. Turning away, Tiancheng responds flatly that he was just thinking. He tells Zhao Lin that there is someone else, like him, who is still alive as well. Confused, the boy asks Zuo Tianchen what he meant by what he just said. Looting items from the men he defeated, our protagonist says it's nothing important. Saying he's just passing through, he mentions they'll soon part ways, and he knows he can't waste time with them. Before our hero leaves, Zhao Lin stops him, asking him to wait. Asking him to stay a bit longer, Zhao says they could reminisce about the old times. Confused and incredulous, Tiancheng asks him if they know each other that well. Pulling away from Zhao, he says he only helped because they're classmates, and he was passing by. Trying to make friends, Lin puts his arm around Zuo's neck, saying they're in the same class. With a cold and firm look, Tiancheng curtly and firmly tells Zhao to let go. Scared, Lin is shocked and swallows hard at Zuo's threat. And so, our protagonist pushes Zhao Lin's arm away from him. Zhao tries to make a deal with Zuo, thinking he's strong, and in his mind, he insults him as an orphan who treats him poorly. Our survivor asks what kind of deal Zhao has to offer. Zhao says that if Tianchen escorts him to Longhua, he'll ask his father to pay Zuo 50,000. Lighting his cigarette and looking at him disdainfully, Zuo questions the 50,000 offer. Zhao offers 500,000 and internally thinks that, in his family's territory, he'll be able to toy with him however he wants. Exhaling smoke, Zuo Tianchen calls Zhao Lin an idiot as he sighs in disappointment. Confused, the boy feels insulted by our hero's response. Very angry with our protagonist, he says Zuo shouldn't refuse that much money. He begins to insult him, calling him just an orphan trying to act superior. Angry at his arrogance, Zuo Tianchen pushes Zhao Lin away, making him fall to the ground. With his immense strength, even a careless punch was enough to injure Lin badly. Lying on the ground in immense pain, he spits blood from his mouth. Looking down at him with disdain and anger, Zuo remains silent, his expression dark. Suddenly, without warning, Tianchen grabs Zhao by the neck, choking him with force. Consumed by anger, Zuo says the thing he hates most is being called an orphan. Still being choked and almost fainting, Zhao begs Zuo to let him go now. Keeping a cold gaze, Tianchen continues choking him without saying a word. His classmates beg Zuo to release Zhao Lin, saying he's always clueless. With his face red and struggling to breathe, Zhao Lin pleads and apologizes to Zuo. Agreeing to let him go, Zuo drops him to the ground carelessly, sparing his life. He says that, because they're classmates, he'll forgive him but warns him not to do it again. Unable to stop coughing, Zhao Lin stays on the ground as Zuo turns and leaves. Tianchen begs Zuo to stay, saying they're low on people and won't survive much longer. Silently, Tianchen gives Tianchen a cold and thoughtful look as he considers her request. The girl gestures with her hands as if in prayer, pleading for Zuo Tianchen to accept the offer. She says she'll take her classmates to Longhua, and afterward, they can part ways thanking him. Meanwhile, the jerk from their class continues coughing, struggling to breathe properly. We see the bonfire that Wei and the others are tending, adding more wood. At that moment, Tianchen arrives in front of the bus with around 6 youths. Qin and the other group members are surprised and happy to see Zuo Tianchen. He says he rescued these youths from 2 bandits, and that he knows the teenagers. Qin asks who they are and tells her friends to prepare more food. Unsure, Zuo asks if it would be a problem for her group to take care of them until Longhua, and she says it's fine. Li Wei remarks that his vision is poor and didn't realize Zuo Tianchen was an expert. Our hero replies that it's okay. He doesn't mind such small things. Thanking him, Wei thinks Zuo is direct with his words but a good person. He says he'll be friendly with Tianchen from now on and suggests they drink together. Wei asks Zuo about his relationship with these kids, and he says Li can decide whether to stay with them or not. And now, changing his mind, he asks if Zuo will go to the base with them since his boss likes experts. Refusing, Tianchen says he has many things to do, and Li says he might reconsider when they arrive in Longhua. Annoyed, Li tells the young people he's only taking them because of Zuo and that they should work hard, or they'll be kicked out. He instructs them to load the supplies after eating since they'll be leaving for Longhua tomorrow. As night falls, everything grows silent amidst the brush. We see Zuo Tianchen meditating and activating the Ebola virus. His various tattoos appear on his body, and a red aura emanates from Tianchen. Zuo Tianchen sighs calmly as he remains focused. He realizes that after reaching stage 2, his breathing exercises have decreased in effectiveness, and it would take him a year to advance. Remembering that the original plan was to gather resources across towns with his friends, he never expected so much to happen. He recalls that Zhang Jin lost his arm in Longhua because of a gang of people dressed in red. He remembers finding Xian in Chu, a city near Longhua, so he believes he'll meet her there. He recalls surviving a horde of much stronger zombies and admits he'd still feel uncertain today. Even at the 3rd stage, he knows it would be too risky to go to Chu without the help of Gao and Luo. A bit melancholic, Zuo Tianchen wonders how his 2 friends are now. With his hand on his neck, our protagonist senses something strange in the environment. Turning quickly, he feels a very sinister presence behind him. Looking around, he notices something unusual lingering nearby. Focusing on his peripheral vision and the surroundings, Zuo tries to detect something. Realizing he won't succeed, he closes his eyes and activates detection mode for better clarity. With his 6th sense, he sees his classmates talking in the distance. He notices them loading the supplies into the truck, as Li ordered, until he finally spots an undead figure enveloped in a very strange energy, with thick smoke coming from its mouth and bright purple eyes. Quickly, Zuo Tianchen starts running toward the infected, realizing there are 2. Running inside the building, our hero senses things are about to get serious. The young people outside carry supplies into the van, complaining about the work. Qian asks the boy how his injuries are, and he says he's fine. Zhao Lin tells the boy he was lucky to hurt his leg and avoid having to work. Qian gets annoyed at Zhao, who says no one asked him to play the hero. Zhao Lin tells the boy that showing off like that was good for him, and that he got what he deserved. Mocking him, He says that trading a leg to win a girl was a good deal. Suddenly, he bumps into Li Wuyi's chest, who arrives with a stern expression. Very angry as usual, Li Wuyi questions what the boy is doing there. He says he's not doing anything and scolds his friends for slacking off and not working. Li says the girl was concerned about the injured boy and tells him not to lie to him. Frightened, he runs away, saying it was just a misunderstanding. Disgusted, Li realizes this boy is the cowardly type who picks on the weaker ones. He comments that logic doesn't work with people like this, as Qian thanks him. Patting the boy on the shoulder, he congratulates him, saying he was very brave and manly. Handing him a weapon, he asks him to stand guard while he takes a quick nap. Irritated, Zhao Lin shows disapproval, watching the scene with disdain and contempt. Plotting revenge, Zhao says he'll get back at all of them when they reach Longhua. Suddenly, he closes his eyes as a strong wind hits his face. He feels bothered by the wind but tries to open one eye slowly. Looking off into the distance, he notices someone approaching and wonders who it could be. But then he sees a huge green foot with sharp claws emerging from the shadows. The moment he sees this, he feels petrifying fear. His eyes widen, and he begins to sweat coldly. He sees a green creature with spikes, an armored shell, and a monstrous, terrifying expression. Shouting for it to stay away, the boy looks terrified by the sinister presence of the monster. The dark-eyed creature releases thick smoke from its mouth and prepares to lunge and attack the boy. The evolved and never-before-seen undead creature leaps, lifting its foot off the ground, lunging toward him. Scared and unable to think of a better plan, he throws the supplies at the creature. Quickly, the monster easily tears the supply bag in half. Using this distraction, the boy begins to run as fast as he can to save his life. When his schoolmates see Zhao Lin running like this, they are startled. As the monster continues to chase him, Zhao races past his friends, running to survive. Meanwhile, the boy who saved Qian falls to the ground and faces the monster head-on. The monster, looking down at the boy below, lets out a growl with more smoke escaping from its mouth. The evolved undead creature begins moving its enormous claws toward the frightened boy. But before it can strike, the monster is shot directly in the temple. After receiving the shot, its attack is halted, and it looks to the side where the shot came from. Seeing Qian with a simple gun in her hand, the boy shouts her name in fear. With teary eyes, Qian tells the boy to run while she holds the monster back. Firing multiple times at the monster, the courageous girl tries to stand firm against it. The repeated shots seem to have no effect, as the infected creature keeps advancing toward her. Realizing she hasn't stopped the zombie, Qian begins to panic and cry. She puts the gun away and raises her arms, frozen in fear before the monster. The infected lets out a piercing scream and moves its claws closer to the scared, fragile girl. Then someone hits its back, causing the creature to stop its attack and turn to see what happened. The brave boy, holding a metal rod, says he can't run away, leaving a woman behind. But after this heroic act, the boy takes a blow from the creature's claws to his chest, spitting blood. After feeling the sharp pain and strong impact, he falls to the ground, terrified. The monster glares at the boy, breathing heavily through its mouth. Ignoring the boy, it continues moving toward Qian to attack the defenseless girl. The boy, lying on the ground, begins to stand up, ready for another heroic attempt to save Qian. Placing his hand on the ground to push himself up, even with an injured leg. Running with difficulty due to his wounded, bandaged leg. Filled with rage and courage, the boy grabs the creature's arm. Stopping it, he holds the undead creature with incredible bravery. He shouts for Qian to run while he keeps holding it back. At this moment, the monster turns, responding to the boy's actions by throwing him away. He slides across the ground, injuring himself even more, his face showing intense pain. Growling, the spiked monster angrily prepares a downward strike on the boy. The attack is so strong that it seems to cause an explosion as it hits the ground. When the smoke begins to clear, the monster realizes its claws struck the ground. Confused, noticing the boy wasn't hit, it looks around, trying to understand. We see the boy in Zuo Tianchen's arms. Saved by our protagonist, the injured boy is cradled in his arms, telling Qian to take the boy and flee with him while Zuo deals with the monster. Quickly, the fierce green creature starts running rapidly toward our hero. Zuo Tianchen looks back, noticing the monster's fast approach. Before being struck by a blow from the infected, Zuo kicks it in the stomach. Surprised, Qian watches in shock at Tiancheng's immense strength as he strikes the monster. Annoyed, our hero looks at her and tells them both to leave, as they're in the way. Quickly, the undead prepares another attack with its sharp, metallic claws. The claws strike the ground with extreme force, but Tiancheng dodges just in time. Zuo knows that the claw type is the strongest of the third stage and notices, from its dark eyes, that it has a piece of meteorite. Noting that the young ones have already fled, Zuo knows he can now go full power. Running quickly, he charges toward the monster with his iron spear in hand. colliding his metal spear with the infected's enormous, sharp claws at stage 3. While they remain locked in this clash of weapons, Zuo surprises it with a powerful, sudden punch. Catching the creature off guard, he lands a massive punch straight to its face, disorienting it. With its face crushed by the punch, the monster looks at Zuo with dark, furious eyes. It quickly retaliates with an attack from its claws, but Tianchen manages to parry with his spear. The impact of the blows sends our hero flying backward, yet unharmed. Noticing that his iron bar was completely crushed in the collision with the claw-type zombie, Zuo drops the bar, knowing he needs a better weapon to face the claw-type. Realizing he won't find any weapon, he decides to use his monstrous arm. Turning his arm red, he feels it's a good time to test his muscular reinforcement strength. The two start running full speed at each other like maniacs. The stage 3 infected claw-type rushes forward, eager to eliminate Zuo. Tianchen charges to strike the claw with his muscle-enhanced arm. When his punch collides with the monster, it blocks with its hand, leading to a power struggle. Strategically, Zuo Tianchen grabs the claw-type's arm with his normal arm. Gripping the creature's green arm tightly with both hands, Zuo prepares a risky move. Before he's hit by another attack from the monster, he climbs onto it and pulls its arm back. Holding onto its spikes and using his monstrous arm, he forces the claw's arm backward. Immobilized, the claw stares at the protagonist with bright, fierce eyes. It then uses its other free arm to strike at our hero and force him to let go. While Zuo pulls its arm back, the monster rips off its own arm with its claws. Seeing his strategy succeed, Zuo Tianchen coldly stares at the armless monster. Looking at the creature with its damaged arm, Zuo sarcastically asks if it's messing with him. Appearing behind the monster, he knows that against just one claw type, he shouldn't be worried. Slamming his monstrous red hand onto the stone ground, Tianchen devises a strategy. Pushing off with his feet, he jumps so high that he's meters above the claw type, which watches from below. With a cold and sinister expression, Zuo Tianchen dives towards it, preparing a massive punch. Striking the monster squarely on the head, he drives it down to collide with the ground. Seeing the monster defeated and sprawled on the broken ground, Zuo lets out exhausted grunts. Releasing his muscular reinforcement technique, he remarks that the fight was quite tiring. He says he can now sustain his muscle reinforcement for 5 minutes. He comments that the greatest reward of the fight was a piece of the meteorite found inside the infected. He notes that getting a 3rd stage piece and finding it in a 2nd stage claw type is excellent. Even if it's just a 3rd stage piece, it's a great reward, and many people would fight over it. Qian shouts, calling her comrades to follow her towards where the infected was. Zuo Tianchen asks what's going on, and Li Wui asks if he's okay. Looking at the infected on the ground, Li asks if he defeated it alone, and Zuo says yes. Li Wui and Lin Qin exchange shocked glances at the magnitude of Tianchen's power. Qin instructs the guys to take their comrades back, and that once in Manhua, they'll take them to the base. Feeling hesitant, Li says he'd like to ask Zuo a question and that it's okay if he doesn't want to answer. He asks if Tianchen really defeated the monster alone, and he confirms it. Li Wui asks if Zuo Tianchen has any specific tattoo on his body. Feigning ignorance, the protagonist asks about tattoos to Li. He asks if Wui is talking about patterns. The man confirms, asking if Zuo Tianchen has patterns on his body. Activating the Abela tattoos on his arm, he asks if Li Wui is referring to that. Surprised, Li says that's exactly it. Realizing Zuo is an evolved one and noting his tattoo is quite large, Zuo comments that the percentage of the area covered by the pattern is large, and Li says he knows much more than the two of them. When asked what they know about patterns, Qin says her boss is one of them, able to defeat zombies alone. Curious, Zuo Tianchen inquires about their boss. She replies that her boss has defeated 3 large red zombies alone. He asks if this big red zombie can call for help, and Qin realizes Zuo has faced one before. He asks her when he faced the 3 2nd stage zombies alone, and she says it was last month. Surprised, he says it was very recent if it was just last month and asks where her boss's pattern is located. She says it's a red, glowing triangle in the middle of his chest. He knows that the triangle pattern increases strength and indicates he's already at the 2nd stage, and the leader must be some kind of genius. In shock, he seems to recall what the triangular pattern means. In disbelief, Zuo Tianchen yells and asks the name of their leader. Frightened, the girl replies that his name is Hufeng and asks why he's asking. Astonished, our protagonist yells and repeats the name Hufeng, remembering him. He recalls that Hufeng reached stage 5, was able to take down endless zombie hordes, and was nicknamed the Emperor of Fists. She asks if he knows their leader, and he denies it but says it would be worth meeting such an expert. Excited, Lin Qin asks if Zuo will go with them to the base, and he says he'll think about it. Li says it's always a tough fight with him, and now it'll be evenly matched, to which Zuo responds that it's worth meeting Hufeng. He doubts the claim of 10 to 1, imagining that Hufeng might have gone easy on them. Suddenly, Lin Qichin's radio begins to experience interference. On the radio, someone shouts that they're having trouble because people are invading the base. She asks what kind of people they are, and they respond that they seem to be from the Zhao family. In shock, Lin Qichin questions the fact that they're from the Zhao family. Observing from above, they see armed people ordering everyone to leave the area. Li asks who these soldiers are, and Qichin says they're pawns of the Zhao family. She comments that in peaceful areas, large families have taken control, and the Zhaos don't like their leader. Understanding, Zuo questions the strength of the Zhao family. She says they're very powerful, even without considering their subordinate groups, and have 4 evolved members in command. And Zuo says Manhua was the first post-apocalyptic base formed and shouldn't be underestimated. Thinking to himself, he reflects that Manhua is a place of hidden tigers and dragons. The man with the scar says Tianchen doesn't need to intervene this time. After all, it's their problem. Li Wui says that even though the Zhao family is strong, they still respect leader Hu Feng. The cars then start up, headlights on, and begin to move. Suddenly, Li steps in front of the Zhao family members and asks if they know who he is. They recognize Wui and say he truly lives up to his reputation. He orders them to leave, as Manhua already belongs to their leader. But Zhao says it doesn't depend on who arrived first. Smiling, Li says that if he refuses to leave, what are they going to do about it? Suddenly, a fancy red car appears, and a man begins to step out. In classy clothes with an austere presence, a man says that if he doesn't leave, he himself will eliminate Li Wui, and the one saying this is a blonde man with sunglasses. In shock, the scarred man yells Han Li's name, recognizing the man in front of him. Removing his sunglasses and showing his eyes, Han recognizes Li Wui and says it's been a while. Asked what he's doing there, he responds that this place belongs to the Zhao family. Irritated, Li says that his leader didn't agree with the Zhao family's territorial expansion. Mockingly, Han says that with him around and leader Hu far away, there's only one rule. With a sinister smile, he says that rule is that he eliminates anyone in his path. The injured boy begins to run and calls out for his brother Pai Li. Recognizing the blonde man, he calls him Pai Li repeatedly, surprised to see him. The boy asks about his father, and Han says his father is looking for him and asks why he's so injured. The boy, smiling cruelly, says that with Pai Li here, he can help him achieve his revenge. The scarred man is outraged, realizing that the boy is Zhao Yunxing's son. Han Li says that since they made it easier to find his brother, he'll let them have this place and leave. Li Wui sighs in relief at the Zhao family and Han Li's decision to withdraw. However, the man says that before he leaves, he has something personal to tell them. Curious, Li questions why he wants to share something personal. Taking a deep breath, Han Li seems to prepare for a special action, and suddenly emits an extremely loud, piercing scream, calling for Zuo Tianchen. The man tells Li Wui to call Tianchen because he wants to speak with the young man. Li says that Zuo is merely a VIP at their base, and Han remarks that even if Hu were there, they wouldn't be able to protect the young man. Angrily, Han Li yells at Zuo, calling him a coward, and orders him to come out from wherever he's hiding. Li Wui coldly looks at Han Li and asks if he really wants to start a war this way. With a maniacal expression, Han asks what he would do if he wanted to start a war. Taking off his fancy jacket, Han Li tells Li Wui to take a look at something. All of Li's men, including himself, are shocked by what they see. The scarred man's eyes widen, and he starts sweating as he witnesses it. He realizes that Han Li is an evolved one, after all, with several red tattoos on his body. The girl comments to Zuo Tianchen that the Zhao family now has 5 evolved members. Reflecting on this, Zuo knows that he is strong enough to face them but that it would be challenging to defeat the Zhao family. Threatening Zuo, the blonde man asks if Tianchen can defeat all 5 members of the Zhao family. Annoyed, Li Wui insults Han Li upon discovering he's an evolved one. Questioned by his brother about being evolved, Han explains that he has enough strength to defeat all the men on the other side. His brother urges him to wipe them out now, but Han says he's being too hasty. His brother tells him to exterminate everyone and keep the women alive for him to play with. After his brother comments on how brutal he is, the young man says they deserve it and that he wants everyone to kneel before them. Suddenly, someone appears behind Li Wui, who is shocked by their arrival. Zuo says he'll handle everything from here on, and Li asks why he came out of hiding. Han says that Zuo Tianchen is quite brave to insult a member of the Zhao family. Proudly, the boy says that Zuo probably doesn't know his family's influence in Manhua. He comments that an orphan commoner like Tianchen wouldn't understand this. Our hero casts a deadly, intense gaze toward the presumptuous young man. The young man is completely frightened by Tianchen's look, even clenching his teeth in fear. Terrified, he says that with his brother by his side, Zuo has no strength against him. Irritated, Li insults him, saying that the youngest Zhao is so ungrateful that he forgot Zuo saved his life earlier. And the little Zhao replies that nobody told him to humiliate and beat him, and Li threatens them. The brother says that, despite a favor being worth another, so insulting the Zhao family makes him deserve elimination. He adds that since they did a good deed, the Zhao family won't forget it. Suggesting something biased and malicious, the brother proposes taking an arm. He says that if they take one of his arms and he apologizes, they'll forget what happened. And as compensation, they'll take all their girls, who get irritated upon hearing this. Furious, Li Wui says that Han is crossing the line, and Zue calms him down, saying he can handle it. Laughing at Zue, Zhao's brother asks how he's going to handle it alone. The younger brother tells Pai Li to be careful, and Pai Li asks if he doubts his strength and tells him to watch. Warming up, he orders no one to intervene, saying he'll play with Zuo Tianchen alone. Li Wui advises Tianchen to be careful with Pai Li, as he's not an ordinary person. He explains that he was a black market boxer, a champion for several consecutive years. Zuo Tianchen is intrigued by the information about him being a black market boxer. Li explains that he was part of Longhua's underground betting scene, excelling at Muay Thai and earning the nickname Iron Flash. In a cold and calm manner, Tianchen says he understands everything about his opponent. Pai Li says he's giving Zuo a last chance to surrender and kneel before he massacres him in combat. Calmly, our protagonist takes out a cigarette. He slowly puts it in his mouth, showing no concern. He lights it and smokes with his eyes closed, ignoring his opponent while maintaining his composure. Infuriated, Pai Li from the Zhao family asks how Zuo Tianchen dares to ignore him. Suddenly, without warning, he charges at our hero quickly, preparing a punch. Zuo just watches Li's attack without fear. He manages to complete the attack with a powerful spinning move. Zuo's group and Li Wui are startled by the scene they've just witnessed. The girls at a distance look on, also in shock, as do Pai Li's friends, who are left speechless at the sight. We see Zuo Tianchen still with the same cold, calculating gaze, while his enemy, a member of the Zhao family, stands with wide, shocked eyes. We understand the reason for the shock as we see Zuo cause severe damage to Pai Li's torso, leaving Pai Li with a deep, irreversible wound in his chest. The strong blonde man falls to the ground within moments, already weakened and defeated. In shock, Li Wui comments that Han Li was defeated with just one punch from our hero. His brother is stunned, thinking it's impossible that this actually happened. Zuo Tianchen shows a look of disdain and boredom as if the fight was uninteresting. The younger brother can't contain his shock and yells. Immediately, he asks one of his guards to hand him a firearm. Completely distraught, the boy begins cursing Zuo and orders him to stay still, or he'll shoot. With just a deadly, dark look, Tianchen says nothing and shows no expression. Someone tells Zuo Tianchen to wait, gripping his ankle firmly with their hands. In shock, the younger brother stops what he's doing, utterly stunned. The girls in the protagonist group watch from the window, shocked, as does Li Wui, who watches while sweating coldly, while Tianchen asks if he's still alive, with a grim expression. Standing, we see Han Li with an open chest, saying he's not finished with Tianchen. And suddenly, Han Li stands completely upright and firm on the ground facing Zuo Tian. Happily, the boy smiles and shouts for his brother Pai Li, who's alive. Thoughtful, Li Wui realizes that this is the power of an evolved being and is impressed. He also remarks on how Zuo made a hole in him with just one punch, and that Han Li survived even with such a severe and grave wound. As the hole in his chest closes, Han Li comments that Zuo probably didn't expect this. He mentions that he gained this hyper-regeneration power after his evolution, and Zuo was the first to force him to use it. The protagonist remarks that it's impressive he remains so arrogant with a hole in his chest. Confident, Han Li says that at least Tianchen knows this is impressive. Inside, Pai Li realizes that the boy is strong and will be hard to deal with. He thinks that, despite being careless due to Zuo's strength, he must be evolved, yet still doesn't know his special ability. Approaching him, Han Li reflects that he must be cautious with Tianchen. Suddenly, in an unexpected and thoughtless move, the man passes right by our protagonist. His brother asks him why he's doing this. He says he'll explain everything once they reach Longhua and reflects that he needs to warn his leader that Zuo is an evolved being. And he knows that with his current strength, he won't be able to win without using that technique. Calling out to Zuo Tianchen, the man says that he's good for managing to get him in this condition, and he thinks he must stay calm, as the boy must also be wary of his strength, and that he can't embarrass himself in front of his friends, telling Zuo that they don't need to fight now as he has other commitments. Grabbing little Lin by the arm, he tells him to leave, and his brother is startled. The boy asks his brother if he shouldn't cut off Zuo Tiancheng's arm. Calling his brother an idiot, he says they should leave like this, saying he shouldn't fear Zuo, as they have more people on their side. Han Li tells him to be quiet. Tiancheng asks in a dark tone who gave him permission to leave like that. The brothers look back in shock at Zuo Tiancheng's tone and rigidity. Han Li asks why make things harder when they could forget what happened today, as he didn't suffer any losses. Our protagonist asks if this matter has anything to do with him. Irritated and bothered, Han Li insults Zuo Tiancheng. and our hero says he already forgave Zhao Lin once and won't let him go unpunished this time. With a dark look, he says he never gives second chances and at this time, he'll get what he deserves. The younger boy tells Zuo Tianchen not to be arrogant. His brother Han steps in front of him to protect him, and says that little Lin is the only son of the family leader and asks him to leave him out of this. Telling him to get out of his way, Pai Li angrily responds, insulting him. Pointing his finger, he tells Zuo not to push it when he's giving him a chance. Suddenly, very quickly, Zuo Tianchen appears in front of him, preparing a punch. Noticing Zuo's speed, the man is scared, his eyes wide open. Landing an extremely powerful punch, Zuo sends Han Li flying far away. He crashes to the ground with a lot of impact, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, we see young Lin start to step back, trying to escape. He suddenly falls backward to the ground, terrified by Zuo Tianchen's strength. Shouting at our protagonist, he asks what he wants. He says he let it go earlier because he didn't want to dirty his hands with the worm. But now that the worm wants to get the upper hand, he won't hesitate to crush him until he's dead. The boy warns that if Zuo dares to touch him, his father will never forgive him. Ignoring his words, Tianchen grabs him by the neck, choking him. Lifting him by the neck with only one arm, he tells him that if he wants to act tough, he shouldn't go crying to his dad afterward, and he then harshly insults the spoiled kid. The tearful boy looks at his subordinates and asks why they're not attacking Zuo. Meanwhile, the two lackeys of the Zhao family stare at our hero in fear, sweating. The blonde man watches from afar as Zuo lifts young Lin by the neck. Irritated, he warns Tianchen not to underestimate others. Yelling, he says that since they are both evolved, they should be helping each other and questions if they should fight to the death. Zuo tells him he recovered pretty quickly and congratulates him on that. Han Li says he can't stand worms like him and that he's going to teach Zuo Tianchen a lesson. His shirt tears as he activates the Ebola virus and his tattoos, and he starts shouting. Our protagonist says that Han Li asked for this. Dropping young Lin to the ground forcefully, he prepares to continue the fight with Han, and says he'll take Li seriously after the man has talked so much. With his guard up, he tells him to stop underestimating him, and that he'll prove his worth. Quickly advancing towards Zuo Tianchen with a powerful, swift punch, delivering a heavy punch to Zuo, who quickly raises his arm and blocks the blow. Then, Pai Li delivers a strong knee strike, but Tianchen dodges, moving backward, following up with an elbow strike, which our hero also blocks with his forearm. Irritated and extremely fast, Han Li unleashes a series of rapid, unrelenting attacks. Pai Li declares he'll abandon defense and focus solely on attacking, saying he'll exploit any opening. But suddenly, Zuo Tianchen grabs his wrist, stopping him from finishing the strike. In a quick response, he charges a punch with his free hand toward our hero, and quickly, our protagonist grabs his other arm, immobilizing Han Li. Zuo Tianchen says that now it's an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Activating his tattoos, he says he wants to see who's hurting whom now. The blonde man notices the pattern of Zuo's tattoos on his hand. Both exert immense force, Han trying to free himself, and Zuo trying to cause him pain. Li says that, even if Zuo has a trump card, it's useless because he becomes nearly invincible with his hyper-regeneration active. Yet, Zuo Tianchen continues to hold both of the man's wrists firmly, keeping him immobilized. Shocked, Han Li wonders why this man is so strong. With multiple tattoos on his arm, Pai Li questions what Tianchen is doing to him. Then he suddenly feels his arm bone fracturing. In fact, both of his arm bones are completely shattered and pulverized. His eyes widen, blood vessels popping, and he lets out an ear-piercing scream from the intense pain. He collapses to the ground with his arms limp, bones completely broken, screaming. The man asks Zuo Tianchen where he's going. Walking away, our hero says that Pai Li isn't even worth his attention. Defeated and enraged, Han wonders where things went so wrong. Internally, he thinks that Hu Feng is already hard enough to handle, and now there's another evolved one. Shouting at Zuo, saying he hasn't lost yet, his tattoos start to glow, and his bones regenerate thanks to his evolved ability. Our hero notices that he's fully stimulating his patterns. The man says it's his strongest ability, which he saved for Hu Feng, and that he'll use it to defeat Zuo. Tianchen reflects that he must have used a lot of energy to heal at this moment. Also, he's fully stimulating his pattern without using breathing exercises. Shouting that Tianchen knows nothing, the man says these tattoos hold great power. He begins laughing uncontrollably as a red aura emanates from his body. Zuo analyzes the situation coldly and says that it's happening just as he expected. Noticing veins appearing, he knows he's experiencing recall. Zuo questions why he couldn't control the Ebola virus and how it made him crave more power. Pai Li's blood-red eyes widen upon hearing this. Quickly, he collapses to the ground due to the backlash effect, weakened and exhausted. Li Wui asks what's happening to Han Li, who's lying on the ground. Zuo Tianchen says he's a fallen one, and Li Wui asks what that means. He explains that fallen ones, Are people too impatient for power who evolved without resting first? Because the power given by the tattoo doesn't match the virus's resistance, they cease being human. Tianchen tells his group to go up into the building, saying the fight could affect them. Zuo says that if a stage 1 evolved becomes a fallen one, they evolve an entire stage. At this moment, he starts activating the red glowing tattoos on his hand. Activating his monstrous arm, he states that Han is now at stage 2, along with hyper-regeneration. Face to face with Hanli, now transformed into a stage 2 fallen infected. He charges quickly and fiercely towards Zuo Tianchen. He shouts and roars as he approaches Zuo at high speed, preparing a powerful punch. The punch swings past the left side of Tiancheng's body without hitting him. Right after dodging, our protagonist already prepares a counter-punch with his massive arm. He strikes Hanli right in the chest with the force of his powerful, precise punch. After being hit, the infected is sent flying, raising a cloud of dust as he crashes down. The entire group of Zuo Tianchen watches from the building window in shock. They ask the girl if leader Hu Feng has the same strength in his punches, and she says he may not. She says this punch might have been Tiancheng's full power. Tired, Zuo says he just defeated a claw type and didn't have time to recover. He says his full strength punch used up 30% of his energy, leaving him with 20%, and that the fallen one is tougher than the claw type. With one of his limbs destroyed, Hanli glares at our hero angrily, huffing. However, the wound on his arm quickly begins to regenerate at a good speed. Nevertheless, Zuo notices that the regeneration speed has slowed, and his punch had an effect on him. And if he attacks now, he should have a high chance of defeating transformed Hanli. The creature lets out a strange, high-pitched growl while staring at our hero. Zuo Tianchen is shocked, trying to understand what's happening. Hanli keeps growling and begins to turn away. Still regenerating, the monster starts running in the opposite direction from Tianchen, fleeing. Realizing he retains some intelligence for a fallen one, he comments that he runs fast. Even confident he could defeat him, it won't be easy if he keeps running like this. He reflects that he must be cautious, as a fallen one is more dangerous than other infected. Our hero tells Hanli's underlings to get out of his sight, and they become frightened. They flee, running quickly in panic, screaming out of fear. Young Lin says he'll get revenge on Zuo Tianchen when he reaches Manhua. However, Zuo shouts, questioning if he gave permission for Zhao Lin to run off like that. Stopping in his tracks, the boy is startled and stares in shock, saying that he saved him. Lin stabbed him in the back and acted selfishly when the claw type appeared. In the past, Zuo recalls that he caused his classmates to be eliminated and says he must pay for that. Begging for his life, Zhao Lin says if Zuo spares him, he'll give him whatever he wants. Choking the boy, he calls him an idiot and says if he leaves him alive, he'll only cause trouble. Li Wuyi tells our protagonist not to be hasty and to listen to him first. He asks Zuo to reconsider his action because the Zhao family's influence in Manhua could lead to war. Saying Li is wrong, Zuo states that if he doesn't eliminate him, he'll cause problems later. As he's choked, Zhao Lin says he won't seek revenge and will give Zuo anything he wants. With anger in his voice, Tianchen says he never gives second chances to anyone. Then, with his monstrous red arm, he applies more force and eliminates Zhao Lin. Suddenly, young Lin falls lifeless in front of Li Wuyi, who's in total shock. Wide-eyed, the man can't believe what just happened. Walking toward Li, our protagonist tells him to heed his advice. Passing by him, he says that unresolved matters bring chaos into people's lives. Hearing Zuo Tianchen repeat the phrase, he grows even more afraid. Night begins to fall outside the building. While meditating, Tianchen reflects on the strange events of the day. He remembers detecting 2 high-level zombies but only found one clawed type and wonders where the other is. He realizes the fallen one is outside his detection range and senses no other infected nearby. But now he's recovered and prepared to face any infected. While meditating and evolving, he knows the most important thing now is to increase his power. Aware that his tattoo now covers his entire arm, he knows it's time to acquire another one. Knowing the tattoo grows with his level, he needs another one to withstand the virus's strength. Gaining a new tattoo separates the strong from the weak in stage 2, being an essential step toward advancing to stage 3. However, the sooner one gains a tattoo, the stronger one becomes, bringing many advantages when reaching stage 3. In his past, he only gained a tattoo at the peak of stage 2, but now he's building a foundation at the start of the stage. Suddenly, Zuo Tianchen claps his hands together, palm to palm. With the experience of his past life, he now understands how to acquire a new tattoo. But given the state of the virus in his body right now, gaining another tattoo won't be easy. He knows he'll have to resort to a new method this time, taking a piece of meteorite in his hands. Zuo knows there are various methods to absorb the meteorite, but blood fusion is one of the best, where he makes a cut at the start of the tattoo, and the blood will guide the meteorite's energy. The stage 3 meteorite might be enough to level him up, but he'll use it to gain a new tattoo. Our protagonist closes his eyes and focuses on the meditative process, closing his eyes even tighter in extreme concentration, finally reaching the peak of the concentration stage in meditation. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, which are red, and lets out a piercing scream. His entire group becomes concerned and runs towards Zuo, asking if he's okay. However, they come across an unexpected scene and are utterly shocked. Zuo Tianchen is standing in front of the window, facing away and completely calm, saying he just had a nightmare, woke up startled, and now he's fine. The girl says she was scared, thinking something had happened to Tianchen. She hands him a cloth handkerchief, telling him to use it to wipe off the sweat, and he thanks her. She tells Zuo to go back to sleep and rest, and he says he will do that. They then close the door firmly, leaving Zuo Tianchen alone in his room. Finally alone, smoking his cigarette, he sighs in relief. Zuo says that the process of gaining a tattoo is intense, and he couldn't help but scream, but he acquired the tattoo. A new tattoo is like a new core for controlling the virus's strength, allowing for more flexible use. Focusing, he says he will test the strength of his new tattoo. Activating both tattoos, he now has 2 red, monstrous arms. Now with 2 strengthened arms, he recalls that he only achieved this in stage 3 in his past life. And even though the energy cost has doubled, the strength has more than doubled too. Even though he's at the start of stage 2, the benefits of having a new tattoo are even better. Then he makes his new tattoo on his hand, with an infinity symbol, fade away. Suddenly, someone outside the building throws something in his direction. The unknown object makes contact and shatters Tiancheng's room window. Startled, he realizes what's happening. He quickly uses his sharp reflexes to catch the thrown object. Holding a mysterious bag in his hand, Zuo Tianchen feels confused by the item. Opening the bag, he finds some unexpected objects inside. He sees a pistol and several pieces of meteorite. Shouting out the window, he asks who's out there. He spots a hooded person watching him from the ground floor. The person in a coat and trench coat watches Zuo Tianchen in silence. Quickly, with an unnatural movement, they turn away and start running swiftly away from there. Tianchen tells them to wait as he jumps out the window to go after them. Landing on the ground behind the fleeing person, Zuo starts running very fast after them, chasing the person, using all his speed to catch up. When he notices they're far ahead of him and how difficult it is to reach them, due to the person's speed, it's difficult to keep up, and he's using a lot of energy. However, he notices the black hand with red lines beneath the heavy clothes. In shock, he realizes who is hidden under those dark clothes. Still chasing her, he shouts, asking if she could be Professor Luo. Noticing high heels, the person stops running. Turning toward the protagonist, it's revealed to be Professor Luo Xiaoyu. He questions, wondering if it's really Professor Luo. He asks if she's the one who saved him from drowning, and she confirms. He asks why she ran if she didn't want him to see her. Luo Xiaoyu denies it, saying she doesn't want Tianchen to see her in her current state. With no response, he just stares at her in shock. Turning away, saying she already handed him the items, she starts to leave, but he tells her to wait. Zuo Tianchen asks if she hasn't eaten in 3 days. In shock and desperation, she says she's not hungry and doesn't want to eat anything. He says that she might want to eat but lacks the courage. Explaining that her mutation fuels her strength and mental capacity, he says her body's material enhances her attack and defense. He adds that after obtaining the black armor, one begins to crave human blood, and Luo tells him to shut up. Cutting his arm and letting blood flow, Zuo says she needs to eat, or she'll starve. Unable to suppress her beastly side, Professor Luo screams for the blood, her eyes wide open. She runs swiftly towards Zuo Tianchen, hungry for blood. However, she quickly stops, looking down as if regaining her senses. Looking sadly and regretfully at her friend, she says she can't do this, saying that if she wants to control it, she'll have to accept it. She replies that she doesn't want to drink blood. Showing his blood, he asks if she can truly suppress her urges in the coming days, commenting that one day she'll lose control and end up attacking someone, and there'll be no turning back, but she screams and denies it. And suddenly, abruptly, she bites Zuo Tiancheng's arm, sucking his blood. He watches her with an unwavering, expressionless face, showing no reaction. Meanwhile, Professor Luo Xiaoyu's eyes are filled with veins and wide open, but after feeding on Zuo Tiancheng's blood, her eyes calm and settle. The day breaks, and someone shouts indignantly about someone else leaving. Li tells his friend not to jump to conclusions, and she says she can't help it after Zuo's comment about leaving the group. He says they misunderstood, that he only needs to leave for a few days and doesn't want to hold them back, so they'll separate. Li Wui says he would never abandon a friend, and if the Zhao family messes with Zuo, he'll step in immediately. Thanking Li for his sentiment, our protagonist says he's not leaving because of them. Questioned by Li Wui about the reason, he says it's complicated and hard to explain. Li tells Zuo not to worry and that they'll face the Zhao family together, and the girl asks them to stay calm. Raising his hand, Zuo Tianchen says he has a few things to discuss. He says they're large targets, and separated, they can handle the Zhao family better. Besides, he has 2 important things to resolve that can't wait, and he asks them to find people for him. In shock, Li Wui questions Zuo Tianchen about the people he wants them to find. Meanwhile, Lin Qixin closes the trunk of their car, putting something inside. She tells our hero that she packed weapons, ammunition, and supplies that could be useful. Additionally, she shows a modified grenade that can defeat Stage 2 infected, and Zuo thanks her, saying it will be enough. Zuo Tianchen prepares to leave. Lin Qixin asks our protagonist how long he'll be gone this time. He says it'll be between 1 week and 15 days if it takes a while, and then he'll head to Manhua. He asks Li to find his friends, and his friend says he'll look for them if they're in Manhua. Zuo asks Li to take care of Zhang Ting, who's in Manhua, and asks him not to bother him. Quickly saying goodbye to the group, they wish him a safe journey. We then see our protagonist driving along the mountain road. In the car, Professor Luo Xiaoyu asks if the issue with her body is resolved. Saying he doesn't know, Tianqing adds that it's certainly been eased somewhat. He says he's heading to the Manhua forest, which has many wild animals, and Luo questions him about it. He replies that although human blood is more tempting, animal blood can serve as a substitute. Luo asks if he'll live solely on animal blood, and Zuo tells her to pretend it's wine. Suddenly, in a large tower in the middle of nowhere, we see a man looking through binoculars, spotting someone heading toward the mountains. A man with a cigar says it's just in time since they need to steal supplies. When asked about the tactic to use, the man says they have no other option. After one of their friends' death and a broken arm, he says it's all because of one man. A red-haired man tells them to stop dwelling on the past and asks where the car is. The thug in the yellow jacket says they went into the forest. The red-haired man is shocked by the information and questions the fact that they entered the forest. While Professor Luo meditates using the breathing technique, Zuo says she learns quickly. Tianqing says that was the basic module of the technique, and that she must be halfway through stage 2. Saying it's too late for her to practice the exercises, he'll teach her how to gain a tattoo. He mentions that, in her case, the black armor is the tattoo and tells her to gather the virus in one place to control the black armor. Luo asks if it's possible to hide the black scales, and Zuo says yes, solving her appearance issue. Saying she can hold her thirst for a week, she asks what she'll do about it. He replies that once she reaches stage 3, her thirst for blood will decrease, and she should practice the exercises. He instructs her to do it the way he taught to regulate the breathing exercise. Professor Luo Xiaoyu then obeys him, and a red aura emanates from her. The red lines on her black scales glow and emit a strong aura. When Tianqing notices the tattoo is on her chest, he tells her to focus the virus there. So she follows his advice, and the tattoo becomes more visible on her chest. Suddenly, the black scales of the black armor start to disappear from her arm, until they completely fade away, and Professor Luo's arm returns to its normal state. Zuo Tianchen realizes the process is working, and she's controlling the virus. Noticing her effort, Zuo says the process is painful, and if needed, she can stop midway. Seeing Luo Zhao's struggle, he tells her to stop before she loses control, but she keeps her eyes closed, concentrating on controlling the virus, letting out a loud and piercing scream of effort and pain combined. Spitting ketchup, we see that the professor made a tremendous effort, and she coughs. Zuo says he warned her about this and that she shouldn't rush, as she could hurt herself this way. Luo responds, saying if she finishes soon, he can take care of his matters sooner. He reaffirms that she doesn't have to complete the process today and can take it slow. Commenting that he'll get her food, Zuo asks if she can set up the tent. The professor then sets up the tent very well, where they'll sleep. Suddenly, without warning, our protagonist says he's back, and tosses an unconscious white tiger to the ground as if it were nothing. Professor Luo Xiaoyu is shocked and screams at the sight of the huge tiger. Saying the black armor needs a lot of energy, he says he'll prepare plenty of ketchup, making a glass of tomato sauce for her and asking her to drink it. Excited, she says it'll be her first time drinking tiger ketchup. Zuo says this tiger sauce should be enough, and tomorrow he'll go to the bear's den. She asks if she'll have to eat this every day, and he says that the black armor requires a lot of energy. So yes, it'll be necessary. She then says she can't eat tiger meat, and he offers to cut it into small pieces. 3 days pass, and those henchmen who suffered at Zuo's hands before reappear. In the forest, one of them says to be careful of wild animals, and his friends question him, saying there are animals around. One of them suggests giving up after these 3 days of searching. One of them focuses and begins concentrating on scents in the air. The leader smells fresh ketchup, and one of them asks if it's a tiger or bear feeding. The head thug says it would be good. After all, they could eliminate the wild and primitive animal. The sky clears, and a beautiful day dawns in the Manhua forest. A recent animal bone carcass is spotted by the criminals in the forest. Asked by the leader what type of animal it is, the henchman says it's larger than a human. He mentions it looks like the head of a tiger. and the leader comments that a human took the edible parts. The man imagines that the people they're searching for must be strong, and his henchman notices footprints. In shock, the leader turns and questions the fact that they've found footprints in the forest. Luo Xiao continues practicing breathing techniques to reduce the tattoos. She mentions that she's managing to control them well and is close to achieving full control. She stands up from her mat on the ground, retrieving a personal item from the vehicle. After putting it on, she says that now, her black scales are completely unnoticeable. The leader of the bandits spots Professor Luo and gets excited. There's a heavy silence in the Manhua forest and a beautiful blue sky above. The dirty, ragged henchmen shout that they've finally found someone. In shock, Professor Luo Xiaoyu questions who these men are. She's told they are 3 brothers who were out hunting and were surrounded by animals until one of their arms was destroyed by a tiger. Hearing the word, tiger, the professor is shocked, her eyes wide with the news. The man says they found the pack and then the tiger, and that his second brother was attacked. Crying, they say he was killed by the tiger, and Luo tries to comfort them for their loss. When she offers them food, they kneel, thanking her for her kindness. She turns and tells them to wait while she grabs more food. At that moment, the leader of the criminals smiles maliciously. One brother says she's very naive, and the leader orders them to search for resources in her car. One of the brothers opens the car door and sees various weapons and supplies scattered inside. He immediately tells his brother about the supplies he found. He says he found food, ammunition, and water, which will keep them going for a long time. The leader notices that they even have a grenade. Professor Luo suddenly appears and asks what they're doing. The man turns to her, startled, his teeth clenched in tension. The bandit hides the grenade behind his body as Luo Xiaoyu watches curiously. In tears, the man shouts that his brother loved this type of car and couldn't stand to see it. Suddenly, teacher Luo Xiaoyu grabs a bucket full of water and places it on the ground. As she fiddles with the car, she asks for their help to build a campfire nearby. Showing off her shapely figure, teacher Luo seems to be plotting something. The 3 criminals watch this scene, excited, with a malicious grin. At the same time, she prepares a very appetizing meal over the fire. The 3 criminal friends glance at each other, hinting that they may have the same idea. One of them says it's been 3 months since he's seen a woman up close, and that this one is very attractive. Another brother urges the leader to attack her now, but the boss tells them to wait. Looking at the girl from behind, the leader begins to smile and comments on the nice view. Teacher Luo Xiaoyu gently says that the food is ready and that they can help themselves. Happy and pretending to be polite, the trio of criminals thanks her for the meal. However, they quickly change their expressions to a malicious grin with ulterior motives. The 3 bandits devour the food, eating like filthy brutes. Luo Xiao tells them to eat slowly, as there's still more food prepared for them. One of them comments on the texture of the meat, and she responds that it's tiger meat her friend hunted. The trio of street thugs is startled and exclaims upon discovering it's tiger meat. They ask, terrified, if her friend defeated the tiger, and she asks if they've seen it. The 2 say they haven't seen the tiger, as they have trauma due to their amputated limbs. The long-haired criminal asks teacher Luo the name of the friend who hunted the tiger. She responds that his name is Zuo Tianchen and questions the nature of the question. Scratching his chin, the leader seems to recognize the name but can't quite remember it clearly. She asks if they know each other, and the man says no, but that the name sounds familiar and powerful. Laughing gently, the teacher says that the trio of friends is funny. The man without a hand laughs maliciously, his cheeks flushed. She turns around and says she'll fetch water for them. Meanwhile, the man tells his boss he can't take it anymore and needs her now. Calling his allies, he starts planning to surprise the girl when she returns. With several water bottles in her arms, teacher Luo tells them to drink. Silently smiling maliciously, the men plot something heinous and vile. Suddenly kneeling, the trio's leader says he needs to ask something of her. The girl asks what they're doing kneeling and tells them to get up immediately. The leader says they won't stand up unless she accepts his proposal, and she tells them to spit out whatever it is they want from her. Crying, the 3 beg Luo Xiao for help to save their mother, who is sick. But the teacher says they still need to wait for her friend to arrive. Kneeling even lower and pleading, the other brother cries, begging for her help. Sad and moved, she says she'll go get medicine to help them with their mother. They shout their thanks to her, calling her their savior. But inwardly, he says she won't be able to do anything once she's in their territory. Leaving a bag and a case full of medicine on the ground, she hands them over, and they thank her. Looking back, she tells them to hurry up, as they are about to leave. A voice from behind a huge grizzly bear asks where they're going, and we see Zuo Tianchen carrying a huge, defeated grizzly bear on his back. In shock, the 3 brothers watch the scene, speechless and unable to comment. Leaving everyone stunned, he throws the enormous, heavy grizzly bear to the ground without saying a word. Casting a sharp and silent glance at the trio of friends, she says they were injured by wolves and needed food, and Zuo questions her about the bag. He also says he was going to follow them to help their sick mother, and the boss gets angry seeing Zuo. With disdain, Tianchen says the trio is quite resilient for managing to escape to this point. The three whisper to each other about what to do with Zuo's appearance, and none of them know what to do. Teacher Luo Xiao asks our hero what's happening at this moment. He says she was tricked, that he beat them up a few months back, and that there is no sick mother or wolf. Zuo says they're bold for wanting the girl along with the supplies, and that they were lucky before. After saying they won't be lucky this time, the man without a hand begs for his life, crying. Luo Xiaoyu questions our protagonist about why he won't let them live. She says, trembling, that the men didn't harm her, and Zuo should let them go. However, Zuo asks her what she thinks would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time. He tells her to save her generosity. After all, the world has changed, and people might hurt her now. Our hero remarks that Luo has a strength comparable to his, yet she doesn't deserve it. And he says that, for today, he expects her to resolve this situation on her own, commenting that, no matter what happens, he won't lift a finger and will let her handle them. Questioned about the situation, the boss assumes the girl is trained by Zuo and will beat them. The boss tells his men not to despair. If they manage to endure, they'll come out alive. The man asks Zuo to let them go if they manage to defeat Luo Xiaoyu. Zuo says they misunderstood and that, even without his interference, they don't stand a chance against Luo. He adds that he didn't ask her to fight them but rather to eliminate the trio. And, to conclude, he says he never once considered letting them leave alive. Professor Luo Xiaoyu tells Zuo Tianchen not to contradict her, or she will get upset. The boss cautiously and discreetly takes something out of his pocket. Zuo asks why she's hesitating and tells her to act now, but she tries to protest. The boss throws weapons to his two henchmen and tells them to grab them. In shock at seeing this, Professor Luo Xiao shouts in denial. Quickly, the two men, without hesitation, begin shooting their weapons frantically. The boss looks at the scene astonished and slightly relieved. The two are confused upon seeing the professor's silhouette standing behind the smoke. And as the smoke dissipates, they notice black scales on Luo Xiaoyu's skin. In complete shock, the two criminals scream, horrified, calling her some kind of monster. Zuo Tianchen just smokes his cigarette in silence, observing the scene quietly. The two thugs drop their shotguns, shaken and scared by this scene. Fallen to the ground, they tell her to stay away from them and call her a monster repeatedly. Sad to hear this and seeing the scene, she tells them to run away since she doesn't want to kill them. She asks Zuo Tianchen to forget about it, as she doesn't want to kill anyone. Extinguishing his cigarette, he says that if she won't do it, he'll handle it without a problem. The three fall to their knees and beg Zuo Tianchen to spare their lives and let them go. Standing in his way to stop him, the professor tells them to flee while she holds him off. Suddenly, the boss's expression changes completely, revealing a malicious and cunning smile. He draws a weapon from under his sleeve and grips it. Suddenly, he stabs Professor Luo Xiao in the back, forcefully piercing her chest. With trembling eyes, utterly terrified and shocked, the professor tries to say something. The boss says he's disgusted by her pretending to be a person of good character. Holding a grenade, the man tells Zuo not to approach, otherwise, he'll trigger the explosive. The boss remarks that he found the grenade in the car, and even if Zuo isn't hurt, he'll blow up everything. With a smile on his face, Tianchen says he'll teach them a basic thing, explaining the vital area of the black armor and the black scales. And before finishing his sentence, the thugs feel an intense presence right behind them. They quickly turn around, trembling and completely shocked. He finishes by saying that the black armor's vital point is the brain, just as Luo stands up. After rising, having survived the stabbing, she stabs both henchmen in the back, eliminating them. With a bizarre aura emanating from her, the vital fluids of the henchmen splatter on her face. The boss, utterly terrified, screams in desperation, already envisioning his fate as the same as his friends. Luo Xiaoyu starts losing control, and her thirst for human vital fluid comes to the surface. Fallen to the ground and trying to escape, the man begs Luo, in her monstrous form, to stay away from him. Zuo imagines that, due to fully activating the black armor because of the injury, she may lose her mind. The criminal tells her to stay away, otherwise, he'll activate the grenade and blow up. Shouting, Tianchen orders Professor Luo to control her thirst for vitality. While advancing toward the criminal, she pauses midway, hearing our hero's words. The monstrous red aura begins to dissipate, and Luo tries to maintain control. In shock, she places her hand over her face, repeating that she killed people, horrified. Realizing his opportunity, the leader of the criminals begins to wonder if this might be his chance. He starts running in utter desperation, thinking it's his only opening to escape. However, Teacher Luo's eyes turn toward the criminal. She rockets toward him with superhuman speed, quickly appearing behind the man who decided to flee from her. Screaming in desperation, he yells at the woman in her monstrous form to stay away from him. As he pulls the grenade pin with his teeth and declares he's going all out against her, Zuo's eyes widen, fear filling him as he worries Luo might get hurt. Running at full speed, Tianchen tells Luo to get away from him. Our protagonist grabs her to try to shield her from the explosion's radius, protecting Luo Xiaoyu's body. He places himself in front of her to prevent the grenade from reaching her, and the two roll across the ground after the massive impact of the explosion. The smoke from the grenade begins to clear after a few seconds. On the ground, we see Zuo Tianchen injured but alive, with Luo Xiao lying beside him. Suddenly, time passes, and Tiancheng's car is speeding down the road. Teacher Luo slowly opens her eyes, gradually regaining consciousness. Wrapped in a coat, she awakens from her sleep, and Tianchen comments that she's finally awake. He tells her that 3 days have passed since the grenade incident, leaving Luo in shock. She asks where they're headed, and Zuo says she'll have to go with him to Manhua. Tianchen tells teacher Luo to look at her body. She begins to unbutton and remove the coat, noticing a red square on her arm. She widens her eyes in genuine surprise due to the shock. Explaining in question about what this mark on her arm is, Luo is deeply shocked. He explains that she now has 5 red scales, and her black armor is spreading. He adds that most people only have 1 mark, and his own mark starts on his hands. It's hard to acquire more. Teacher Luo Xiaoyu asks if she now has 5 starting points. Zuo nods affirmatively but says she won't be able to control them all, and will need to stay with him for a while. Understanding her concern, he says that even though the walls are flooded, it's the safest place. He says that if she doesn't control her black armor, she won't see her sister again, and adds that only he can stop her if she loses control. To cheer her up, he tells her that at least she's learned to control the black armor and won't draw attention. He tells her to get used to it, as they're arriving in Manhua, which isn't a safe place. Sensing the protagonist's urgency, Luo asks if he's going to see Xian there. He denies it, saying they're going for a different reason, and she questions him about it. Our hero says he'll settle a debt with someone and then carry out his revenge. Stopping the car, he asks her to get out, saying that from this point on, they'll go on foot. She asks if driving wouldn't be faster, and he says she'll understand soon enough. Throwing clothes in her direction, Zuo tells her to get dressed, and she asks him why. Zuo Tianchen comments that sometimes it's annoying when someone is born too beautiful. Embarrassed and somewhat flustered, Luo Xiao is left speechless and without reaction. In an open area, we can see various guards at the road toll and many people. A guard tells the people they'll have to pay a fee to pass, which is 10% of their supplies. Annoyed, the civilians revolt against the military, complaining about the exorbitant price. Authoritatively, the guard says that if they don't accept, they should turn around and leave. Zuo says they brought few items since some cities ask for half the supplies, and Manhua is generous asking only 10%. Luo asks if there's another way to get in, and Tianqing says there is, but it would be very complicated. A large vehicle with enormous wheels approaches and accelerates rapidly. Alert, Tianqing only turns his eyes toward the sound of the approaching vehicle. 2 survivors run from this huge car, desperate, about to be run over. Suddenly, the car stops, emitting smoke, and we see 2 more survivors with them. Abruptly, someone steps out of the car with imposing boots. From the car emerge 3 men with unconventional hairstyles and harsh expressions. The 2 irritated survivors ask the thugs who they think they are. The military subordinate watches the approaching trio and calls the leader by the name Xian. Fearful, he asks Xian why he's appeared, and the man asks if he's not welcome. The guard quickly refuses and orders the portal to be opened, but Xian says it's unnecessary as he's here on another matter. The leader of the trio, Xian, displaying authority in the area, says he'll get straight to the point. The soldier, completely submissive, says he will follow any order from the man. Xian declares that this passage now belongs to the Red Jacket Gang and orders the soldiers to leave. In shock, Zuo Tianchen widens his eyes upon hearing the name Red Jacket Gang. Our protagonist recalls that they were the ones who cut off Zhang Jinyu's arm. Luo Xiaoyu asks what's going on, and holding back his anger, Tianqing says it's nothing. With a manic, morbid smile on his face, Tianqing says everything is just fine. The guard questions the agreement they had, and Xian says their people aren't good enough for them. The man, irritated, says his boss has evolved and asks if Xian isn't afraid of retaliation. The Red Jacket Gang leader acknowledges that the lackey is correct. Throwing down a sack, Xian says he already eliminated their boss, shocking the lackey. Stumbling forward toward the small sack, the submissive man goes to check its contents. Opening it, he sees his boss's remains, and Xian comments that he's very loyal to his boss. The gang leader says he doesn't care about his loyalty, and swiftly eliminates the man too. Authoritatively, the leader of the Red Jackets declares that the Blue Mountain Gang is now extinct. He announces that his gang will take charge of the area, and everyone will give up what they have. The people grow even more outraged, commenting that the situation is absurd and a robbery. Xian, the leader, lets out a sarcastic laugh, finding it amusing that the civilians call it robbery. Pointing his finger at the crowd, he orders his friends to act. The citizens watch in shock, falling into complete silence. The people begin to panic and scream as Xian's 2 subordinates start attacking. Sordidly, the gang leader says now it truly is a robbery. With hostages, Xian demands that those in line give up their supplies if they want the captives released. The remaining people in line watch the scene in silence, disturbed and shocked. Suddenly, Xian, the gang leader, seems to have realized something and is taken aback. Looking toward Professor Luo Xiao, who is somewhat disguised. Noting that the masked girl is quite beautiful, he orders his thugs to take her away. Reaching his hand out toward Luo Xiaoyu, he orders her to come to him. Telling him not to touch her, the professor throws the gang leader far away. The member of the Red Jacket gang stares at Luo Xiao in disbelief. The thugs draw their firearms and point them at the pair of characters. When the professor asks what to do, Zuo says they don't have many options. The gang leader observes a combat scene, and various impact sounds are heard. All the gang thugs lie fallen and defeated, and someone shouts that the two are evolved beings. Xian raises his finger and orders the remaining thugs to lower their weapons. Apologizing to the two, the leader says he didn't expect them to be evolved. The leader considers that it might be good to recruit them into his gang, noting they don't know each other. He introduces himself as Li Xian, the vice leader of the gang, and apologizes for his subordinate's offense. Zuo asks if there are any more evolved members in his gang, and Xian says his brother Li Hui is also evolved. Lighting his cigarette, Tianchen says that just two isn't enough for him. Li Xian questions Zuo, saying that their gang is still one of the strongest in Manhua. He says that, even as evolved beings, they can't underestimate the gang and demands an introduction from Zuo. Zuo Tianchen comments that Li Xian is truly a funny man. He asks the Red Jacket gang leader if he would have respect for a defeated man. With a serious expression, Li Xian asks what he means by that. Making it very clear, Zuo tells them to go back and disband their gang in 3 days. Otherwise, Zuo Tianchen says that none of them will remain alive. Irritated, the leader shouts at our protagonist, asking if he wishes for death, and stomps on the ground with all his anger, cracking the concrete. Shouting, he begins to fortify his body and activates his tattoo, becoming extremely muscular. Cursing Zuo Tianchen, he prepares an extremely powerful, massive punch. Our hero merely gives a cold, fearless look, showing no fear whatsoever. Suddenly and swiftly, Tianchen throws Li Xian to the ground, crushing his hand against his chest. All the civilians present are shocked to witness Tianchen's incredible strength. The members of the Red Jacket gang are also stunned, frozen as they watch what Zuo has done. Completely shocked, they wonder how this young man could do such a thing. Tianchen tells the gang members to step back and orders the civilians to leave. The gang henchmen kneel before Zuo Tianchen, begging for mercy. Our hero says that if the gang isn't disbanded in 3 days, he'll take them down one by one. One of the members recognizes Zuo as the one who defeated a son of the Zhao family. The gang henchman says everyone has heard of him. After all, he's wanted and has a bounty on his head. Zuo Tianchen is shocked by the news that there's a bounty on him. Outside a massive building with red lettering, we see the Zhao family's base. A henchman says the family is looking for them, and their attitude changed after the split. A man says that with Xian gone, he's the only evolved one left, so the Zhaos don't care about them. He wonders what to do after Zuo defeated Li with a single punch, hoping the Zhaos will help them. A man arrives asking if this is Li Hui's Red Jacket gang. He says he heard rumors that Li Xian was defeated and questions if it's true. Hui threatens Guang too, ignoring the fact they're in Zhao family territory, and the man threatens him back. The trio of odd henchmen take off their caps, revealing evolution tattoos on their heads. In complete shock, Li Hui can't hold back his genuine reaction of surprise. He exclaims that all of them are evolved, and Guang challenges him to another race in the city center. Stunned by the trio's evolution, Hui realizes they'd be a top-level force if they teamed up. A well-dressed man approaches, saying the three are part of the Zhao family. The 3 henchmen are taken aback by the arrival of the blonde young master, addressing him as young master. Questioning if they've forgotten his father's orders, they say they'll carry them out now. Li Hui bows before the young master, thanking him, and the young man orders him to follow only him. He asks if Hui knows what order he gave the 3 to follow at that moment. The Red Jacket gang leader can't answer and waits for a response. Saying they found traces of Zuo Tianchen, he explains he sent the 3 there. Hui says Zuo defeated his brother with a single punch, and the young master says he sent 5 evolved fighters to face him. In disbelief, the shocked leader realizes only the Zhao family can form such a group. Li Hui asks the young master to let him join the mission to avenge his brother, but he declines the request. The gang leader asks if there's a plan for him, and the young master says his father wants to see him. Completely surprised and shocked, Li Hui can't believe the Zhao leader wants to meet him. A sketch with Zuo Tiancheng's main characteristics is made, and there's a bounty on his head. Our protagonist and teacher Luo Xiao you see this wanted poster along the road. Luo questions if Tiancheng really took down someone's son, and he says yes. Luo remarks that after he stirred trouble with the region's biggest villain, he still wants to take down a gang. After she says he's a troublemaker, He replies that he usually doesn't start fights. However, she points out that the Red Jacket gang didn't provoke him, and he says they would in the future. Our hero adds that if no one bothers him, he won't bother anyone either. Luo exclaims that he's a wanted man, and he says with this drawing, it'll be hard to recognize him. Suddenly, someone shouts loudly for Tianchen to stop where he is. He turns, confused, in the direction of the person who shouted at him. Several people are furiously chasing a man, mistaking him for Zuo Tianchen. The young man being chased insists he didn't take down the second young master, and many furious people chase after him, saying he's the wanted man on the poster. Teacher Luo Xiaoyu asks what's happening, and Zuo says to follow them. In an open area and outdoors, we see several tall buildings along a street. Many people surround an enormous, shirtless man. The man is, in fact, Li Wuyi shirtless, revealing a tattoo on his arm. All the men around him rush at him quickly, but he doesn't even move. With his eyes closed, he seems to sense and predict every move the men are about to make. Quickly and suddenly, the sounds of impacts and blows can be heard. The men appear fallen on the ground, and the muscular man standing says they need more training. However, his attention is diverted by something approaching him, and he turns toward it. A girl jumps in with a flying kick at Li, who swiftly ducks and dodges the strike. She lands firmly on the ground after her unsuccessful attack attempt. Li Wuyi says it was a good attempt, and that she almost hit him. The girl, confident, disagrees and says she doesn't think her attempt was that good. She says there's a big difference. After all, last week, she could still train with him, and now she can't. Suddenly, someone in loose clothing begins applauding Li Wuyi's performance. We see Hufeng clapping, saying the two are evolving very quickly. Li says they're still nothing compared to Feng, who replies that they're among the strongest in Manhua and has something to tell them. Hufeng says that Zuo Tianchen was captured and is set to be executed in Rongyi Square by the Xiao family. Li Wuyi and Lin Qinqin are in complete shock upon hearing about Zuo's execution. They can't believe that, with his strength, Tianchen could be captured, and Hu says the news has spread across Manhua. The leader says he has another piece of information that came along with this, though he isn't sure of its accuracy. There's talk that Tianchen has a method for accelerating evolution. Lin Qinqin questions the existence of a way to speed up evolution. Li asks if it's true, but Feng says it doesn't matter. After all, this news could destabilize Manhua. Feng orders them to go there and act according to the situation, and they agree. Meanwhile, the trio sent by the young master stands before a man with a bag over his head. The three smile confidently on a platform with a kneeling, restrained man. A crowd of people heads toward the square, wondering if that man is Tianchen. Li Wuyi, in shock, shouts that it is him, and wonders how the Zhao family managed to capture him. Li says they shouldn't wait and should save him now, but Qinqin says there are too many people around. Suddenly, a crumpled paper ball flies toward them at high speed. However, Lin Qinqin easily catches the ball in her hand. The two friends, curious and incredulous, wonder what it's about. They open a paper instructing the two of them to go somewhere. The pair turns around toward the person who threw the paper ball. Seeing a person wearing a trench coat in the shadows, they wonder if it's an evolved being. They ask the person who they are, and the person says they aren't the one looking for them. Lin Qinqin asks if she's just a messenger, and behind her, a familiar voice introduces himself. Zuo appears, and they can't contain their excitement at seeing him, and he notices that both have evolved and congratulates them. Before Li can mention Zuo's capture, Zuo says they captured the wrong person. Li asks Zuo to follow him back to their base, and Qin says the family won't dare invade their base. Tianchen says he came to Manhua for another reason and called Brother Yi to find out something. Zuo says he discovered that about 20 people are waiting to ambush him. In complete shock, Lin Qinqin and Li Wuyi can't believe the information. Wuyi thinks the news might have spread, leading to a possible ambush. And Li explains that just now, someone spread that Zuo knows a way to evolve faster. Zuo Tianchen and Luo Xiaoyu comment that these rumors are unusual. The Manhua friends ask what that means. Luo meant that this rumor was specifically aimed at Zuo Tianchen. She says Luo is right. After all, the fake was captured, and the rumor spread. Something is being planned. Zuo reflects that what they're saying is true. The issue is that it spread as a rumor. Luo asks Zuo if he wants to stay to uncover things, and he says they should leave. The three friends all ask simultaneously where he intends to go. He says that someone set up an ambush to bring him to the square and capture him, and he comments that they captured the wrong person, so it doesn't concern him. Zuo asks if they have any leads on his friends, and Qin says they haven't had any news from Gao and Luo. However, she mentions they found Zhang Zheyu, and it seems there's a connection. Shocked, Zuo Tianchen can't hide his genuine surprise at hearing this name. Qin says that he avenged Sheng's brother, a member of the Blue Mountain Gang, by eliminating the vice leader. Zuo asks where Zhang is, and she says he just evolved, and they killed his brother while he was away. Reflecting, Tianchen realizes that Zhang Xingyu is still not in Manhua. He thanks her and says to wait until he finishes his tasks, and they ask where he's going. He replies that he's going to find the gang to clean up the mess before Zhang arrives. Tianqing tells them not to interfere, as it will definitely end in a fight. Suddenly, Shang Biao, Luo Lanche's hamster, appears, grunting happily at seeing Zuo Tianchen. Completely shocked, his eyes wide open, he's stunned to see Shang Biao there. Teacher Luo Xiaoyu asks if Tianqing knows this hamster. Holding the small pet hamster in his hands, examining it, Zuo doesn't respond. The girl goes to the window, commenting that there's a fight happening outside. Qin and Li Wuyi mention that someone is after the prisoner, and Zuo understands the situation. Talking to Shang Biao, our protagonist comments that he should have foreseen this. The three friends look in Zuo Tiancheng's direction, trying to understand what he meant. Going back a few minutes in time, we see the trio saying Zuo deserves to die for killing the second young master. The henchman says that in Manhua, anyone who offends the Zhao family will be sentenced to execution. Civilians comment that the bald guy barely joined the family, and has already become submissive to the Zhaos. Raising his weapon, the bald man says it's time to eliminate the boy, and the prisoner grunts. Executing a move to finish off the fake Zuo, the bald man tells him to go to hell. A loud noise is heard at that moment, audible to all civilians nearby. The bald Zhao family henchman is incredulous, watching what just happened. His weapon didn't reach the kneeling man with a sack over his head. We see Gao Ao Fei holding his weapon in front of the man's weapon, who asks who he is. Gao, speaking to the captured man, thinking he's Tianchen, asks what made him get captured. Gao and the henchman engage in a power struggle to prevent the blade from hitting the prisoner. Yelling at Gao, he asks how he dares to steal the prisoner and threatens an attack with his weapon. Preparing a strike with his bat in return, Gao complains that the henchman won't shut up. He hits the man square in the face with a massive impact from his wooden bat. The impact causes the bald man to fall to the ground, dropping his sharp metal weapon. Two henchmen behind Gao Fei draw firearms, pointing them at his back. However, he senses them with his sixth sense and quickly turns toward the criminals. They fire multiple shots, but Gao Fei dodges them all with ease, landing safely on the ground, completely unharmed by the fired bullets. In disbelief, the Zhao family subordinates prepare to fire more shots at Gao. But before they can, the bald man raises his hand, ordering them to stop. Holding his injured spot, he tells the servants not to waste their ammunition. Injured and irritated, Guan Tu realizes that Gao Fei is, in fact, an evolved being. The civilians, shocked and frightened, exclaim that this man is an evolved one. Everyone in the area begins to flee, fearing a possible clash between them. The prisoner begins trembling with fear as the two face off. The young master orders Baldi-chan to go back and brings Zuo Tiancheng alive. However, the bald man argues with his master, saying there are people trying to save him. Frightened, the young master orders them to stop them and says Bruce and Abu are on their way. Excited, Chang tells his master not to worry, but before he can finish his sentence, his friend interrupts him, saying Zuo Tiancheng has disappeared. Completely stunned, Baldi-chan can't hide his shock at this sight. Meanwhile, Gao Ao Fei, with the fake Zuo Tiancheng on his back, begins to flee. Pulling the pin from a grenade, he tells Qian not to think this is goodbye. He throws the grenade toward them, and smoke begins to billow from it. Spreading through the area, it obstructs the henchman's view, and Chang orders them to go after him. We see two people running at high speed through alleys and narrow streets. Gao Fei asks Luo Lansha if she found her hamster, Shang Biao, and she says she hasn't. She remembers the moment the hamster grunted at a corner, and then suddenly ran in the opposite direction from where the fake Zuo Tiancheng was. She says she asked Shang to find Tiancheng and distract the guards, but he ran off. Gao says Shang Biao has been useless for a long time, and she tells him to take Tiancheng to a safe place. The man with a bag over his head, on Gao Fei's back, starts grunting, trying to say something. Gao questions how he was captured, as it would be nearly impossible, and Luo says they must have cheated. Gao imagines they might have poisoned Tiancheng. After all, there would be no other way to capture him. Still struggling, the man tries to escape, and Luo says they will release him in a safe place. She shouts for Gao Ao Fei to be careful, as there are people ahead. A man with closed eyes says there is a large flow of people coming to Longhua, and a dark-skinned man wearing sunglasses says they'll finally get to fight. We see one man dressed in traditional Chinese attire and another in casual clothes. Gao Ao Fei and Luo Lansha stop halfway, face to face with them. Suddenly, more footsteps are heard coming from behind the two. The submissive bald trio from the Zhao family appears, surrounding Gao Fei and Luo Lansha. Gao comments that facing 5 evolved ones won't be easy, and says he should have brought his sniper. The fake Zuo Tiancheng continues to struggle and grunt loudly on Gao Fei's back. The young girl tells Tiancheng not to worry, as they'll get him out of this situation soon. Observing from afar, Luo asks if they can beat 5 people, and Zuo says they'll certainly lose. Then she asks when they'll help them face the 5 evolved ones. Zuo says not to rush. After all, things are more complicated than he expected. He mentions that if all the evolved people they know work together, even the two of them couldn't face them. Professor Luo Xiao then asks her friend what they can do to help. Zuo asks if there's any group in Manhua that rarely appears but is famous and unpredictable. Pondering, the two think, and Wu Yi remembers a biker gang that fits that description. They explains they call themselves the Black Bandana Society, have 3 evolved members, and don't seek expansion. Using binoculars, Qin says she found the gang members in the northern alley. With a cigarette between his fingers, Zuo Tianchen tells the group to head there. Li Wuyi and Lin Qin are genuinely shocked when Zuo says this. Gao Fei places the fake Zuo Tianchen against the wall and tells him to stay there. Tying the man's hands, Gao says the fight won't be easy and asks him not to interfere. Fei promises Zuo Tianchen that he will keep him safe, even if it costs him his life. The fake Zuo Tianchen bursts into tears under the cloth and places his hand on his head. Luo Lansha and Gao Fei are stunned by Zuo's exaggerated and unusual reaction. Wiping his tears with his hand, the fake Tianchen says this situation is too emotional. He says they are just strangers who met by chance, and he can't repay them. Gao is confused, and the fake Zuo Tianchen says he doesn't want to involve the two any further. The man rips the cloth from his head and shouts for the Zhao family to hear what he has to say. Crying out to the Zhao family, he begs them to let the others go and take him instead. When Luo and Gao see the man's real face, they are shocked and ask who he is. Luo Lansha yells, asking who on earth this man is and why he's pretending to be Zuo Tianchen. Luo says she doesn't even know him, so she wouldn't save him, and Gao asks the man's name. Sweating and in shock, the man says in a trembling voice that his name is Zuo Tianchen. Both friends, Luo Lansha and Gao Ao Fei, shout the name Zuo Tianchen at the same time. Suddenly, that dark-skinned evolved man appears and says he knows something. Starting to rhyme, he pronounces Tiancheng's name better than the man pretending to be him. They hand the man over to the henchman, saying they got the wrong guy and he can take him. Running away, the two friends say they'll see them later, leaving the fake man behind. The Chinese henchman realizes the man is an imposter, and that they captured the wrong person. Luo Lansha, drawing her sword, asks the men if they still want to fight. He denies it and asks them to come to the Xiao family base to talk, but Gao refuses. The man insists, saying his friend is a foreigner, and if they don't go, he'll get angry. Gao Fei looks at all the henchmen with a mischievous smile on his face, while Luo disappears. The bald men look around, confused and uneasy, noticing the girl has suddenly vanished. She quickly reappears behind the two bald men with her daggers in hand and takes them down. The only remaining bald man, in a frenzy, calls his two evolved friends. The long-haired Chinese man calls out to Baldi Chang, warning him of something. Suddenly and unexpectedly, Gao Fei appears, preparing a strike with his wooden bat. Using all his strength, he strikes the distracted man, driving his weapon into him, defeating him. The man, upon being hit, screams in pain and falls to the ground. Gao Ao Fei, still facing away from the other two men, turns his head in their direction. The foreigner calls Gao Fei with a hand signal, telling him to come at him. Luo Lansha and Gao Fei decide to run and insult the two men as they escape. Using their hands for support, the bald men begin to get back up. One of the henchmen hit by Luo Lansha asks if his brothers are okay. The two evolved friends tell the three bald men to go after the two fugitives since they're still alive. We then see a beige multi-story building, and on the ground floor, hidden behind a pillar, a man with binoculars watches. Two men with black bandanas from the biker gang are there, and one says he's found something. Looking through the binoculars, he sees the Axe gang outside. On the southeast side, he notices the Northern Sky gang and the Scorpion gang there as well. The masked man says the whole city is involved this time, and his friend says they're heading out. Putting away the binoculars, he says they need to follow them and not let the others get ahead. Zuo Tianchen appears and asks the two men if they're from the Black Band Society. Quickly and suddenly, they prepare attacks in surprise, asking who he is. Without any effort, our protagonist blocks both a punch and kick from the two bikers. The two look at Tianchen, shocked by his incredible and abnormal strength. He maintains a serious, unyielding expression as he holds their attacks. The biker gang henchman's eyes widen as he witnesses Zuo's strength. The gang member tries to move his hand, but it's completely immobilized by Zuo. The henchman realizes the boy's strength surpasses that of his boss, and he can't even free himself. The biker yells that it's not over yet, and prepares to strike Tianchen again. Zuo throws them backward, commenting that they're at the first stage and have only average strength. The two fall on their backs, feeling the impact of Zuo Tiancheng's throw. Our hero sighs, bored, realizing that the first level of strength in Manhua is so weak. The gang member says he's very strong, that they can't beat him, and calls him an expert. He adds that since Zuo knows they're from the Black Band Society, he should at least show a bit of respect. Li Wuyi appears and tells the men that won't be enough. He says respect isn't given freely but earned, and the gangster realizes that even Maple Nest is involved. He reflects that he never imagined an expert in Maple Nest other than Hu Feng, and that he stands no chance against them. Sweating nervously, he realizes Zuo's strength is abnormal, as he held both of them without effort. The two kneel and beg experts Zuo to let them go and spare them. Zuo asks about the third evolved member of their gang, and the man says their boss guards the base. Tianchen says that's perfect and that they can help him with the task. Shocked and sweating nervously, the two agree automatically and ask what he needs. He tells them to inform their boss not to get involved in Zuo Tianchen's mess. Otherwise, he'll take them down. They say they'll head back right away and won't get involved in Tiancheng's matter. However, before they leave, Zuo says he needs one more thing and tells them to take off their clothes. The two are genuinely shocked and speechless at Zuo Tiancheng's unusual request. We see various people running in the streets in apparent panic. They're running in all directions, and among them, Luo Lansha and Gao Fei are also fleeing. Baldy asks Bu if he requested help from the Axe Gang, and he denies it, saying they have unresolved issues. His bald brother says that people from the Nantian Society are also here, and he wonders what's happening. Luo Lansha shouts, asking why so many people are here, and Gao, shouting back, says he doesn't know. Shouting, Gao tells Luo to run since she's faster, and she says they'll get out of this together. Holding her wrist firmly, Gao Fei says they don't have time for that, and he throws the girl forward with all his strength to help her escape. Luo Lansha soars extremely high, and upon reaching the top of the building, she wonders what on earth happened. She lands safely on the rooftop, and smoke rises from Gao Fei's movement. Looking down toward her friend, she shouts Gao Fei's name, worried about him. He smiles in a carefree way, with his eyes closed, as if he has everything under control. As various people rush at him angrily, he raises his arms and says he surrenders. We see a huge building in the distance, where Gao Fei was apparently taken. Gao is tied up, and Baldy says he was acting all tough before, and now he's been captured. Gao Fei doesn't hesitate, looks Baldy in the eyes, and insults him harshly. The bald one who was injured by him earlier is furious, and says Gao is asking for death. Brother Bu tells Baldy Chang to stop embarrassing him, and Baldy is intimidated by Bu's presence. Brother Bu notices that Gao is quite skilled and asks if he's considered joining the Xiao family. Shocked by the suggestion, Gao Fei widens his eyes and questions what Bu said about joining them. He confirms it, saying if Gao joins them, he'll guarantee his safety, and Gao asks if he'll really do that. A red-haired man tells Abu to stop talking nonsense since all the evolved ones are present. Abu says the strong are in charge, and if he doesn't like it, he can challenge them. The man agrees and says the Zhao family is a top-tier force, and he can't be defeated in a one-on-one. Gao Fei asks if they're done, and says he'll go with whoever can guarantee his safety. The red-haired man says 3 gangs have joined them, with 8 evolved members, so they can certainly protect him. Another man tells Chen not to embarrass himself with these fools, and the redhead questions why he said that. All the members from different gangs begin bargaining and arguing over Gao Fei's presence. He just looks at them, bored, saying they're a bunch of idiots. Bu nods, agreeing they're just fools and that Gao shouldn't take them seriously. And annoyed, Gao asks what they want. Abu telepathically says he trusts Gao Fei and guarantees his safety if he goes with him. Abu confirms, saying his ability is telepathy and if Gao joins him, he won't harm him. Gao says he's quite self-interested and that if there are rewards, he'd even kneel for Abu. After all, people in his class used to call him useless. And Bu says he has a good personality. He agrees, saying it's good, but he always picks a good leader to follow as well. And in Gao Fei's view, this man isn't a good choice for a leader. Smoking his cigarette, Abu asks him who told him he was a self-interested person. He says that Gao Fei is actually quite stubborn, and starts blowing smoke in his face to annoy him. Suddenly, we get a view of the alleys and back streets of Manhua City. We see Luo Lanch's yellow shoes. She runs at high speed to escape from the various gangs chasing her. Crying, she reflects that, besides failing to find Zuo, her friend Gao was also captured. Suddenly, she finds herself face to face with a man, which shocks the young girl Luo Lansha. We see Li Wui asking her what's wrong and if he can help her. Holding her sharp dagger, Luo Lansha tells him to get out of her way. He says he never imagined she'd be so stressed, and she tells him not to blame her, as he keeps blocking her way. Behind her, someone says they're not afraid of strong enemies but rather of unpleasant companions. Removing his bandana and revealing himself as Zuo Tianchen, he says the two of them only know how to cause trouble for him. Delighted to see her friend again, Luo Lansha smiles sincerely and calls his name. We see a man inside his residence, standing in front of a picture frame of another man. He places a kind of incense in a pot with ashes. The dark-skinned man says things aren't easy and that he's struggling to find resources. Talking to his deceased brother, he says that the gang members won't get away with this. Someone bursts through the door and tells Zhang they've received information about Zuo Tianchen. Shocked, he asks the person where Tianchen is. The person says he's in the city center and was captured by the Zhao family. who intends to eliminate him. Zhang orders the person to stay put while he goes after Zuo, and she says she can't allow it, given it's the Zhao family. Zhang Jinyu replies firmly that he understands this. Grabbing his weapon, he says that since his brother is gone, he needs to help his benefactor. Putting on his clothes, he tells her that if he doesn't return, the man will become the new leader of the Blue Mountain Gang. Many people on the street are fighting while Gao Fei is tied up in the middle of them. An old man in fancy clothes tells them not to waste time and to resolve this quickly. The redhead then says there's nothing to discuss and that they should let their fists do the talking. Calling Chen a fool, the old man says he's not bloodthirsty like the Axe Gang members. Chen, annoyed, yells and challenges the old man Gan Lin Liang to call him a fool again. Abu, exhaling smoke, tells them to cut the chatter. He says that Gao Fei risked his life for Zwe, meaning he's connected to him and holds valuable information. He proposes a fight among everyone present to win Gao Fei, who will give clues about Zwe. Chen, the redhead, asks if Abu is talking about individual fights. He says Chen is correct, and if everyone agrees, he'll represent the Zhao family and start the fight. Li Wui says they shouldn't forget Maple Nest in such a fun task as this. Standing by the bikers, Li remarks that the Zhao family must be living quite comfortably. Abu asks if they're here without Chief Hu Feng. Li Wui then says he remembers Hu Feng's existence and calls him a traitor. He asks not to be called a traitor, as the Zhao family simply offered him more benefits than Maple Nest. Gao Fei, watching the conversation, wonders how many gangs exist in Manhua. His eyes widen when he notices a familiar face next to Li Wui. He realizes that, disguised with a black bandana, Zuo Tianchen is there. Seeing Gao Fei's surprised look, Zuo gestures for him to stay quiet with his finger. Abu says that Li Wui is late and that there's nothing left for him. Smiling, Li says he disagrees with that statement. He reveals the girl, Luolan Sha, whose sighs in irritation and discomfort. Shocked, Abu comments that Li Wui managed to capture the missing girl. Li Wui says that, in fact, she was captured by members of the Black Band Society. Abu remarks that the Black Band Society members were lucky. Zuo Tianchen, disguised as a member of this gang, stares deeply into Abu's eyes. Abu stares back, frowning in suspicion. Abu and members of other gangs stand face to face with Li Wui and Tianchen. Trying to use his telepathic ability, Abu realizes it doesn't work on Zuo Tianchen. Moreover, he notices it doesn't work within 5 meters around him and that Zuo's mental capacity exceeds his. Shocked and sweating, Abu realizes that the Black Band Society has hidden talents. Reflecting, he figures that despite the mental capacity, Zuo may not be skilled in direct combat. Abu then tells Li Wui that one wasn't enough, and it seems he wants another. No. Li, excited, says men should always have a goal to pursue. Abu relents and says that since Li brought the girl, he will set a new rule in front of everyone. He announces the new rule that his chief Hu Feng cannot join the fight. The civilians get excited and start repeating that Hu Feng can't attend the fight. Bu says that this is everyone's wish since they know who is the strongest in Manhua, and there would be no competition. Baldi Qian says Abu's plan was excellent because, without Hu Feng, their chances of winning increase. Li Wu says he can't shake bad habits, as that's his wish and not everyone's. Without words or a response, Abu just gives Li Wui a villainous smile. Even so, Li agrees and says that his boss won't fight, only those present will. Abu asks if anyone objects to this idea. Chen speaks to his subordinate, saying that even though Bruce is strong, they can win without Feng. Chen raises his hand and exclaims that the Axe Gang agrees with the proposal. Members of the Nantian Society also agree, as well as those from the Longxin Society. Abu then says they should begin the fight and asks who wants to go first. Li Wui, warming up and stretching his arm, says he wants to be the first to fight. However, someone places a hand on his shoulder, contesting his choice and denying it. Zuo Tianchen, disguised as a member of the Black Bandanas, says to let him go. Abu is uncomfortable seeing the man taking the initiative, especially since he feared him before. Li Wui tells Zuo that these are direct fights, and he shouldn't go first, but Zuo says it's fine. Smoking his cigarette, Abu observes the scene from a distance and sighs, annoyed. Reflecting, he thinks it's madness for a man specialized in mental strength to go into direct fights. Bu calls for Baldi Chang and chooses him to be the first to fight, and he accepts. Facing our protagonist, the bald Zhao family member tells him to start the fight already. Bu knows that Chang is average, but he'll be enough to defeat someone specialized in mental strength. After that, he plans to let everyone fight ahead and save Bruce for the final cleanup. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Baldi Chang goes flying and is thrown by Zuo Tianchen. With his face bruised and injured, Chang says that he's too strong, and Bu wonders how that's possible. Completely shocked, he grits his teeth. He wonders internally how this man could do that. A man asks Chen how Baldi was defeated so quickly, and Chen says he's extremely fast. Bu asks Bruce what he thinks of the mysterious man's speed, and he replies that Chang underestimated him. And he asks Bruce how confident he is to face the hooded man, In English, Bruce replies that he doesn't know. Hearing what Bruce said, Zuo Tianchen tells him he should wait and see. The elder calls a muscular man named Hu Zi to try and face Tianchen, and he obeys. Hu Zi comments that the black bandanas were brave to meddle, and he gives the kid a chance to surrender. Noticing the man's lack of response, Hu Zi, annoyed, asks if he's really going to ignore him. Reaching out to his friends, he asks them to bring something for him. Several people begin to bring a gigantic sword that belongs to Hu Zi. He smiles confidently, knowing the size of his weapon. Placing the sword on the ground, it makes a loud impact and cracks the floor. With the sword on his shoulder, Hu Zi tells the kid to surrender now to avoid regret later. In the blink of an eye, Zuo Tianchen ends up behind Hu Zi, who, feeling his presence, is shocked. He strikes back with his massive sword, but our hero manages to duck and dodge. Suddenly, Tianchen appears below Hu Zi, preparing a strike. Coming from below, our protagonist delivers a punch right to the bottom of his chin. The impact is so strong that Hu Zi starts spitting blood and staggers, and he quickly falls to the ground, completely defeated, and Zuo Tianchen calls for the next challenger. Li Wuyi realizes that in just days after the fight with Han Li, our hero has already grown stronger. Bruce comments that Tianchen is very strong, and Bu tells him to wait longer before fighting him. Bruce doesn't listen to his friend and rushes in, saying he wants to fight now, already preparing a punch. Abu shouts Bruce's name, telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen and charges forward. Easily, Zuo extends his fist and blocks the man's punch, and they engage in a power struggle. Zuo notices that this man is a speed type and at the peak of stage 1. Smiling excitedly and running in for another attack, Bruce says, "Let's go again!" Quickly, he disappears with an incredibly fast and precise leap, delivering a series of rapid strikes from various directions at Zuo Tianchen. Zuo notices that his speed is as impressive as Luo's, and he says he'll play along with him. Bu, irritated by Bruce's impulsiveness, remarks that even if Bruce wins this one, he'll lose the next. Reflecting inwardly, Abu, watching the fight, suspects his friend won't be able to win. Looking at the next participants, he already knows he'll have to face Zuo. Chen from the Axe gang watches Bruce's incredibly fast fight with the mysterious man. His gang member asks if he thinks Bruce will be able to win. Chen says that despite Bruce's speed advantage, he won't maintain it if he continues like this. Suddenly, a voice appears in his head, agreeing with him, and he looks around, unsettled, to see who said it. Abu, using his telepathy, tells Chen that he was the one who said it. Through telepathy, he explains to Chen that if Bruce loses, they'll lose as well. Chen then asks what Abu is getting at with all this. Exhaling smoke, he tells the man to pay attention, as this is their last chance. Meanwhile, Bruce delivers another swift punch, which Zuo Tianchen easily blocks once again. After the block, the foreigner is thrown back, landing safely on the ground. Extremely exhausted and sweating heavily, he's starting to run out of energy. Tianchen remains unwavering, showing no signs of fatigue or weakness like his opponent. Pointing at his opponent, Bruce says he's very strong and asks his name. After the opponent says this in another language, our hero tells him to speak clearly. In Chinese, Bruce says his name and asks his opponent's name. Remembering Li Wuyi's words about respect being earned, he decides to give his name. However, he invents the false name, Hei Shou, to keep his identity hidden. With a sharp look from under his sunglasses, Bruce acknowledges the name. The civilians remember that Hei Shou is the gang's vice leader and are astonished at his strength. Pulling something from his afro, he says he'll use his full strength against him. Bruce then takes out 2 metal knuckles from his afro. All the gang members watch, surprised by what he had hidden. He wields the knuckles, raises his guard, and prepares for combat. Revealing 2 daggers attached to his knuckles, Bruce tells Zuo to go all out as well. Tianchen is impressed that Bruce has reached the peak of stage 1 without breathing techniques. The two face each other in silence, preparing for another round of fighting. He says that while Bruce wants a fair fight, many others don't feel the same. The foreigner stares at him in silence, trying to follow his logic. Looking up, Zuo Tianchen points to a man on top of a building. They notice a long-haired man with a long-range weapon on the rooftop. Among the crowd, Zuo also spots a redhead watching him strangely. Finally, he points out one last person, Abu, saying he blocked all escape routes, planned all this to eliminate him. Zuo says that although mental strength isn't his specialty, it's still enough to handle them, and he adds that all 6 people Abu positioned are under his watch. Li Wuyi, irritated with Abu, exclaims that he's playing too dirty. An older man approaches Li and says it's been a long time. He asks what Li Nantian wants with him. Chen says they want nothing from him but tells everyone to be prepared. Irritated, Li Wuyi curses them, but Lin Qin tells him to stay calm and observe the surroundings. Li, annoyed, says Bu created the rules for individual fights, but is now forming a group. Abu says now that everyone has figured it out, he doesn't need to pretend anymore. He declares that the Black Band Society will be wiped out today. Chen tells Li Wui not to interfere further in this battle. Li Nantian says that everyone's target today is solely the Black Band Society. Chen grabs the girl's arm, saying the Black Band Society will disappear from Manhua today. Luo, in disguise, responds by delivering a powerful kick to Chen's face, telling him not to touch her. Quickly and suddenly, he falls to the ground, injured and unconscious from the force of the kick. Irritated and dismayed, Abu questions how many strong people are in their gang. Li Wuyi and Lin Qinqin are shocked by the expressive strength of Professor Luo Xiaoyu. Abu extends his arm toward her and orders everyone to attack her. Members from various gangs surround the girl and prepare to strike. Zuo Tianchen is worried that Professor Luo Xiao might fight again and lose control. He knows that if she loses control in this environment, he won't be able to manage her. Bruce tells Abu to stop this because he wants a fair fight with the man. But Bruce says this isn't the time for that since they can't afford to lose, though Bruce mentions a Chinese promise as an argument. He says that if Abu is a man, he can't go back on his word after saying the fight would be one-on-one. Annoyed, Abu makes a disapproving gesture upon hearing this from Bruce. Zuo says that's enough, and even though he didn't want to involve them in this, they chose to eliminate him. Tianqing tells everyone to come at him together. Bruce is shocked, as he didn't expect this decision from the mysterious man. Li Wuyi and Lin Qinqin are also left speechless by Tianqing's risky decision. Luo Lansha and Gao Fei can't contain their shock either and shout in surprise. Abu questions what the mysterious man means by this. He points to Bruce and says that he and the 6 people he called can all come at him together. Bu asks if the supposed Heisho is sure of his choice, and Zuo says they're welcome to attack as a group. Bu predicts that the other gangs will try to take the prisoners, but he agrees with the plan anyway. Bruce remains hesitant, saying again that he doesn't want this plan. Abu asks what's wrong with Bruce, saying even the man himself has agreed to the plan. But Bruce insists on fighting one-on-one with him, and Bu tells him not to ruin the whole plan. Annoyed, Bu calls the man a coward and says he doesn't control Bruce. Shocked by what the foreigner just said, Abu questions him. After speaking in Bu's language, Bruce asks if he didn't understand and calls him a coward again. Gao Fei and Luo Lansha begin to laugh, saying a foreigner just called him a coward. Sensing a dense aura of anger around Abu, one of the bald men asks him to calm down. He wanted Bruce to hold the man while the others attacked, but now he'll have to change the plans. Abu pulls a wooden stick from his hair. He tells Bruce that he'll ignore his insults but that Bruce can't interfere, and Bruce agrees. Abu tells the fake Heisho that the fight will be 1 against 6 and asks if he's okay with that, and Zuo agrees. Smiling maliciously and confidently, Bu says they can start the fight then. Zuo Tianchen quickly looks back, sensing other people approaching. The 6 people Abu had hidden appear and begin to advance toward our hero. Seeing the way they surround him, our protagonist finds it interesting. He notices that 3 power-type evolved ones are surrounding him, while 2 speed types block his escape, and he wants to break their formation. Quickly, after considering this, he prepares a massive punch and charges at the enemies. Targeting a large power-type evolved one, Zuo Tianchen, preparing his punch, aims to deal with him first. A loud impact echoes through the center of Manhua. Shin and the members of the Axe Gang stare in shock, mouths agape at the scene in front of them. Without allowing the blonde to be hit, 2 of his muscular friends catch Zuo's punch. A menacing redhead comes running from behind Tianqing to grab him from behind. The 6 men attack simultaneously, but our protagonist manages to dodge them all. The long-haired one observing from a distance tries to throw a surprise punch, but Zuo dodges. The man attempts a low kick at our hero, who predicts the move and ducks to counterattack. Thus, he intertwines his fingers to block the opponent's kick. The impact of the kick and block is so strong that both are thrown backward. A very strong bald man begins to run toward Tianchen with fury in his eyes. Surprised for not anticipating the move, Tiancheng's eyes widen in fear. Caught in a powerful hold, he's immobilized. Then the extremely strong, giant bald man throws our hero far away. Landing safely, Zuo realizes that their teamwork is excellent. If the 3 power types focus on attacking him in a circle, it will be a very tough fight. Suddenly, Zuo Tianchen closes his eyes and begins to plan something. The bald man and his strong friend wonder what the man is doing. Calling them to come at him, Zuo Tianchen asks why they stopped attacking. Annoyed, the bulky bald man says he's really bold to underestimate him like that. Rushing toward him, he orders his friends to take him down immediately. Closing his eyes again, our hero reflects and seems to have understood something. He realizes that Abu is using his mental power to enhance their teamwork, but it must be exhausting. He then notices Abu from the Zhao family, with red tattoos on his forehead, using the virus. Counterattacking all the men and noticing the tattoo on Bu, he wants to see how much he can endure. Gao Fei asks Luo Lansha if she could handle a fight against 6 people like this, and she says no. Gao comments that this situation is incredibly frustrating. Inspired by her friend, Luo says that after this, she'll focus on improving herself. Li questions if the boss could handle fighting against 6, and Lin says he's already fought 4 from the Zhao family, and both were injured. Qin thinks Zuo is stronger than Hu and that even the Zhao family's 4 dragons couldn't take him down. Teacher Luo Xiaoyu silently watches the scene, noticing her friend's strength. With his tattoo activated, Abu realizes the boy still has a lot of power, and it seems that the boy, after all, is dodging and blocking everything while his men get injured in the counterattacks. Telepathically speaking to his 6 subordinates, Abu orders them to attack all at once. The 6 injured men are surprised by this command and exchange glances without saying a word. Abu tells them not to hesitate, as they'll lose the fight if they continue like this. The 6 subordinates activate their tattoos and emit piercing screams of hatred. Excited by his opponent's ability activation, Tianchen activates his monstrous arm. Without noticing, Li Wui almost reveals Tianchen's technique with a shout, but Qin silences him. In shock, the enemies notice his arm has changed and are frightened by it. The muscular bald man wonders what kind of technique this is. Abu urges them, saying they don't have much time and orders them to attack now, exclaiming that he won't be able to escape this, and that they can't believe they won't defeat him. Zuo Tianchen, confident, pulls his arm back and prepares a punch with maximum strength. He shouts at his enemies as he swings his arm with all his force and speed toward them. The 3 strength-type evolved fighters are astonished by the power and speed of the blow. The punch forms a sort of tornado that hits all of them at once with immense force. The 6 men are thrown back by the impact of Zuo Tiancheng's punch. A lot of reddish smoke emanates from his arm, filling the surroundings. In shock, Gao Fei wonders what the hell that was, and Luo thought the punch was awesome. Relieved, teacher Luo Xiaoyu, who was previously worried, is happy about Zuo's victory. Li Wui can't contain his shout of joy, and Lin Qin celebrates along with him. They thank Zuo Tianchen for going easy on them and admit their defeat. Tears roll down Abu's face as he wonders how he withstood 6 attacks at once. Realizing the man's bizarre strength, he plans to call Uncle Li and the young master to handle him. Noticing Bu trying to leave, Tianchen asks if he thinks he can just walk away like that. And he asks if Abu really thinks he doesn't know about the plan he's scheming. He tells the fake Heisho that he's not involved and asks if he really wants to break the rules. Irritated, our protagonist asks if he of all people wants to talk about breaking rules. Shouting that it's too late, our hero attacks the enemy with his monstrous arm. The remaining gang members watch in shock, saying nothing. As Tianchen throws Abu far away with his fortified arm, he says in a cold, serious, and threatening tone that he's going to finish him off. Stopping in front of his comrade, Bruce says in English that he can't do that. Telling the man to speak in English, Zuo Tianchen lands a massive, powerful punch. Bruce takes the punch to the face but stands firmly on his feet, with his face covered in ketchup. He glares angrily at the mysterious man before him, who keeps a steadfast and courageous gaze toward his opponent. Shouting at him, he says that not even Hu Feng would dare eliminate such an important member of the Zhao family. Suddenly, the henchmen hear a mysterious laugh and wonder who is laughing like that. Hu Feng appears and calls them losers, saying he doesn't know how they still dare call themselves dragons. Qin and Li Wui give genuine smiles upon seeing their boss there. The henchmen shout at the sight of Hu Feng, commenting that he's stronger than Heisho. Zuo Tianchen wonders if he's the Fist Emperor, the famous boss Hu Feng. Hu Feng approaches the disguised Zuo and asks him to do a favor by sparing Abu's life. Li Wui questions why his boss is intervening for a traitor, and Hu Feng says it's an isolated case. He explains that though Abu is a traitor and there's no reason to intervene, he still owes him a debt. After all, without Abu, there would be no Maple Nest, and while he'll spare his life today, tomorrow they'll be strangers. Everyone present is shocked by Hu Feng's generosity. However, Zuo Tianchen remains firm and denies boss Hu Feng's request. Hu Feng stands in silence with a blank, abysmal expression on his face. Zuo says that whatever dealings Hu Feng has with him aren't his concern and that Abu must be eliminated now. People begin to comment that Heisho hasn't done Hu Feng any favors and imagine the two will fight. People start shouting, encouraging a fight between the two very strong evolved ones. Some people are hesitant at first, but soon enough, the excitement spreads, and everyone shouts and clamors for a fight between the two. With everyone chanting for a fight, Li Wui is confused, and the two remain silent. Listening to the crowd's chants, Hu Feng stays resolute and serious. Zuo Tianchen, unaffected by the crowd's shouts. Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, bye bye.